Hello everyone, this is Westland Mayor Kevin Coleman. I'm proud to be the mayor of Michigan's 9th largest city, the city of Westland. I'm here today to invite you to the Leaders Live Generously Summit. Get ready for an event that will inspire, uplift, and encourage each and every one of you to new levels of success and significance. Our dynamic host, Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon, is not only a powerhouse leader, but a dear friend of mine. His vision and passion for empowering others will light a fire in your spirit and help your businesses and leadership soar to new heights. I'm especially excited to share that since being mayor of Westland, we've seen new changes in leadership, and you can be inspired at this life-changing summit. The speaker's insight and wisdom will equip you with the tools you need to thrive in 2025 and beyond. So tell a friend, tell a colleague, and register for free today. Don't miss this opportunity to elevate your leadership and expand your vision, and we can't wait to see you there.
Hey, God bless you. God keep you. That's my prayer. Hey, this is Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon. Want to welcome you to this 3-day wonderful experience, Leaders Live Generously Virtual Summit. Hey, it's the Millionaire Flow. It is time. It is here. And guess what? You are ready to take your level, your platform, your message up to new levels and new heights. I'm telling you right now, sit back. Relax, take notes, put your pen out. This is going to be amazing. And don't forget, if you want to upgrade, $99, you'll be able to see the whole thing all over again for one whole year. Listen, check it out. And I want you to call your friends, call your neighbor, and tell them Leaders Live Generously Virtual Summit is here. Come on, in the room. Check it out. I'll see you at the top. Bye-bye now.
What if I told you that your brand is speaking a language that you don't understand? Every day, without saying a word, your brand is communicating loudly, and it's shaping perceptions and influencing emotions and determining whether people trust you, buy from you, or forget you. The craziest part is that you may be completely unaware of how it's doing this. Symbols shape our reality, and they always have. Colors, sounds, images, and words have been used for centuries to control emotions and control perceptions. Think about it. Countries have flags, religions have icons, corporations have logos, and even civilizations have been built on the power of symbolic storytelling. And yet, most entrepreneurs, mom-and-pop storefronts, and even some mid-sized corporations today are completely blind to this truth. They're outsourcing identity development projects to novices who just learned Photoshop and Canva. They create logos without meaning, pick random colors, and hope you like and approve their work. Now, let me show you how crazy this is. If you go to a foreign country that don't speak your language, to navigate, you wouldn't rely on someone that simply knows how to mimic the sounds of the language. You would need an interpreter, someone fluent in both languages that can translate meaning effectively. This is exactly what a strong brand experience does. It bridges the gap between company and its audience, ensuring the message is understood and resonates deeply. But the world's most iconic brands, they understand these secrets and pay millions to activate this art form and instinctive language. These are the companies I call creative-driven brands. Hi, my name is Delano A. Johnson, the president of FraserNet and the CEO of Creativity, better known as the Master Brand Architect. And today, I'm going to teach you how to build a purpose-driven brand. Let's go. Every great brand has a secret language, hidden meaning baked into its DNA, and once you see it, you will never unsee it. Take FedEx, for example. You thought that logo was just letters, huh? Well, look again. There's a hidden arrow tucked right between the E and the X, a symbol of speed, precision, and forward movement. That's not an accident. Or let's consider 7-Up. Ever wonder why it was called 7-Up? Because the original formula contained lithium citrate, ingredient used in mood stabilizers that targeted the 7th chakra, the one associated with enlightenment. Coincidence? Nah. And then there's AT&T's logo, the blue globe with white bands wrapped around it. It's not just a ball. It's a symbol of global connection wrapped in the energy of movement. And the message? We connect the world. The best brands don't just look good. They mean good. Your subconscious is wired to react to certain shapes in certain ways, and this is why brands use certain geometric structures strategically. For example, triangles denote power, direction, and movement. Think Adidas and Delta Airlines. Squares convey stability and security and order. Think Microsoft and American Express. Circles signify unity, eternity, and wholeness. Imagine Starbucks, Target, and NASA. But it doesn't stop at shapes. Every frequency, visually or auditory, affects the way people feel about your brand. Ever notice why McDonald's "I'm loving it" jingle is so catchy? That's because sound frequencies activate emotions and recall better than words alone. That's why the most powerful brands don't just look distinct, they sound distinct. There's a rhythm to color theory and emotion. It is the science of why people buy. You see, colors aren't just pretty. They manipulate your emotions on purpose, and marketers have been using this knowledge for decades. Red creates urgency, passion, and action. Blue builds trust, calmness, and security. This is banks, social networks, and healthcare, almost always blue. Yellow sparks hunger, happiness, and warmth. Think of McDonald's, Subway, and every other fast food chain has somewhere in their identity yellow. Now, if you don't understand the psychological power of your brand's colors, you could be pushing away customers without even knowing it. And yet I see business doing this all the time, choosing colors based on a personal preference rather than strategic impact. It is important that you understand brand language, because here's a brutal truth. If your brand lacks symbolic cohesion, your audience will feel disconnected, no matter how good your product is. And I've seen this thousands of times. A business with great products with a weak brand will struggle. Meanwhile, a company with just an okay product, but with a powerful brand, they win over and over again. Because people don't just buy products, they buy meaning. And meaning is created through symbols, colors, shapes, and subconscious cues. The best brands in the world are authentic, original, and unique. Is yours? Think about that as we move into part 2, because next we're going to dive deep into where the word brand comes from and why most businesses, could be even yours, are getting it wrong. Without a brand mark, typographical, or symbol, how would you know that a BMW is in fact a real BMW? Or would you eat at Wendy's if one day the logo was changed to just the words, "Great Hamburger"? Branding has always been a marker of identity and ownership. This wasn't just about aesthetics, it was about authority and ownership. In the beginning, God said, "Let us make man in our own image and our likeness." So what does this mean? It means that the Creator made us to look like Him in some ways and to also behave like Him in others. Whenever you saw humans do something, you're seeing a reflection of God. And whenever you experience God, you experience aspects of humanity. This is serious because God didn't just put His logo on us. He shaped us to be like Him in a meaningful way. Our identity marks His work as a designer of our world and our reality. In the same way, we mimic Him by creating children in our image and likeness and establishing businesses and productions and brands in our images and in our likeness, marking them with our names and our image to let the world know who owns it. The word name itself, in its etymology and Paleo-Hebrew meaning, represents the nature of a thing. This means that every artist and creator has a direct identity relationship with the thing that they invent, create, or make. Business and brands are no different. They carry our ideas, philosophies, and thinking. And just so everyone knows that it's ours, we put a mark on it. We burn that mark so that it's not confused with anything else in the market. The word brand comes from the Old Norse word meaning to burn, a term originally used to describe the act of marking livestock with fire-heated irons to signify ownership. Over time, branding evolved beyond just little marks of possessions into powerful tools of influence, identity, and authority. The foundation of branding has always been about one thing: ownership. Throughout history, we've seen branding used as a marker of power and influence. Artists sign their paintings. This is a stamp of authorship. A Rembrandt isn't valuable just because it's beautiful. It's valuable because he made it. Athletes sign shoes. Regular sneakers become worth thousands when a Michael Jordan signature is on it. The brand is his signature. Banks brand mortgage contracts. When you sign, you aren't just buying a home, you're pledging loyalty to that financial institution. Even the book of Genesis explains branding. God made us in his own image, appearance, in purpose and likeness, behavior, and personality. This means that branding is embedded in our very identity. We are reflections of a higher design created to represent something greater than ourselves. From cattle ranchers to corporations, branding has always been a sign of who controls what, and that is still true today. If your brand isn't clearly marked, and if your business is lacking a signature or your store originality, then you don't truly own your space in the market. Here's a case study in branding excellence with David Ogilvy. It's the science of emotional connection. Now, David Ogilvy is a name synonymous with the golden age of advertising, a time when storytelling and psychology merged to create powerful brand identities. He believed that branding was about more than just selling a product. He believed it was selling an emotion, an aspiration, and an identity. He didn't just sell products. He sold brands with personality. One of his biggest insights and contribution was this quote that says, "The consumer is not a moron. She's your wife," end quote. Meaning that if you treat your audience like intelligent people, they will trust you and buy from you. Madam C.J. Walker. She was a personal brand empire. Before there was Oprah or Beyonce, there was Madam C.J. Walker. But before Madam C.J. Walker, there was Annie Malone, a pioneering entrepreneur and philanthropist who became a millionaire in 1913. Malone founded Poro College, a beauty school and product line that laid the foundation for black hair care and business ownership. Madam C.J. Walker, one of the first black female entrepreneurs, built on this foundation and scaled her personal brand to an empire. Her success was not just a solo effort, though. Her husband, Charles Joseph Walker, played a crucial role in her brand's expansion. As her marketing strategist, Charles helped her to craft compelling advertising that introduced innovative direct sales tactics that took her business to new heights. She proved that identity was not just about selling product, but it was about selling transformation. Now, let's look at Nike's Just Do It slogan. Nike's legendary slogan, "Just Do It," was inspired by a convicted murderer, Scary Gilmore. Before his execution, he was asked for his final statement, and his response, "Let's do it." Nike's marketing team took those chilling words and turned them into one of the most powerful slogans in branding in history, which is proof that branding is about storytelling. Because marketing is how you attract people. Branding is why they remember you. A great marketing may get people to know who you are, but branding gets them coming back and spreading the word. Here's the benchmark that you need to hit. Brands that are remembered create value by being authentic, original, and unique. Remember this point. You, yes, you, your personality, likes, dislikes, and experiences are the well that will water the identity of your business, product, or your charitable work for humanity. Next up, I'm going to talk about and address why the market is now changing from artificial to organic, and why this is your opportunity to create a brand that is authentic, that is original, and that is unique. That's the brand that I call a purpose-driven brand. We are on the precipice of a branding crisis, and most businesses don't even realize it. The rise of AI has changed the game, making content creation faster, marketing more automated, and design more accessible. But at what cost? Originality is dying, and creativity is being replaced with copy-paste strategies, and brands are slowly losing the one thing that makes them stand out, their human touch. What happens when every brand looks the same, when algorithms dictate what is being seen, and when creativity becomes a commodity instead of a craft? In any economy, the rarest commodity is always the most expensive and valuable. The most precious thing we have is the authentic human experience and interaction that we have, something we take for granted because we're glued to our mobile devices and the 7 screens that feed us a constant diet of dopamine every day. However, in the next 10 years, these experiences will become extremely valuable. The future of everything will be about staying human. AI has become an echo chamber. Today's branding world is built on trends and templates, and here's the problem. AI tools recycle ideas. They pull from existing content, meaning that your brand isn't building something new. It's just remixing the past. Brands chase virality instead of vision, and focuses on what's trending instead of what's timeless. The illusion of originality, just because something is new doesn't mean that it's unique. We're entering an hour when branding is becoming extremely close to being generic. AI should remain a tool and not replace human creativity. So, to keep AI honest and useful for your purpose-driven brand purposes, here's my personal top 10 AI tools that enhance your creativity without automating entirely your creative process. Number 1, Grammarly. Helps refine your writing without changing your voice or intent. Number 2, Notion AI. Assists with organization and idea structure, keeping your brand strategy clear. Number 3, Adobe Sensei. It enhances creative workflow but still requires human direction. Number 4, Copy.ai. This helps you to generate content ideas but needs human refinement to maintain authenticity. Number 5, Runway ML provides creative video and image editing support while allowing for hands-on input. Number 6, ChatGPT. A brainstorming partner but not a replacement for your unique voice. Number 7, Descript. A powerful tool for video and audio editing that still requires human storytelling direction. Number 8, Phrase.ai, that helps optimize content for SEO while keeping original human writing at the forefront. Number 9, Jasper.ai. Great with copywriting assistant, but it still needs a creative touch to maintain authenticity. And number 10, Murph AI. Enhances voice over production but requires human input for human connection. Why is this important? Because whoever helps you create your brand becomes a parent to it. And I don't know about you, but I am not ready for designer babies and android coworkers for the next 1,000 years. I want God-designed 100% flesh and plasma, real blood human brains that carries my essence and values forward. Now, you may have noticed that I didn't mention any AI-powered tools that creates logos and websites, and that's intentional. The tools above are most designers use to enhance their creativity, ensuring that there is a great human feel and a natural feel in what is produced. So here's why I believe the value of originality will rise. When everything looks the same, what stands out? Scarcity drives value, and think about a rare diamond or limited edition to or specific sneakers. The rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes. The same applies to originality in branding. AI cannot create history, it can only replicate it. AI can't feel human emotion, it can only mimic patterns. AI cannot innovate, it can only rearrange what already exists. The brands that thrive in the future will be those that go beyond AI-generated noise and offer something genuinely fresh, personal, and something deeply human. Here's something very human to observe. This is when a brand becomes a cultural moment. In 2020, the world watched as a single video reshaped conversations on race, justice, and activism. The video of George Floyd's murder wasn't just another piece of content. It became a cultural and branding moment that no company could ignore. Brands rushed to respond. Some did it authentically and others did it performatively. But the lesson was clear. Real moments create real brands. The future of branding isn't in AI-generated content. It's in real human experiences that shape our history. So the question becomes, how do you build a brand that stays human? If AI is making everything the same, how do you ensure that your brand stays different? Well, here's a strategy. Number one, embrace your creative imperfections. AI seeks perfection, but perfection is forgettable. Human quirks is the things that makes real stories real. Number two, tell stories that AI cannot. Share real stories, real problems, real victims, real wins, so that you own those stories. Number three, stop chasing virality. Build a brand rooted in your truth, not the algorithm's preferences. The future of branding will belong to those who dare to be human. Brands of today are chasing virality, likes, and views at the expense of their authenticity, their originality, and their uniqueness. Is your brand AI-generated noise, or is it a human-driven movement? Because you see, in part 4, we're going to dive into your purpose is the narrative of your brand and why the best brands in the world are built on mission and not marketing. If your brand doesn't have a purpose, it is just noise. Think about the brands that truly move people. Apple, Tesla, Patagonia, Nike. What do they have in common? They don't just sell products. They sell a mission. They aren't just companies. They are movements. Branding isn't about logos or colors so much. It's about a compelling story with purpose at its core. And if your brand lacks purpose, then people will forget you the moment they scroll past your ad. The way you determine the purpose of a brand is because it is outlined in every single conversation. It screams at you their story, their emotional connection, their mission, the thing that drive their resources to accomplish their goal, and the prize and end goal of how success looks, sounds, and feels at the end of all their activities and conversation to you as a potential customer. For example, I made my first million at 33, but by 39, I lost everything. And that's when I realized that as a creative entrepreneur, 96% of us spend most of our time spending money to make money, but not too much of us spend money to learn how to keep money. So I wrote a book called I Refuse to Live Talented and Broke, 10 Keys to Unlocking Your Creative Earning Potential. I wanted to help other creatives who were headed down the same road as I was, with over 720 speaking engagements in the last 10 years, averaging 6 keynotes per month with an audience size of 320 people. That's a total of 252,000 people reached in person. Now, I'm helping people by teaching them how not to be talented and broke. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So now, let's talk about how you turn your purpose into the most powerful branding tool that you have. Branding is a story. It's not a product. People don't remember features, they remember stories. Christianity, for example, the most successful philanthropic brand in history, has lasted over 2,000 years, not because of its rules, but because of its stories. Hope, sacrifice, redemption. Alfred Nobel created dynamite. When he saw how his invention was being used for war, he changed the narrative, creating an award for those who advanced humanity. Your brand must answer this question. What is the story that makes people believe in me? Let's talk about your brand's core identity. Now, before we do that, you must understand that there's 5 different types of brands. Understanding the right one helps you to build the correct narrative. So, number 1, there's a personal branding. Think Elon Musk, Oprah Winfrey, Dr. George C. Fraser. This is the individual who has crafted a story around an idea and a product to serve you, a potential customer. Service branding. Your expertise become the brand. Think FedEx, DHL, or 1-800-Flowers. Then there's corporate branding. The company is the base. You can think of Apple, Toyota, or Amazon. Product branding. The product drives the story. Think Tesla, Rolex, or Nike. Then there's philanthropic brands, where the mission becomes the story. Think Tom's, or the Nobel Prize, or Red Cross. The question is, which one are you? Now, here is 4 steps that you can use right now to start your journey towards a purpose-driven brand that is authentic, that is original, and that is unique. Number 1, clarify your brand's purpose. Define your why. Your brand should represent more than just a product or service. It should stand for a mission that resonates with people on an emotional level. 2, develop a compelling narrative. Your story is your strongest marketing tool, and make sure that every interaction, whether it's speech or social media post or face-to-face meeting, reinforces your brand's core message. Number 3, align your actions with your mission. Don't just talk about your purpose, demonstrate it, and ensure that your business decisions and partnerships and messaging consistently reflect your core values. And number 4, engage your audience authentically. Create genuine connections with your customer. Listen to their needs. Tell stories that inspire and build a brand that people want to be a part of. Speaking of stories, I'd like to leave you with this particular story. A salesman walked into a town determined to sell shoes. However, despite his best efforts, not a single pair was sold. Day after day, he watched as people walked by barefoot, completely uninterested in his products. As time passed, his financial situation worsened, and his funds was running out, and he had nothing to show for his efforts. One day, while sitting outside his small shop in despair, the town's hardware owner approached him and asked, "What are these things you call shoes?" At his wit's end, the salesman, overcome with emotion, began to cry. And as tears rolled down his face, he shared a deeply personal story. He told the store owner about how, as a child, he suffered from a rare disease that made his feet incredibly tender. Walking outside and even on freshly cut grass caused painful blisters. One day, tired of missing out as a child, he took pieces of an old leather jacket, wrapped it around his feet, and tied them in place with rope. From that moment on, he vowed to make sure that every child had a proper pair of shoes. The store owner, moved by his story, wept alongside of him. And then the salesman noticed something he had previously overlooked. The store owner was blind. The store owner explained, "My father founded this town because we all suffer from a rare disease that causes blindness by the age of 2 or 3. We've never seen shoes on. We've never understood their purpose." Feeling a deep sense of empathy, the store owner called together the townspeople, and that very day, everyone in the town bought a pair of shoes, not because they can see them, but because they felt the story of the salesman. They connected to it. The moral of the story is, your story is what sells people, not the product. The product is simply solving the problem that they never knew they had. If people connect with your why, they will invest in your what. Words shape pictures for those who were never in the frame, and a great brand personalizes its story so that others can see themselves in it. Here's a final task for you. I want you to think about the most difficult time in your life. I want you to think about the details and who was involved, and more importantly, what 3 lessons did you learn? For example, did you try to fix a problem at work, but they were rejected? Did you take it home and you built whatever the solution was and now you're selling it? That rejection becomes a part of your story. It aligns with your purpose and your story so that you will be able to communicate to people and they will be able to see themselves in you. If you follow the actions in this presentation, you are actually ready to create your authentic, original, and unique brand. You are on your way to create a brand that will speak to the soul of your customers. You now have what I would call a purpose-driven brand. With that said, thanks for listening. My name is Delano A. Johnson, president of FraserNet, the CEO of Creativity, better known as the Master Brand Architect. And until next time, see you soon.
Leaders Live Generously Summit. How are you doing? My name is Dr. Josias Jean-Pierre, and first and foremost, I want to give all the honor and glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is the head of my life, the driver's seat of my life. Without him, there wouldn't be me. And literally without him, the impact that's being made nationally and internationally would never happen. I always tell people all the time, when you put God in the driver's seat of your life, things that you think are out of place already is really falling into place. And without God, it wouldn't be me. And today, I want to talk to you guys about how do you stand when it feels like you can't stand no more? How do you keep on pressing when it feels like you are being pressed upon? And how do you endure a race when it seems like you are last in place? And the Bible says the last shall be first and the first shall be last. And I want you to understand, Live Generously Summit, that you are born on purpose and for a purpose and with a purpose. If there's anything I can help you with, is understanding that, see, God spoke everything into existence, but when it came to mankind, he got his hands dirty. God spoke everything to the existence. In Genesis, you'll see that he spoke everything to existence. But when he came to mankind, he got his hands dirty because of the fact that we are created in his image. And God had to take time to put us together because we are not accidents. It takes time. So he had to take time to put us together because we're a reflection of his creation. The breath that we breathe out of the breath that we breathe, it is his breath in our lungs. So that's when we pour out our praise. I want you to know and understand that every mess of your life, there's a powerful message behind it. And every test of your life, there's a powerful testimony behind it. And every misery of your life, there is a powerful ministry behind it. What are you saying, doctor? What I'm telling you is all things work together for the good. See, the reason why I'm so excited is because we are living in a time right now where people don't understand, know where to go. People are trying to figure out, how can I have hope when it feels like there's no hope around? How do I keep on going when it feels like I can't keep on going? See, and I want you to know and understand, Live Leaders Generously Summit is understand that what you're made of. Understand what you're created to do. Understand what you're designed to be. Understand that you're born on purpose, for a purpose, and with a purpose. See, I haven't always been Dr. Josias Jean-Pierre. I haven't been always an individual who's been impactful, who's been driving around and bringing messages of hope and restoration to organizations, communities, and may have been having impact in schools and government agencies. But I've always been the person who's so anchored in God. I grew up with a big setback. I'm just glad I don't look like what I've been through. I grew up with a big setback. And the setback that I grew up with was epilepsy. You can't tell by looking at me that I had a learning disability. I had epilepsy. I stuttered a lot. I was in an IEP, special education. In my first 13 years of my life, I was in and out of the hospital bed. Educators, teachers, peers will say, hey, you need to give up on you. Give up on your hopes, of your goals, and your dreams to become this impactful speaker and author. It'll never happen for you. The Bible says, without vision, people will perish. And I just kept on believing. At the same time, I grew up with a deep wound of a father wound. And my father at the age of 5 said, never call me dad. I am not your dad. Call me pastor. In my first 23 years of my life, from 5 to 28 years old, I walked with life with identity crisis, trying to figure out who is Josiah's Jean-Pierre. What am I called to do? I see visions, I see dreams, I see all the aspirations being made. I saw the vision happening. But in the process of the vision taking place, I still question who was Josiah's. And some of you might be going through life struggles and life hurdles where you ask yourself, who am I? God, what is this? What are you trying to show me? What are you telling me? See, because of the big father wound, I tried to figure out who I was. Hurting people hurt people. I was just an individual with IEP, an individual who grew up who had a father wound. My daddy was in the home. And just because you're in the home does not mean you're at home. My father was in the home, but he was never active in the home. My mother was my mother. My mother was my father. And I say this to say this because having an active father is different than having a father in the home who was inactive. And when he told me, never call me, I'm not your dad, I was looking for a father's love. Hurt people hurt people. I didn't understand how to keep relationships because I was broken. I was trying to figure out how can I endure this very thing that seems like I can't endure any longer. You're looking at a 3 times suicide attempt survivor. I battled depression. Man, society in the world tells men, you can't speak up, be quiet, men don't cry. And because I didn't have a father in the home, and because I didn't have an active father, I tried to figure out who am I as a boy? What does it mean to become a boy? What does it mean to become a man? So what happened, I look at society, and what society said manhood was, because there wasn't an example of manhood in the home. And so I started hurting other people, and I didn't know how to say I need help because society has said you can't ask for help. I didn't know how to be effective and authentic Josiah because I didn't know who I was. I was going to church, but I was never the church. And when the church starts looking like the world, it starts smelling like the world, then at that point I said, what's the point of going to church? Then I realized the church is also a hospital for the sick, and everybody is sick in some way, form, or fashion. But even in the midst of the sickness, God can still breathe healing. God can still breathe change. God can still breathe transformation. God can still breathe what you think he cannot breathe. And at 28 years old, my pastor preached his Father's Day message. My pastor said, some of you need to go back to your fathers because you deserve to heal. Your legacy deserves a healed version of you. And if you can't heal, you will never become fully the person you're created to be. So I went back home and I went to my father on Father's Day and I looked at him and I said, hey, I forgive you for the years of you beating my mother for 14 years. I forgive you for you telling me never call you dad, you're not my dad, to call you pastor. I forgive you. And while I was forgiving, tears were flowing down my eyes. Tears could not stop flowing. It kept on flowing down my eyes over and over and over again. That a mother's hug could not stop the pain that I was holding onto for a long time. That a mother's hug could not stop the tears that was flowing down out of my eyes. But the moment where I let everything go, I embraced my father with a hug, and everything felt released. I felt free. The Bible says that the redeemed of the Lord say so, and I felt redeemed because of what was going on, and because of what I was carrying, and because of what I was feeling. It felt free. I became free, and I felt free, and I started realizing the very things that was happening in my life after I forgave what I needed to forgive for elevation. Things are falling right into place. You know, you look at depression, the word you have is called depression, but when you change the word around, what you have is I pressed on. And what I realized in that moment was that even though I was battling with depression, I attempted suicide 3 different times. I felt inadequate of life. I didn't feel like I had anything in me. God was stirring something in the inside for impact. God was stirring something inside for greatness. God was stirring something in the inside for a powerful message to happen, because now the same individual who had a father wound, who faced depression, the same individual who said, I can't do it anymore, I can't endure the stress anymore, I want to go ahead and call it all out. God said, it's not your time yet. The message of depression is now becoming a message of transformation nationwide. I told you I had a vision of becoming this national speaker and this national author, and God was showing me as a youth the stages that I was going to touch, the stages I was going to impact, the lives I was going to transform just at 13 years old. And when folks ask me, Josiah, what is it that you want to be when you get older? I said, I'm about to become a motivational speaker. I'm about to become an author. I'm about to become the voice for my generation. And in 2025, I want you to understand and know that I am a national and international award-winning author and motivational speaker. I was named as one of the top 40 speakers shaping the future in the Voice of Change magazine with Les Brown. I was named as one of the top 10 inspirational African Americans of 2021. I was featured in Forbes 40 under 40, Business Elite 40 under 40, Forbes 30 under 30, LA Wire 30 under 30. You guys, only at 32 years old. God has been transforming and turning my mess into messages, tests into testimonies, and mysteries into ministries. Now, the tools I want to give you on how to elevate and grow when it feels like you can't no more is a word called faith. The acronym I made for faith is fully activated in the heavens. You know, the song says we came from heaven to earth to show the way, from the earth to the cross, my debt to pay, from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Faith requires you to believe what you can't see. Faith requires you to believe what you can't see. What do you mean, doctor? What I'm saying is, if you're going to be fully activated in the heavens, your spiritual side has to be fully connected with God. I never said religion, I said spiritual. Your spirit has to be connected to God. Holy Spirit, you are welcome here. But how can your spiritual side be connected to God if you're never spending time with God? Leaders Live Generously Summit. The first thing I want you to do and understand is, if you want to endure a race that seems like it's hard to win, take yourself out the driver's seat and put God in the driver's seat. Decrease so he can have the increase. When David beat Goliath, David was never trained for war. He was never equipped for war. He wasn't a Mayweather in the battlefield, but he fought a fight that in the physical lens you might say you about to get beat up. In the physical lens you might say this can't happen. In the physical lens you might say it is hard for David to beat this giant Philistine. But the difference is, even the Goliath depended on his physical strength. But David came into the battle knowing that God will fight his battles on his behalf. What am I saying? When you put God in the driver's seat of your life, the battle that you thought you'll never win, you'll start having an overcoming message, a transforming message, because God was the one fighting your battles. This is how I fight my battles. Understand the battles of your life It's not your battle to fight. Enduring requires you to run. Even when you feel you can't run no more. But enduring in the faith requires you to press in prayer. You know, a lot of things happen through fasting and prayer. If you want to see God at full work, start fasting and praying. If you want to see God doing his best work, start decreasing yourself and say, God, break my heart for whatever break yours is. Show me what needs to be done so you can have the elevation. Not long ago, I was talking to Dr. Anthony, and I told him that, hey, the message you see of Dr. Josias Jean-Pierre being national, international, this was all word of mouth and God being in the driver's seat. I don't have a big following. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have 1 million followers. I don't have a TikTok. But the message has landed in Africa, but I've never been in Africa. I was named as one of 100 iconic personalities of the year, to where I got appointed as a council member out of South Africa, but I've never been in South Africa. I was named as author of the year out of Durban, South Africa. I blessed the cover magazine of Selena Celebrity Magazine out of Nigeria. I blessed the cover magazine out of Canada. I'm saying it to say this, that when God brings something in you and speaks something to you inside of you, in due time, he will go ahead and do and elevate you in places and do things you never thought that it was even possible to do, because what is impossible to man is possible to God. And if you want to endure this thing in life, if you want to go ahead and walk to the very best version of you, you have to realize when you endure the struggle with God, God will elevate you in ways you never thought you could be elevated before. Your name will be mentioned in a room you never thought it would ever be mentioned. And I want you to understand and know that there was somebody who was connected to your yes. There was somebody who's connected to your struggle. There was somebody who's connected to your mess. There was somebody who was connected to your testimony. It is your testimony that will transform lives to people who are connected to you or who will be connected to you. It is your testimony that gives hope to others to endure a race that they never thought that they could endure. It is your testimony that will give others the desire to keep on fighting a fight that they never thought they could win. It is your testimony that will give others strength to overcome. The Bible says we are overcomers by the blood of the Lamb, by the word of our testimony, because there is strength when it comes to our testimony. There is power behind our testimony. There is a powerful message behind our testimony, and your testimony is what can save somebody's life. Not just enduring the struggle, but how do you endure when it seems like you can't endure no more? And then the second part I want you to understand is not just only make sure you're fully activated in the heavens, but I want you to understand that the most dangerous weapon that we have as human beings is not a firearm, it's our tongue. There was life and death in the power of the tongue. There's life and death in the power of the tongue. So if you want to know how to endure and how to stand, change what you're speaking about yourself. What are you telling you every single day? What are you downloading to your life every single day? What messages are you listening to every single day? And if you overcloud your mind with negative messages, it's going to be hard to hear the clarity of God's voice. When you form your life with message negativity, it's going to be hard for you to believe what God says about you. It's going to be hard for you to believe that God is saying this about you when all you have spoken over your life has been destruction and garbage. There is life and death in the power of the tongue, and those who eat it will bear its fruits. What are you consuming with your words? What are you listening to? What are you believing? What are you striving for? A lot of times the reason why we can never lead generously is because we have spoken things that we should have been spoken over our life. Words are prophecies for tomorrow. And if you're not careful with what you're speaking over your life, you'll find yourself eating the fruit, because in due time you will reap what you have sown. So if you have sown garbage into your life, it's going to impact you in the reaping season of what you have been sown into your life. Understand that your words is the most dangerous weapon that we have as human beings. If you're not careful with what you're speaking, it'll be hard to lead generously. It'll be hard to lead generously. And because God is a God of creation, and because God is a masterpiece of creation, and because we are a reflection of who He is, it is best to say, God, what do you say about me? Start downloading in your life who God says that you are, and not what the world says that you are. Start downloading into your life what God says about you, not what the world says about you. Because the world can't see what God can't see. The world can't see what God could see. The world can't see the best is yet to come. But what God was telling you, your best is yet to come. Being fully activated in the heavens is your spiritualness. Changing your words, you can change your world. Talk about stepping into leading. Leading requires us to speak a different language. Leading requires us to lead a different language. And the reason why we got to change our words so we can change our world, because if you don't change what you're speaking, you're going to start manifesting the things, the very thing you've been speaking over your life. And if we're going to lead by example, and we're called to be different, we're called to lead different. True leaders lead from a place of authenticity. And if we cannot be authentic, we can't lead. How do you stand when you feel like you can't keep on standing? What you speak will impact how much you stand. What you speak over your life will determine how much you fight. What you speak over your life will determine how much you endure. What you speak over your life will determine how generous your leadership skills are. Leaders live generously. There's a reason why the name is called Leaders Live Generously. Because if you don't come from a place of generosity, you can't lead effectively. If you don't come from a place of generosity, you cannot grow effectively. If you don't come from a place of generosity, then your fruit of your labor is now in vain. Vain leadership causes destructions. You can't be authentic if you're moving in vain. Dr. Josiah, you don't understand what I've been through. Dr. Josiah, you don't understand my hurt, my struggles, my upbringing. Dr. Josiah, you don't understand what happened in my life. Dr. Josiah, listen, baby girl, listen, baby boy, listen, sir, listen, ma'am, I understand. I may not understand, but one thing I do understand is that God can still use the very thing that you thought was worthless, and God can show you how it was worth it. God had to use my depression and turn it around to a powerful message. So now I mentor young men, I mentor men, I mentor youth, I mentor organizations, I speak to organizations effectively on how to lead effectively. I mentor young men on how to turn their pain into purpose. I mentor young youth to understand that they're not an accident. I understand, I may not understand, but the question I have for you is, if you know how it tastes like, why are you going to repeat it? Well, Dr. Josiah, you don't understand what happened in my life. I may not understand what happened in your life, but I do understand this. It's not about what happens. It's about how do you respond to what happened? I know what it's like to have a father wound. I had to do the work for myself, so I don't have to repeat what my father did. So when I have kids, and my kids, they have a present father, because I know how it tastes like to have an active father. I create space for our young men and our young boys to talk about the very thing they go through, because I know how depression feels like. I know how it tastes like. I know how it's like to not have a voice. So therefore, I have to do something to make sure that people coming after me have a space where they could go ahead and be authentic about their hurt, about their pain. Because at the end of the day, you eat what you bear. Be careful what you consume over your life. Be careful what you're prophesying over your life. Just because something happened to you, it does not mean you have to carry it forward to your next generation, to the next seed. Listen, life always has giants. But the acronym I made for giants is called God is always navigating the storms. God is always navigating the storms. So my question for you, Leaders Live Generally Summit, those who are in this conference and those who are watching this summit and those who are hearing my voice right now, my question for you is, what storms are you navigating without putting God in the driver's seat? A lot of times we want to be in the driver's seat. We want to be in the driver's seat and get mad at God for the results of what's going on with the battles that you're currently in. You can't get mad at God when God's not even thought of in the process. Don't be mad at God when you don't put God in the driver's seat of your life. Don't be mad at God when you don't even think about God only when the storms come in your life. Watch this. God, if you have a relationship with God, He should be in your everyday conversations. What do you mean? Leaders Live Generously Summit is not just in the physical. It's also in the spiritual. Me dying to self so God can have an increase is going to require me to be effective in His word and to digest His word, and so He could go ahead and do what He needs to do in me, so the work He do in me can manifest through me, so other people could see God for themselves. If you want to lead generously, you have to live out of generosity. If you want to lead in a place of transformation, you have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I gotta do better. A lot of people want the glory, but they want to have a story. Who would have thought that I will become this powerful, iconic individual who was told he would never make it, to give up, who had a deep father wound, who battled depression, attempted suicide 3 different times, who was counted out, who was told he will never become anything. But greater is He that is in me than he that is in the world. And who would have thought that today I will be the transformational speaker, award-winning national and international speaker and more, and author? Who would have thought that today the very thing that people say will never become anything has turned around for the good? Last thing with this Leaders Live Generously Summit, I want you to know and understand. When you breathe in with me. That's purpose. Breathe out. That's potential. Breathe in. That's purpose. Breathe out. That's potential. And you have the potential to change the narratives of your life. You have the potential to change for your legacy. You have the potential to change for your community. You have the potential to lead from a place of generosity. But in order to be effective in generosity leadership, it's going to require you to die to some things so you can go ahead and elevate and grow to become effective in your leadership skills. Without an effective leader, you can't have an effective community. Without an effective leadership, you can't have effective change. Without effective individualism, you can't have effective generosity. Without effectiveness, you cannot come from a place of true leadership. Leaders Live Generously Summit. Understand and know there are people who are watching you every single day, and then they're learning from you every single day. And just because you don't know who's watching does not mean nobody is watching. Leaders live from a place of genuineness. Leaders live and lead from a place of authenticness, and leaders live from a place that is uncompromisable. Woo. If you want to live generously and lead generously, you have to be able to say, I'm going to be uncompromisable with my morals, my faith, my values, and who God created me to be. Leaders are not meant to be liked. Every leader was hated. And when you become authentic for who you are, and your faith is unwavering, and your faith is not wavering to the left or to the right, at the end of the day, the government is on God's shoulders, and his people, that we, his sons and daughters, and his people in this world are called to become effective in a place where there's no effectiveness. But in order for that to happen, we have to be able to change our mind and say, I refuse to be compromised in places and areas that I cannot compromise. I refuse to have a great area. I refuse to look at this lukewarm, because if you're lukewarm, God will spit you out. See, the Bible says in Romans 12:2, do not be conformed to the pattern of this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of thy mind, which means that you have to die to self every single day and say, God, give me a new mind, give me a new heart, clean in me the very things that are dirty inside of me, clean in me and take anything away that's not a part of you, because I want to be able to be effective. Let me be your hands, let me be your feet, let me go ahead and step into the very things that you have for me. But in order for that to happen, you have to make a decision to say, I refuse to be compromisable. I refuse to compromise who I am. I refuse to compromise where I stand, my opposition. I refuse, because at the end of the day, there's no lukewarm in the kingdom. And the Bible says he will spit you out. That's why the Bible says you can raise the dead, cast out demons, and heal the sick, but also depart away from me. I never knew you, because your heart is far from me. Do not be this individual who put God's name on the things that you do, but yet your actions don't represent who you're connected to. Do the seeds of your life represent that God is connected to you? Do the fruits of your labor represent God is connected to you? Listen, in order to be effective, in order to grow, in order to lead, in order to come to a place to say, God, it's you, is your faith strong enough that when the wind and the storms come, you can still stand? Is your faith strong enough that when the attacks do come, you can still press in? We talk about being fully activated in the heavens, changing your words to change your world. We talked about changing your words to change your world. We talked about not being compromised and having an uncompromisable faith. That's something you cannot be able to left or to the right. So when the boat gets rocky and is tilting to the left, to the right, you can still stand. But the last thing I want to talk about, we're talking about faith, changing your words, you can change your world. We talk about being compromised. If we want to lead from a place of generosity, we have to get to a place of submission to God's leadership. Lead, live, and generous. The driver's seat has to be God. Live generously, Summit. Generosity comes from God. If you want to live in your full potential, it's going to require for you to put God in every aspect of your life. It's going to require you to place God in every aspect of your life. Last thing I want you to talk about is this. If you want to lead and live in a place of generosity, understand it's going to require you to not just be unmovable and unshakable, but for you to be okay when people remove out of your life.
How many of you believe that you were built for more? I know I believe that I'm built for far much more than where I am today. But sometimes life comes around, it may feel like it's beating you up a little bit, and you allow the now to be a predictor of your future. What you're experiencing now is really just a reflection of the past decisions, circumstances, things that have just happened and showed up in your life. And this is the result of it. But the one thing that's so amazing is that we can learn from the now, put on our strategic lens, and determine that we are going to future-proof our business and our lives by making improved decisions, positioning ourselves for opportunity, looking for ways to build rather than implode, to find a reason to celebrate rather than feeling despondent or sorry for ourselves. So today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we can believe and activate that belief system that we are built for more, and using the R3 code to break through barriers and build legacy. I'm Luana Bradford, and I have spent the last 30 plus years as a serial entrepreneur assessing the landscapes of businesses, small business, corporations, navigating and helping them to position to remain relevant in changing markets. And in doing so, that gave me, I would say, a little bit of a strategic advantage when it came to my life. But even though I had the knowledge and the skills in which to do all of the right things, right, and assessing the environment, life happens. And the humanity in me came to the surface. And I found myself, like maybe some of you, when life is happening, you're hit with a wave of fear. But what I realized is we can have all the desire and the intention that we want, but if we don't align that with strategic action and application, we're going to find ourselves spinning and spinning and spinning, maybe coming out for a minute, a little bit, and then finding ourselves back in the same situation again and again. It's like, what lesson have I not learned? So this conference here, Leaders Living Generously, in order to live generously, right, and live in abundance, I have to first believe that that abundance and generous life is intended for me. I love what Chris Salem often said. He said, you want to make sure that you give without expectation and receive without resistance. Often we place ourselves in a seat of resisting, right? We're pushing back because we're taught and we really believe it's better to give than to receive. And think about what that does to you psychologically. Think about how your actions start to line up with that you become your own roadblock and barrier to the opportunities that are around you. Well, today, look around. There is a lot of confusion and chaos abounding. Here in the U.S., people are losing jobs left and right. Major corporations are cutting staff, the fear of AI, political unrest, rising cost of living, concerns about healthcare. The list goes on. And then the trickle down effect, what that does to individuals in business, whether you're self-employed or in the C-suite of a major corporation, you're trying to figure out all of these moving pieces that are moving faster than ever before, almost like popcorn in a microwave. You just pop, 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 pop. Every time you turn around, there's more and more happening. And you're wondering, how do I get control of this? How do I insulate myself from everything that is coming at me from the left and the right? Well, we know we don't want to be in the fear seat, right? We don't want to have the ostrich syndrome in a state of denial. We don't want to be running around frenetically infected with the CLS. And we don't want to be petrified and frozen with the inability to move, the inability to make a decision. We want clarity of thought. And that's what I come to you with today is the R3 code. See, the R3 system is a code that is designed to help you to remain relevant in changing environments. It is a change navigation system. We've got the GPS. This is a change navigation system, and it's designed just for that. And I came up with it during the 2007-2008 mortgage crisis. I have two businesses. One is on the business consulting side of the house, and the other is a commercial investment mortgage company. Well, before we were in the commercial and mortgage space, we were in the residential mortgage space. And any of you who were around in 2007, 2008, you know we had a crisis on our hands. I didn't know how we were even going to survive. Banks were closing to the left and right of us. Brokers, as we were brokers, were hanging up their hats saying, I'm done. Residents were turning the keys back in to their lenders. We call them jingle letters because they said, I can't pay this mortgage anymore. But I knew, see, this is the thing, when you have clarity in what your purpose is, I knew we were meant to be in the mortgage space. And I started to question when everything's happening. I'm thinking, maybe I kind of missed the purpose mark here. And I said, well, if we were meant to stay here, then I need to know how I navigate these waves of change, because the waves are coming. The tsunami episodes are coming, right? How do we learn how to not only tread water, but learn how to ride the crest of the wave or stay in front of the wave? But the last thing we want, the last thing you want, is to be overtaken by the wave. How do we do that? Well, that's where the R3 comes in. It's understanding the concepts of refocus, reframe, and reconnect. Now, I'm going to get back to that formula of success. But I want to tell you a little bit more about my story. So as I mentioned, we have this mortgage crisis, and we had 13 employees, which I was trying to hold on to. It's like, I don't want to let them go. We're going to find a way to make ends meet, to keep everyone gainfully employed while the world is just in a state of unknown, uncertainty, kind of like we are in today, right? And I did what you should never do. I robbed from my future to take care of the now. I took my retirement and I said, I can start helping to offset the expenses of the business. Well, eventually, because things weren't getting any better out in the marketplace, I had to let them all go anyway. So not only did I have to let my employees go, but unfortunately, that healthy retirement was down to $7,800. Now what do I do? Well, things got even worse for me. And some of you may be in that situation now. Perhaps you've lost a job. Maybe you've lost a major government contract. Stakeholder relations are not as strong as they want. Maybe a partner is making an exit. Maybe your customers are really dissatisfied, or that product isn't what you didn't land the way you wanted it to land. There's a lot going on. And back then it was no different. And so I had to go to my mother and father. And many of you may have heard this story before. And there was no shame in my game. I needed help. I wanted to make sure I kept a roof over my head. And how was I going to do that? I already told you all of my means I had basically liquidated. And so my parents came in and they said, we will take care of you. We will make sure that you have that roof over your head. You're going to have that food in your belly. Your lights are going to stay on. My father was very clear. He said, I know you've got this business and you're trying to keep it afloat, but that's going to be on you. Don't expect us to come and save that. We want to make sure you, the person, our daughter, is okay. And that's a good feeling, right? When you know you have something, a safety net. But often, many don't have that safety net. And things start to spiral even more. I ended up getting sued by Chase Bank because back then banks were calling notes due. It didn't matter how great you were, how well you were in your payments, how long your history had been. They were in a state of crisis too. So they started calling things due. And I'm like, okay, this is not a good situation. I go to mom and dad again, and they were like, what did you not understand about what we told you? And then this is what's so great. And I want you to lean in. Coaches, mentors, consultants, there are going to be resources and guides that are placed around you during those critical, pivotal moments in your life and in your business. But the thing is, you have a choice whether you're going to lean in and listen or try to allow your pride to block them out and do things on your own. Well, my mom didn't raise a fool, so I'm like, okay, I need to find someone who's been here and can kind of help me navigate this water, because this lawsuit is no joke. And a good friend of mine had gone through something similar, not quite the same, but similar. And he told me, I can show you what you need to do to represent yourself in court. Okay. And we went through everything, and I practiced, and I was able to represent myself comfortably in court against Chase Bank. And I'm happy to say I won. I won because I had the belief that I was built for more. I had the belief that even when the giant was facing before me, just like David and Goliath, I believed that I had the right rock in my slingshot to take that giant down. And I want you to know that the R3 code is the right rock in your strategic slingshot to help you bring any giants around you down and to create an environment that insulates you so that you can maximize your opportunities for success. And I began to sit and think about just life and looking at things in patterns, because as a strategist, we tend to look at the pieces, we look at the puzzle, we look at the moves. And I realized that in all of these situations, there were opportunities. There were moves that I could make, some that were more to my advantage than others. And that's when I began to think about what each move meant. And that's the birth of the R3 system, which I want to share with you today. And I want you to lean in, because if you haven't gone through challenges in your business, you will. If you're going through challenges now, don't worry. Because the R3 system is a strategic code. It's a proprietary code that I developed that is designed to help insulate you during times of radical change. See, disruption is not something that may happen again. It will happen again. We're in a society of disruption. That's the course that we're on. And if we know that, the question is, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to position yourself to remain relevant during disruptions, during cycles of change? The first R is refocus. Refocus is not a mindset piece. Often people confuse that and say, Luana, that must be all about mindset. It's not. It has everything to do with being situationally aware of your environment, aware of all the pieces at play in your environment. So when we think about the business landscape, you're thinking about your products, your pricing, your position, the market you sit in, the industry leaders, your customer, your supplier relations, your stakeholder relations, your partnerships, your financial backing, the infrastructure it sits on, the technology. You're looking at all of this and you're assessing where things may be strong, where things may be weak, how things interface with one another, what things are driving other factors. You're becoming very aware. That's the refocus part. And I want to really emphasize this. Some people think, oh, refocus, reframe, reconnect. That sounds so simple and so easy. Fundamentally, logically, we think, I got that. But it takes someone who knows the art of navigation to help you understand how to artfully and strategically navigate and build insulating pockets around your business and its operation. It's like saying, I can do this, right? Hand me the keys to the car. I've seen someone drive a car before. I got it. Put the ignition in the key in the ignition, or if it doesn't need a key, it come, hit the ignition, right? And the car starts. and I just drive. And I've never driven before. Would you do that? Probably not. Why? Because there's rules of the road that you need to know. We want to avoid that because, again, all these uncontrollable variables and things are happening to us and around us. How do we rise up above that, beyond that? The second R is reframe. So you are the architect of your life, of your business. And you have to be able to put on, again, as I mentioned before, your strategic lens. In today's marketplace, you have to have strategic foresight in how you do business. See, I have years, as I said, working as a serial entrepreneur, working as a dualpreneur, working in multiple industries for many corporations, government agencies, as a strategist, as a financial analyst, understanding the nuances of business, the uncontrollable variables and what needs to be put in place. But I realize that in business, there's always those opportunities to reinvent, reimagine, recreate. When you're doing that, you're helping to future-proof your business. So that's the reframing lane, is reimagining how you want your life, how you want your business to look, to run, and designing it in detail, crystallize it from your price point to the avatar of your clients, to the markets you operate in. Be so clear. And if you realize that you have this lane that you designed, you also realize that no one competes in your lane but you, because you designed it. It's your game. It's your lane. You created the rules. And as George Fraser says, Dr. George Fraser, if something or someone is in your lane that you don't want there, then you bless and release them. Now, the third R is reconnect. And that is the most challenging thing for so many people, because once you've understood all the pieces and the nuances of them and how they drive and impact one another, and you've redesigned your lane, now you have to come in with a mindset and with a belief to dust yourself off, to look at challenges in the face and be willing to defy the odds, find the opportunity in the chaos, and be willing to translate those stumbling blocks into stepping stones and step back into the game that you designed and be determined to win. That's the R3 system. So again, looking at things systematically in the ecosystem of your business, the blueprint, redesigning what it's going to look like, the reimagined world of your business. And then finally, the mindset and the people and the buy-in and the values and everything that constitutes the heartbeat that's needed to move that business forward. Well, again, as I mentioned, it's not as simple as driving a car. And if I may, I want to give you a very quick example of what the R3 system in action looks like. Now, how many of you have heard about Disney? Everyone knows Disney, right? Mickey, Minnie? Yes. The amazing thing about Disney is Disney went through iterative processes of change because life happened. And Walt Disney and then post-Walt advisors were able to identify trends and position themselves to take advantage of the trends and in times be trendsetters and trailblazers. Disney is 102 years old. It was founded in 1923. It's an animation film company. Well, Mickey didn't come onto the scenes in 1927. And then the first full-length animation film, Snow White, which we've all heard of in The Seven Dwarfs, didn't come on board until 1937. Almost 10 years later. And sometimes as we're building our legacy, it may take time. So don't get frustrated in the process. Trust the process. But that unexpected thing called World War II happened. And suddenly Disney finds itself not in demand anymore. People didn't want to go and watch animation films. They were concerned about the war effort and our men and women who were abroad. And so what did Disney do? Again, a situation that they could not control. They said, well, we do film. So let's go and propose to the government that we can do training films and we can do propaganda films supporting the war efforts. Those propaganda films were the way that the masses received their news about what was going on, right? So when you think about our mass media today, that didn't exist back then. So this was an innovative way that Disney was able to position themselves. So my question to you, are you looking around at innovation that you can step into to tailor your business in a unique way that creates a demand that was not yet there? Now let's go on with the story. So World War II is over. Now what is Disney going to do? Well, Walt had an idea that he wanted to bring joy back into the community. And so he created Disney World. And the world of entertainment has never been the same. He did something so bold and so big. And sometimes in order to be built for more, you have to want more and do more and go bold, big, and beautiful colors unapologetically and just show up and expect the best. Well, the rest is history, right? But then in 1982, Walt Disney didn't live to see this, but he had already futurescaped Disney World and Epcot. And the amazing thing about this is how advanced in his thinking he was, how forward thinking he was in globalization, in protecting our green space, preserving our beautiful planet, cultural inclusivity, diversity. That's all the part of Epcot. And then we entered into the digital age. And what did Disney do? Disney began to partner. So sometimes you think, I want to do this all by myself. No, look for those strategic partners. Leverage the resources around you. So they partnered with Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm, Star Wars, all together. Now look at the power of that unity when we're looking at entertainment. Now, did Disney stop there? No, they didn't. In 2019, they founded Disney Plus, a streaming platform that has all of those components that I mentioned, Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilms, and National Geographics. Again, leading the charge when it comes to touching multiple generations now. So Disney going from the traditional animation to touching multiple generations. Now, the one thing I want to tell you is you can do this too, because when World War II came, Disney was still considered a small business, but it didn't let the war effort thwart its efforts. It didn't allow the war effort to interrupt the vision. They just had to reimagine it. And now today, as we're in the AI age, Disney is still out there leading with its robotics and its theme parks, increasing and improving the interactive experience with artificial reality and much, much more. I want to encourage you, wherever you are in your business lane, to think about how you, in spite of change, can reposition yourself to remain relevant by applying the core principles of the R3: refocus, reframe, and reconnect. Thank you so much for just your time during this amazing conference. I want to offer you a special gift. If you go to my website, lawanabradford.com, and click on consultation session, you can schedule a free 20-minute consult with me. And you would be amazed at what we can get done in 20 minutes. And we're going to challenge you to think creatively and innovatively, to be ready to future-proof your business so that you can not only believe that you were built for more, that you can live it in living color, a more powerful, impactful, influential life. Because the point is all about breaking those barriers, breaking through those limits, and building legacy. Thank you so very much. I'm Luana Bradford, and just remember that in life and in business, when your vision intersects with opportunity, success is inevitable. Be safe and be well.
If you are here today and within the sound of my voice, it is highly likely that you are a part of a community of believers called not just to salvation, but to abundance, purpose, and impact. The truth is simple. God is not limited, and neither is his desire to prosper you. The question that I have for you today is, are you ready to be a millionaire? Most people focus only on the mechanics of money, the investment strategies, the side hustle, but they completely ignore the emotional infrastructure required to attract, handle, and sustain millions. A cracked vase cannot hold a flood of blessings. You cannot expect a limitless future if you are operating with the limitations of yesterday's pain. My challenge for you today is simple. Before we talk about dollars, we must talk about the discipleship of the mind. We must talk about the healing, the emotional injuries that fuel those negative thoughts, disruptive emotions, and poor choices. Over the next 20 minutes, let's unlock the spiritual and emotional discipline, the emotional hygiene that will allow your vessel to be strong enough, clean enough, and large enough to receive the millions God is ready to send. My name is Shelly Fan, and I am a licensed psychotherapist, best-selling author, and transformational speaker. I am currently involved in advanced research in the area of clinical sexology as a doctoral candidate. I am the CEO and owner of Ask Shelly Consulting, where we empower individuals around the world to literally live in their smiles. I am an ordained minister with an assignment on today, and that is to highlight the importance of managing your mental health to remove all blockages to attracting wealth. The title of your message, uniquely crafted for you, is Saved and Paid, the emotional hygiene required for millions. Are you ready? Let us talk about 3 points to ponder as we position ourselves to receive beyond what we imagined in our finances, starting with number 1. What comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire? What comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire? The other day I was at the airport, frustrated per usual, because there was a woman that was holding up the security line. So for those of you who travel, you know that to get past the security point, you have to go into this machine. You have to stand in a very prescribed way, structured way, in order to effectively scan your body so you can move to the other side of the security point. Most of the security points will have you stand with your feet shoulder width apart and arms straight up in the air. And so this woman goes into the machine, that same area, that apparatus that I'm explaining, and she just puts her arms out and puts her heads up and puts her head up. And the security officers are like, ma'am, please look at the picture and put your arms up over your head. She looks at the picture and does it all over again. Puts her head back, arms out. The gentleman says it again. Ma'am, please look at the picture. Arms up over your head. Everybody else is frustrated. And I realized what was happening. It was a mind-body disconnection. She was looking at the picture. She actually thought her body was doing what the picture reflected, but there was a disconnection. And as a retired dancer, I know the importance of mind-body connection. So many of us walk around completely disconnected from our thoughts, completely disconnected from our feelings. And that keeps us walking outside of our entitled position of dominance in life. So I ask again, what comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire? Thoughts charge our emotions, and our emotions influence how we choose and how we show up. Let me say that again. Thoughts charge, they fuel our emotions, and our emotions influence how we choose and how we show up. And although each and every one of us represent different cultures, different upbringings, different socioeconomic statuses, and know that this is true for every human being. What comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire? What thoughts, what emotions, and what images, what do you see? That, my brothers and sisters, is where the healing begins as it relates to attracting wealth. In the over 25 years of working with God's people, I have observed that what comes up for individuals when they first hear the word millionaire exposes their blockages. For many, that word millionaire causes fear. For others, a blur, meaning an inability to truly see it for themselves. For others, limited thoughts surface. For some, excitement absent of a strategic plan. Some see it as money, which is also problematic because wealth is so much more than money. When I started on this entrepreneurial journey, when I heard the word millionaire, I would immediately see a white Caucasian male. My primary thoughts were, I just want to do the work of God. I don't need all that. I just want to be comfortable. And what that did to me was limit me. Can you imagine being at the checkout line and the cashier tells you that the items you selected, ma'am, or the items you selected, sir, is buy one, get two free? How many of you would say, wait one heavenly minute, I will be right back and go get what you are entitled to? I know I would. This is a season where we just have to upgrade our software. All of us are a byproduct of our neurological programming. We need to move pre-existing data to trash and invite thoughts that carry energy, divine energy that aligns with the flow of prosperity that is all around us. You see, my software was upgraded when I began to meet women that look like me, think like me, and worshiped like me. Women who are buying multiple houses in cash and sitting on multiple millions, living a saved and humble life of service to the Lord. My software was upgraded when I met believers who were multi-millionaires building schools and hospitals in third world countries. I am talking about first generation millionaires within my reach, walking out God's desire to bless us beyond imagination. What comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire? It's not just about money. It is about access, liberty, freedom, impact, influence, authority, all that is needed to advance the kingdom agenda. What comes up for you? Write it down. Assess it. Ask yourself, does this, whatever you have written down, can this attract the millions in store for me? Because if it does not, heal it. Heal the fear. Heal the procrastination. Heal the blurred vision. Heal the greed. Heal the addictions. Heal the low self-confidence. Get healed. How? You ask. Where do you go when you have a toothache? Where do you go when you are experiencing a physical ailment that you cannot take care of on your own? Where do you go when it's time to upgrade the prescription for your eyeglasses? What I'm saying to each and every one of you, get a therapist. Some may need a powerful anointed coach, but truth be told, most of us need therapy and not coaching. But that is a different message for another time. And when you get there, and when they ask you why you are there, say, I have discovered several blockages that are not allowing me to attract what is rightfully mine. Or I am trying to discover the root of what keeps me from being all that I am called to be. Give yourself access to the healing that is available to you right now. Your success can never surpass the level of your mental health. I have worked with high achieving men and women who did not realize that they were emotionally reacting to memories they could not even remember. I am talking about high achievers who were feeling and experiencing anger, frustration, an inability to focus and concentrate, problematic relationships, prolonged grief, constant sadness, constant worry, mood instability, the inability to calm thoughts. Unmanaged feelings can operate as a spiritual and financial blocker, serving as a negative attraction magnet. Unmanaged thoughts can cause you a 7-figure life. Get ready to do the necessary internal work, because the time for you to be saved and paid is now. Number 2, what does your mindset smell like? All of us have different ways that we care for ourselves. Some of us take 2 showers a day, have a special lotion or perfume, cologne that we wear daily. We iron our clothes the night before and prepare what we will wear on the next day. Some may do that in the morning as they prepare for their workday. Some prefer showers over baths. Who knows? For dental hygiene, some brush in the morning and at night and after every meal. Some have poor dental hygiene and brush 1 time a day, fail to floss, and don't see a dentist every 6 months. I have a loved one that calls those individuals poo-poo mouths. And that is not a judgment, just the facts, according to my dentist, who explained to me ever so clearly that block parties germs have in our teeth and in our gums when we don't take care of our mouths is unbelievable. And she made that very clear to me. I digress. We all have different practices that reveal how healthy we are or are not living. Hygiene is defined as a set of practices and conditions that are necessary to maintain optimal health and prevent the spread of dis-ease. Without the proper emotional hygiene, two things could happen. One, you will never achieve wealth, or you will attain it and not be able to maintain it. Sarah Jakes Roberts says that what you do between rest and rise will determine your destiny. She is specifically talking about what you choose to do from the time you wake up out of your sleep to when you are ready to step out into the world daily will determine what you attract. Some of you have super low quality of thinking and you have no business on social media. Some of you have super low quality of thinking that you have no business stepping out of your beds in the morning without reciting powerful affirmative statements over your life and over your mind, over your gifts and over your abilities. What you do daily. What do you do daily? This is a question for you. What do you do daily that renders you eligible and credible for the millions you desire? What does excellent emotional hygiene look like? It looks like great boundaries. It looks like stop being the go-to for people you cannot go to. It looks like getting out and staying out of toxic relationships, maintaining a roster of friends and family that fuel you, reading self-development books, exercising, addressing emotional injury with therapy. It looks like counseling and coaching for accountability and preventive health. It looks like intentional self-talk and positive affirmations. Unceasingly throughout the day. It looks like meditating daily, prayer, constantly choosing optimism over pessimism. It looks like reframing your thoughts with consistency and intention. You may not always be able to control what thoughts get into your emotional real estate, but you get to choose what thoughts stay. Upgrade your emotional hygiene. You are a millionaire and you need the mental resilience to manage it. Action items for you. Create a morning routine that allows you to enforce your God-given authority into and over your day. Create an evening routine that allows you to effectively decompress and connect with others, to connect with yourself, to connect with the things that you love to do in a meaningful way. Get therapy. Establish therapy or a high-performing coach for accountability and growth. Commit to reading books and going to conferences ongoing to continue your journey forward, upward, and unbothered. Forward, upward, and unbothered. Your journey forward, upward, and unbothered. Last point. There is no emotional health without vision. One of the first things that a therapist or an anointed coach will do with you is create a plan to address existing gaps in your life. Gaps are the spaces that exist between where you are and where you need to be. Ultimately, that is all of our life experiences, right? Doing what is necessary to limit those gaps. In this season, when we are hooting and hollering about millions, we have to understand that you need a destination for your GPS system to work. Where are you going? What does it look like? How are you getting there? Everything requires a strategic plan. That plan is an expressway that causes your brain to be stimulated, aligned, and programmed to get you to the ultimate outcome. What a tragedy to be in God's will and outside of his divine strategy for your life. Write the vision, make it plain. While I have a vision statement for my business, which includes what I want to earn in a year and a clear plan to generate that revenue, I also have a vision statement for me personally outside of the realm of work. And this is important because I clearly understand that my emotional health and how I want to show up in this world is what gives me the necessary posture to bust past the walls that often confine us. I'm going to take this moment to read it to you. This is my 2026 vision for my personal life. Well, it kind of encompasses several domains. And it reads, by the end of 2026, I will be operating in a year defined by overflow and sovereign alignment. My career will not only be successful, but I will be thriving, having achieved deep purpose alignment that makes my work feel like a definitive calling. My high earnings will have created massive financial overflow and significant disposable income, allowing me to fund my dreams, give generously, and live with complete financial peace. My marriage will be a stable, loving haven where my partner and I will be deeply connected, growing together through a foundation of mutual respect and joy. As a mother, I will be fully present, creating moments of deep connection rather than distraction. My relationship with my body will be one of discipline and joy. I will adhere to disciplined eating habits, and I will maintain consistent exercise, which will fuel my energy and resilience. I will be fully present in all my relationships, listening and engaging with total focus. I will intentionally embrace mindfulness in great moments, savoring every joy. I will consistently make healthy, self-respecting decisions in all my relationships, choosing peace over drama. My life will be balanced by a strong commitment to leisure and recreation, which will be a priority and not an afterthought. I will show up for myself with the same fierce commitment and love that I give to others. My mind will be a healthy, resilient space grounded in a proactive, optimistic mindset, allowing me to meet every challenge with resilience and grace. Above all, I will maintain a deep, daily commitment to reading, studying, and aligning with the Word of God, which will be the unshakable foundation and ultimate source of all my success. That's my vision statement, guys. It is clear, and its clarity gives me clarity, gives me direction, gives me motivation, and it gives me hope. Today, we discussed healing what comes up for you when you hear the word millionaire, upgrading your software to remove blockages to your wealth. We discussed the importance of elevating your emotional hygiene, and we touched on the importance of having clear vision for the ultimate outcomes you want to achieve. Write it down with clarity and ensure you have a strategic plan to attain it. Now, the rest is up to you. Friends, you came here believing that you could be saved and you can get paid. But I hope today you are leaving with a new understanding. Your faith is your foundation, but your emotional health is the active engine of your financial destiny. The millions you seek are not hiding in a stock market trick or a business secret. They are waiting for you to get out of your own way, to heal the old wound, to conquer the limiting thought, and to commit to a daily emotional hygiene routine that elevates your energy and attracts abundance. Your emotional wounds are not a sign of weakness. They are simply the unaddressed evidence of yesterday's pain. And today, that pain stops influencing your tomorrow. So I challenge you, leave this conference with a renewed commitment, not just to your prayer life, but to your thought life. Go and apply. Somebody say apply. Turn to your neighbor and say apply. Go and apply the healing you've accessed today. Discipline your mind, embrace your emotional freedom, and watch as your external reality, which is your income, your impact, your legacy, watch it finally align with the limitless. Watch it finally align with the limitless blessing God has already decreed over your life. Go forth not just saved, but healed, whole, and financially unstoppable.
Welcome, everyone. I am Dr. Naomi Jordan Cook, and today this session is on the automated leader, how digital systems multiply capacity, influence, and impact. So today we're going to get into it. We're going to lay some hands on your workflow, not your spirit, but your workflow, because some of you have been slain in the spirit just by your email inbox when you wake up in the morning. Can I tell you that automation isn't here to replace you? Automation is here to replace your stress. So welcome to the automated leader era, where leadership is shifting. Systems, automation freedom, and working smarter, not harder. Some of us is exhausted not by your calling, but by your calendar, by your inbox, which looks like a crime scene. Your schedule, which look like you're having some spiritual battle with that scheduling system. And your task list, which holds you hostage, where you're kind of checking day throughout the day of what you need to do next. But today, automation becomes your liberation. So the leadership crisis of 2025. Leaders today faces escalating arrays of demands that contributes of feeling overwhelmed. Too many manual tasks, too many follow-ups, and too many emails, and too many admin works. Leaders are overwhelmed. So, can I tell you this also? That leaders are just not burnt out because of the administration, or buried by the emails or the follow-up or the forms or scheduling nightmares or tasks that needs to be done, which could have been automated back when President Obama was in office, but we're not going to go there. You're overwhelmed and under automated. So let's get into what is an automated leader, because some may be asking, what is this automated leader that Naomi is talking about? So an automated leader is a strategist who leads through systems instead of stress. An automated leader delegates and automates instead of drowning and suffering in silently. An automated leader design workflows. Designs workflows, not just by where it's able to keep moving, even when you're resting. Because the truth needs to be told is this, is that if your system is not working while you're sleeping, that is a whole situation that you need to really get on top. An automated leader builds process that makes leadership scalable, sustainable, and sane. And here's the real truth. Automation doesn't make you spiritual. It makes you less stressed, which honestly might make you a little more spiritual. So when we think about what is an automated leader is, it leads through systems, it delegates automation, it builds workflows and not chaos, and it visions first, task second. So this is where as an automated leader, you can be that visionary person. I'm just going to go back and tell you what an automated leader is not. So let's start what an automated leader is not, because some of us is a little petrified of what we're seeing out there on the internet and what about YouTube? Oh, AI is taking over. AI is not taking over, okay? Automation is not going to take over. An automated leader is not a robot. If I was a robot, I will have a charging port and I will have an emotional, stable schedule. An automated leader is not checked out. You're not disappearing. You're not drowning. An automated leader is not being replaced with AI. If AI could pastor people, it would have done so years, multiple times ago, okay? And I'm going to tell you why AI cannot pastor people. Because AI does not have the emotional bandwidth for church folks. Think about those church folks and family members you have. You think AI can really handle all of that? An automated leader is not an anti-human. We love humans and we just don't love human errors. So no, automation isn't replacing your calling, it's replacing your chaos. So pillar 1, automated capacity, multiplying your time, your energy, and peace. Automate repetitive work. Delegate mundane tasks to your digital tools, freeing up your focus for high impact activity. It also reduces operational clutter, streamline processes, and minimize distraction to create clear, efficient working environment. Systemizing routines. Establish consistent, repeatable systems that ensure crucial operational that run smoothly without a constant oversight. And it frees your mind for vision by offloading routine tasks that is given, that takes up all that mental space, where it can now start to allow you to innovate, strategize, and lead with clarity. Capacity, can I tell you this? Capacity is the first miracle to automation that it will give you. Start by asking yourself, what should never touch my hand again? And that is where the freedom begins. Start to think of ways you can automate that process. So we're going to now go into some core tools if you want to get started with automation. Automation, believe it or not, is easy, is very easy. It's all about you getting in action and getting your hands into and using some tools that may work for you. So I'm listing a couple of tools that you can use to start to automate some of your process. For those that you're tired of answering emails, you're tired of sending text messages, you want to create dinner reservations, here are some tools you can use, as well as, I didn't mention in this presentation, but you can use a large language model that will actually send you reminders if you ask the tool to send it. So your core tools for automation is, here it goes. Zapier. It connects thousands of apps and automate your workflows effortlessly. So when I'm saying mobile app, I'm talking about maybe your Gmail account, your Microsoft account. It can connect to different apps, even to different parts of your websites. Then we have Pabbly, okay? Pabbly is seamlessly, it automates tasks and it integrates to different applications as well. And then you have make.com, which is, oh my God, very beautiful, visually designed. You can build, you can automate, and you can give it simple tasks. And then you have integrate greatly, okay, which is like a one click where it can automate your whole process. These tools is considered your new armor bearer. They don't call out sick, they don't forget, and they do not require an honorarium. Zapier is the quiet friend who gets everything done. It's powerful, dependable, and somebody said it is the best. I love Zapier. I actually use it in my everyday workflow with my websites, with my mobile applications, with my CRMs. I absolutely love it. But I will tell you this, with working with some of my clients, Zapier does not love everybody's wallet. So this is why we're putting in some of these other tools to give you options, because I want to make sure you're not left out, and I want you to really explore with using different tools. Pabbly is like Zapier cousin, okay? It's affordable powerhouse. It connects to thousands of applications, and it automates workflow. It's like Zapier cousins from the South. It does everything that Zapier does for less money and less attitudes, okay? And I'm going to put emphasis on less attitudes. Make.com feels like Nassau, is building, is dragging and dropping, and it's a good design tool. It makes automation beautiful and powerful. Then you have Integrately. It's the dramatic one. You do one thing and 27 things can happen all at once, right there at your fingertips. And honestly, we need that. I like to look at it like this. Zapier is the quiet one, Pabbly is the cheap one, Make.com is the artistry one, and Integrately is the dramatic one. So pick which one kind of go with your personality. Together, it's like a great automation circle that you can have right there that is part of your workflow. And then we have tools that is good for your scheduling freedom, where you can regain control of your calendar, maximize your productivity by leveraging smart automation. Automated calendar tools that transform the way you manage your time, ensuring your focus on what truly matters. So one of the top ones, which I believe that everyone, if you are on the internet, you're doing business, you're doing remote business, working virtually, we probably have already heard of Calendarly or Motion. And now they're having CRM systems that you can now start to implement a scheduling system within it. Calendarly and Motion stops your calendar from becoming a spiritual warfare, okay? You're able to actually see and schedule people out, okay? And then after that, you also want to have your digital brain systems, which I'm going to go into that a little bit later, okay? But one of the things that I like about when you're having these automation calendar systems, it gives you auto confirmation, it reduces no-shows, it manages your whole calendar. It also protects different time blocks or whatever that is happening. And then you also want to have where you have your Calendarly, Motion. You can have these within your CRM systems, such as HubSpot or Go High Level. Even MailChimp, I believe, a client I was working with, even MailChimp, you can have something that goes in there, Active Campaign. These are different CRMs that you can have your Calendarly working with you. And then when you're using those systems are great because you can be able to track your different follow-ups throughout the day with your clients when you're having the whole automation tool set up. So your digital brain, it leverages powerful project management platforms to centralize your work, streamline collaboration, and eliminate mental overwhelm by efficiently tracking tasks, workflows, deadlines, and teams as well. So here are some things that I like to call like your digital brain. You have Notion, okay, which I absolutely love. I use it with my Chat GPT. I also use Asana with my company, the VGC Group, as well. All of these tools that I'm giving you are actually tools that I use in my day-to-day operation or have used with my clients. So Notion is a highly flexible workspace that adapts to your team unique workflows, that integrates notes, tasks, wikis, and databases. I also like it because you can also connect it to different Canva files and different Google Drives. It is a really good tool. Asana can do very much of a similar Notion, I would say, has more of the AI capability with the AI agents that are built in there. Okay. Asana also allows you to work with teams. You also have ClickUp. Okay. ClickUp is designed for you to work within mobile application as well as helping to automate task goals throughout your project. So I want to say this. Every leader has at least, well, I can say this. God has gave us two brains. Okay. We have the one that God has given us that we were born with, that we continue to keep developing, which is our biological brain, which is brilliant. But we know that it gets tired, it gets distracted, it gets overwhelmed. And sometimes it's just done by 3:17 p.m. Like you just don't have nothing else to do at that moment. But your digital brain, it doesn't forget. It doesn't get emotional. It doesn't misplace things. It doesn't need a coffee. It doesn't need a nap. It doesn't need a therapy session. It doesn't need a mental health day. Okay. This is something I'm now starting to interact with people. It doesn't need a mental health day. But it always show up like tools like Asana, Notion, and ClickUp. You can always be reminded. It can also tell you what you need to do next. It's like it becomes your memory bank, your second mind. They store your ideas, they track your tasks, they protect your priorities, and it whisper back to you everything that you would have forgotten. So instead of trying to remember everything, build a system that remembers everything for you. Your digital brain is not here to replace the real one. It's just here to upgrade it. So that's how I want you to think of your digital brain. And for those that are some saying, well, you know, Dr. Naomi, Prophetess Naomi, you're giving up some really good tools. I would say if you want to start with getting active in automation, start using either your Chat GPT, your Claude, or your Perplexity, and start asking to remind you. Give it lists. Start asking to send you links so where it reminds you to start to purchase things, your shopping list. I was just at the store and I was literally putting in my shopping list and asking it to remind me before I got on the line. How many times have you been on the line and you forget when you get to the car, oh, I forgot to pick that up? Now you can train yourself to talk back to your tool to say, is there anything else that I need to get? These are the items I have in my shopping cart. Or take a picture of your shopping cart and it will give you everything that you said you wanted to get or what you've been missing. Automating your relationship. This is good for those that are using different CRM tools and engagement tools. We talked a little bit how you can put your Calendarly, you can have it included with your HubSpot or your Go High Level, or it has already a calendar or something in there that you're able to engage with your calendar, or Salesforce. Let's talk about something that every leader struggles with, but rarely admits of keeping up with people, because relationship matters, but the manual labor behind them, the remembering, the following up, the circling back, the who did I promise to email or who did I forget to text? That is where leaders drown. This is where automated relationships comes in. Automation doesn't replace your heart. It replaces you from forgetting. It makes sure your partners feel ignored. No partner feel ignored. It makes sure no donors feel unappreciated, no members feel unseen, or no client slips through the cracks, okay? With automation and with automated relationships, your CRM becomes your friend who whispers, hey, reach out to them. It's been 30 days, you haven't heard from them. It helps you remember different milestones like birthdays, anniversary. It gives you every follow-up and every promise, even when your human brain is at capacity. You're not automating the relationship. You're automating the consistency that makes relationships strong. And here's the truth. People don't need more leaders. They need more leaders who remember them and care about them. Pillar number 2, automate your influence. Influence today is not about being everywhere. It's about disturbing your brilliance everywhere. This is where AI becomes your co-labor. So I want to play something for you.
God bless you all. I'm Sis Nova, one of Dr. Naomi's AI twins, here to greet you. I truly pray you're enjoying this insightful presentation so far. Soon, I will gracefully send it back to Dr. Naomi. Please enjoy the rest of this wonderful presentation.
Well, it says, please enjoy the rest of the presentation. So that is my digital AI twin that I wanted to slip in here for you to see. So your AI twin works 24/7. It doesn't take breaks. It writes curriculums. It emails. It does scripts for you. It can work with your module. As you saw, my AI twin is Nova. She works harder than some people I've even hired and contracted. So start working with your AI twin and get one, okay? Very easy for you to create, or just ask one of your AIs to support you and it will show you how easy it really is to create your AI twin. So one message can equal 20 pieces of communication. Leverage content automation tools is to increase your visibility with less work and transforming a single piece of content into multiple formats for diverse platforms. And here are some of the tools you can use. You can use Opus Clips, Repurpose.io. I have experience with that one. Cast Magic and Descript, which is all great. One message can become 20 pieces of content. You speak once and the internet will hear you all week. This is how you scale impact without scaling exhaustion. Pillar 3, automated impact. Build a legacy that extends far beyond direct involvement, creating systems that generate sustained value and influence. Evergreen content, it creates timeless content that continues to attract and educate and engage your audience long after its initial publication. Automated your discipleship is designed to self-sustain educational pathways and communities to nurture growth and development without constant manual input. And repeatable transformation, it implements structured process that consistently delivers transformative results for your clients and customers on a community, and is a scalable digital ecosystem. It develops interconnected digital platforms and tools that grow with your impact, reaching more people with increasingly efficiency. Impact is not how loud you are, it is how long your message continues after you're done speaking. Systems multiply your reach. Here are some digital learning platforms that you can think about and use, and you probably heard of it, but I want you to really use it. You have Thinkific, which is great to sell online courses. It is also great where you can market, and it's very easy to use. I use Thinkific for myself as well as for clients. Then Kajabi. I have also used Kajabi. I love Kajabi. It is an all-in-one platform for courses, coaching, podcasting, email marketing system. And then you also have Teachable. Thinkific, Kajabi, Teachable. You can turn your brilliance into a digital classroom. Your wisdom becomes a system. You can also build your own mobile application. You have Passion.io creates interactive mobile apps for online courses, communities, and coaching with drag and drop simplicity. You also have Glide apps. You have Flutterflow, which I built most of my apps that you can use. I do want to say Glide, you can use Sheets and you can use Google Sheets, then you can use that application, and that's GLIDE. These are different platforms that you can have no drama with coding, and you can just start doing drag and drop with these platforms. They also work with different applications. You also have App My Site, where you can turn your website, for those that have a website, into a mobile application. And then you want to also automate your giving and revenue, okay? Automate your giving journey, making it a digital stewardship, seamlessly and efficient. Here are some products that you can use if you're looking to create a revenue automation. You have Stripe, DonorBox, PushPay, Tithely. Any of these can help you with your automation. And then I want to say you want the data dashboard. You want to measure what is happening with your automation process. You have Looker Studio, you have Power BI, you have Tableau, you have different types of analytics. I just want to say you can't lead what you don't measure, and what you don't measure can't grow. So I'm going to sum it up with 5 different points that you need of the automation blueprint. You need to have an audit, okay? Audit, automate, build, systemize, and multiply. So number 1 is audit. Audit capacity leaks. Identify and eliminate inefficiencies and bottlenecks and time-consuming tasks that drains your resources, your money, your time. Any of those resources you want to automate. You want to be able to automate and audit that process. Automate repetitive tasks. Implement smart tools and workflows to handle reoccurring actions, freeing up valuable time and mental energy. 3, you want to build your digital backbone. And it is okay if you have to keep rebuilding and starting all over again, or putting in different pieces as you're auditing it. It is fine. Establish a robust, integrated ecosystem of digital platforms that support seamless operations and data flow. And systemize your influence. Develop consistent and automated strategies for communities, communication, outreach, and engagements to maximize your reach. And then multiply your impact. Leverage your automated systems to scale your efforts and generate sustained value and achieve exponential growth. So these are the 5 blueprints that you want to have. You don't get anything out. Audit, automate, build, systemize, and multiply. This is your blueprint for freedom. In closing, I want to say thank you. I want to say welcome to the automated leader era. Embrace these core principles. Automate the predictable, liberate the exceptional, protect your purpose, multiply your mantle, and lead with digital power. I'm Dr. Naomi Jordan Cook, and thank you so much for your time.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sakina Griggs, educator, entrepreneur, and visionary leader. I am the founder of Agape Kingdom Preschool Academy and Agape Compassion, which is my nonprofit organization. Before I say another word, I must give honor to a man who has opened the door for leaders across the world, Dr. Anthony D. Shannon, the founder of Leaders Live Generously. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for creating a virtual platform where leaders like myself can learn, grow, and empower others. Tonight, I want to share with you a message that has shaped my world, my entire life. Empower yourself to empower others. That's right. Empower yourself to empower others. Today, I want to take you on a journey. My journey. You see, my journey before my title as a doctor, before leadership, before opening my daycare, before launching my Agape Compassion nonprofit organization, empowerment didn't just start when people started calling me Dr. Griggs. My journey began in a season where pain spoke louder and my purpose was growing stronger in silence. Before opening my daycare, I spent 11 years working with children battling emotional and mental health issues. That's right, 11 years. I stepped into rooms where pain spoke louder. I sat across teenagers that felt invisible. I heard stories that gripped my heart. I wiped away tears that only survivors understood. But in those moments, God showed me how to hear what wasn't spoken, how to see destiny in broken places. He taught me how to become a safe place where life was safe for them, He taught me how to become a safe place where life wasn't safe for them. These teenagers were safe enough to know that they can come and talk to me, and they will allow me to pray with them and give them words of encouragement and to win them to Jesus. You see, people can't heal in the same environment that they were hurt, because God's love is the only thing that can restore what fear destroyed. The teenagers I work with, they walked in a lot of fear, a lot of traumatizing situations happened in their life. And you know, when you think about it, God didn't give us the spirit of fear. He gave us love, power, and a sound mind. He gave us real love, agape love. He gave us a mind that has clarity. And he gave us a spirit, the Holy Spirit, the Comforter, to lead us and guide us into all truth. You know, me being on that assignment with those teenagers let me realize something. That it wasn't the teenagers that were being transformed. It was God transforming me. In those years, it taught me the truth that your greatest gift that you can give to others is the part of you that you allow God to heal. That's right. You allow God to heal. Because, see, healing becomes your ministry. Healing becomes your strength. And it becomes your message. And then it empowers you to become a part of your lifestyle when you're healed. So, see, my empowerment journey, it didn't start in the classroom. My empowerment journey started when I was a child. Two powerful women in my life laid my foundation strong. It was my mother, Archbishop Dr. Eileen Martin, and my grandmother, Frances Helen Petty. Those two women, they lived by example. They laid a strong foundation under me. You see, my grandmother, she used to always tell me, it starts with you first, baby. She said, you're good, you're better, you're best. Never let it rest till your good becomes your better and your better becomes your best. What does she mean? It means never settle, because your good should grow into better, and your better should rise into your best, and your best should become the greatest version of you. You see, those two women, let me see that if you stop growing, you stop giving life to others. You see, their wisdom became my compass. And their strength became my inheritance. And their lifestyle was the vision that I followed. You see, those women didn't just teach me, they demonstrated it, they modeled it, they empowered, they lived it. I saw how they prayed. I saw how they studied the word. I saw how they changed people's life by the things that they were saying. They lived by example, a true example. That's why that foundation was so strong. And because of their example, that became my blueprint for the woman that I am today. So now I can say, 34 years, I can boldly sit here and say, I am so blessed to have laid the foundation for little children over 3 decades at Agape Kingdom Preschool Academy. I have taught children, loved on them, guided them, shaped them, laid the foundation for them, taught them how to pray, taught them that they are special. Over 5,000 children, 5,000 little lives I help impact. I help lay a foundation. I help empower them to let them know greatness is inside of them, to teach them how to pray, to teach them how to love themselves so they can know how to love others. Every smile, every breakthrough, every hug, every child, I taught them how to believe in themselves. So to let you know, your life is not about you. Your life is about empowering others. That's legacy. That's what legacy is all about. When you empower others, that is obedience. When you decide to walk out what God has placed in you to walk out. That's obedience. When you follow the instruction of what God told you to do, when you are on your assignment and you complete your assignment, you are empowering others. That's empowerment becoming generational when you choose to do your assignment and not to quit on you. You can't quit. You got to keep going. You got to keep pushing. You got to keep evolving. You have to keep developing because greatness is already inside you. Let me tell you what empowerment is, and let me tell you why it matters. Empowerment is not just a slogan. It's a responsibility. That's right. It is your responsibility for you to empower yourself, because when you empower yourself, your family rise. When you empower yourself, your children are healed. When you empower yourself, confidence grows inside of you. When you empower yourself, the community that you are around, you shift it. That means you can shift the atmosphere. But it's up to you, because when you rise, others discover that they can rise too. Because your life becomes a blueprint. That's right. Your life becomes a trailblazer. Your life becomes a change maker. Because it's your journey. It becomes your testimony. You get to testify about how you overcame. Your testimony, your victory becomes your invitation for others to know that if I did it, you can do it too. And if I survive that, you can survive too. Because understand something, it's up to you to choose. It starts with what you are saying. Because see, Proverbs 18 and 21 says death and life is in the power of the tongue. So that means your words are seeds. That's right. Proverbs 18 and 21 says death and life is in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. So that means your words are seeds and your life is the harvest. So what are you harvesting? So today I want to give you 5 empowerment steps to empower yourself and to empower others. Step 1, speak life over yourself. I just told you what Proverbs 18 and 21 said. Death and life is in the power of the tongue. So that means your confession becomes your possession. You cannot empower others when you're tearing your own self down with negative words. That is impossible. How you speak to you teaches others how to speak to themselves. Because understand something, the children, when they hear what I'm saying, they will repeat it. When they see what I'm doing, they will do it. They're watching, they're learning by examples. When you speak life into yourself, you give others permission to do the same. Your words create your world. What are you saying? What are you calling to? Let's go to step 2. Step 2 is allow God to heal your heart. Listen, everyone has been through trials, tribulation, pain, betrayal, hurt, past hurt, emotional hurt. But you have to allow God to heal you. Psalms 147:3 says, He heals the brokenhearted. But you have to allow God to heal you. God needs your permission and needs your participation. He wants to know, do you want to be healed? Do you want healing to manifest? Because healing is not just restoration. Healing is activation. What are you doing? Are you going through the process to get healed? Are you letting go past hurts? Are you allowing God to heal your heart? Because see, healing will wake you up. That's right. Healing reveals who you were meant to be. Because see, unhealed places creates a cycle. That means you're going to continue to repeat the same thing over and over and over again. Because understand something, what you don't deal with will eventually deal with you. What you don't deal with will eventually deal with you. And when you don't deal with it, you're going to repeat it. Because listen, if you don't learn the lesson, you're going to repeat the lesson. You know what healing does? It creates freedom. Don't you want to be free? Don't you want to be free from past hurts? Don't you want to learn from your mistakes and move on and teach another person, you know what? I did that. I've been there. So let me tell you the steps how I overcame. Let me tell you the steps how I got my victory. Because understand something. Let God heal you because He loves you. Stop repeating the cycle. Stop rehearsing the past hurts. Because the only way you're going to release the past and get over the pain is allowing God in that secret place. He wants to heal your heart. Let's move to step 3. Step 3, grow in private so you can impact in public. That's right. Grow in private so you can impact in public. Matthew 6:6 says, your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. That's right. God is building you in private so He can display you in public. He already saw your sacrifice. He already saw your tears. He saw your fears. He saw your faithfulness. He saw your labor of love. But guess what? Now He wants to cultivate you in private so that He can display you in public. Let's go to step 4. Serve. I'm going to keep saying it. Serve others with what God has put in you. That's right. Serve others. Because 1 Peter 4:10 says, use your gift to serve others. Your gift is the answer to someone else's question, someone else's problem. You are a problem solver. Did you know that? Yeah, you are a problem solver. Your obedience is someone else's breakthrough. Your deliverance is someone else's freedom. People are empowered when they encounter your obedience. Serve from the place that God has shaped you. Serve from the place that you survived from. Serve from the place where you were healed and delivered from. Jesus said the greatest in the kingdom is those who serve. So serve from your heart. Let's move to step 5. Model what you want to multiply. What you want God to develop in you and increase in you, you have to model it. Philippians 4:9 says, put into practice what you've learned. That means you have to follow every step that you have learned. Because empowerment is not taught. Empowerment is caught. That's right. Your example is a textbook others can study and learn from and develop from and grow from because they're watching you. Did you know that you're preaching louder? Your life is preaching louder than your voice? Let me repeat that. Your life is preaching louder than your voice. You know why? Because people are watching your lifestyle. People are watching what you're saying and what you're doing. So when you say something, they're going to be held, your words are held accountable. What you are saying with your words, people are listening and they want to see, are you a man of your word? Are you one of integrity? Will you follow what you have said? If you're teaching something, are you following what you taught? Are you demonstrating it? People watch your lifestyle more than they listen to your words because they're watching you. They want to see what you're doing. So when you look in that mirror, you want to say, well done. They tried to break you, but now you're healed. Your past does not define you. You walking into your future does. That's why you have to empower yourself. Look at that person in the mirror and change who you are so you can become the greatest version of you. What did Michael Jackson say? You want to make a change? Start with the man in the mirror. That's right. It starts with you. So I have some questions that I would like to ask you. What part of your life is asking you to grow, asking you to empower yourself so you can empower others? Is it your confidence? The way you see yourself in the mirror? Is it your habits, the routine of your daily steps shaping you? Is it healing? The pain you've avoided and didn't let God heal it. And God is now trying to call you to confront it. Is it your leadership? The people around you that you're supposed to develop, guide, give them wisdom, how you overcame? Is it your relationships? The connection that needs to put barriers around or needs to be restored? Are you walking in forgiveness? Are you forgiving others or are you holding them in prison? It's time to forgive. It's time to move on, and it's time to forgive yourself. You can't change the past. You can only start with the future. Or is it your finances? You got to be a steward of what God has given you. The discipline to steward what God has already placed inside your hands. Or is it your spiritual walk? A spiritual walk is having consistency with God, have an intimacy relationship with Him, praying more, studying the Word more. Are you fellowshipping with God on a consistency? See, those are things that people want to see. They need to see examples of how to walk out life when life tried to derail you, because life be lifing. You can't change people, you can't change places, and you can't change the season that you're in. But what you can do is make it better for you, because someone is praying for the empowered version of you. Someone needs clarity. Someone needs to be accountable. Someone needs to see, If they did it, I can do it too. If they survived, I can survive too. If they overcame, I can overcome too. But it starts with you. Because understand something, breakthrough is tied to your new level of empowerment. So whatever you're doing in life, you got to be impactful when you do it. Your elevation becomes your deliverance. Your elevation doesn't come cheap. Your elevation came with a price. You put in the work. You decided to change. You just decided to do better. You decided to walk through the process. And my mentor told me the process is a series of action to produce a change. So if you want to change, you have to go through the process. And sometimes that process is hard. Sometimes that process is difficult. What my grandmother told me is change is hard and it's difficult, but it will benefit you in the end. It's up to you though. You got to decide to make a change. It starts with you. So going through the process will produce strength in you. Going through the process will increase power inside you. So now all you have to do is identify the areas that God is putting a flashlight on. Identify the areas that God is putting a spotlight on for you to change so that you can go through the process. Because understand something, walking through the process will create a better you. Walk into the version of the one that you want others to see. Become better. Do better. Remember what I told you my grandmother said? You're good. You're better. You're best. Never let it rest till your good becomes your better and your better becomes your best. You are one decision away from becoming everything God created you to be. So when you rise, the atmosphere shifts for everyone around you to rise with you because your environment is generational. You decide to impact others. You decide to put an imprint on people's heart that they will remember you and they will remember the words that you spoke over them because it starts with your words. What are you saying to them? What are you saying to yourself? So I want you to decree and declare with me. Say this with me. I will empower myself so I can empower others. Remember, your life has purpose. Your voice has power. Your journey is valuable. And your empowerment is divinely connected to every person God has connected to you. So empower yourself so you can empower others. Have a blessed day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Tabitha Russell, affectionately known as the Money Makeover Mogul. Today, I would like to share with you a simple truth about the flow factor and how faith and focus unlock the millionaire stream. I know that God never intended for you to chase money. He designed you to carry the flow. And what does that mean? That means that you have to align yourself with the call, the purpose, and the design for your life. So I want to share with you a simple confession that surprises most people, that there was a time in my life where I had the house, the cars, the comfort, the lifestyle, the version of success that looked good on the outside and sound impressive at family gatherings. But then, of course, you already know the end result, right? I lost it. The house, the cars, the comfort, the familiar version of who I thought I was. And here's the part that still shakes people when I say it. Losing it was the greatest financial blessing I've ever received. That's right. That sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it? Because what I lost externally forced me to build something internally that could never be taken away again. The vision, the discipline, and the strategy, as well as the purpose and the authority that I've been given, oh, it's still there. It never was lost. I didn't lose my future. I lost my illusion of security. So today, under the theme, I want to talk about more or go in depth with receiving the millionaire flow. And so I came to make one thing clear, that sometimes the flow doesn't start with increase. It doesn't start in your bank account, and it doesn't start with cash flow in your pocket. Sometimes it starts with interruption. That's right. Many of you have been going through challenge after challenge, and you've been wondering and questioning why. Why am I going through this? Why do I have to suffer? Why do I have to take the long route? Well, I know sometimes that's intentional. And for many of us, it allows us to build back a foundation that cannot be broken. So for us, comfort can be the most expensive thing that you'll ever pay for. Comfort is seductive. Oh, it's super cute. Comfort whispers, you're safe right here, right? Comfort convinces you not to retool, rethink, or realign. It wants you to stay right there. And comfort also kills capacity, right? The person that you're called to be. Sometimes we lose focus on the stretch of going to that next level and what that may look like. I didn't lose my house because I was irresponsible. I lost it because my next level required a new foundation. How about that, right? Some of you are praying for overflow, but heaven is trying to interrupt patterns that would bankrupt your future, right? You would lose it even before you got there. I heard something recently that really allowed me to really think about where it is exactly that we get lost. And for many of us, oh, it starts off real fast and everything is going good. And you can see the finish line a far a ways down the road. However, somewhere in the middle, you seemingly lose what it is that you're trying to get to. You lose your focus, you lose your drive, and for some, you even lose your confidence. But here's a truth we don't talk about. What got you here will not keep you here. Like people, they see the success today, but for some, they don't know the story of how I got here. They don't know the story of how I had to rebuild all over again and how each and every day that I get up and I'm intentional about investing in me and doing self-development. So millionaire flow cannot be built on old habits, on old fears that you may have, old thinking, old emotional spending, or old unexplained trauma or unexamined trauma as well. Sometimes God will let the old model collapse because the soil underneath, it was never designed for legacy. And can I just say that this is the time that if we haven't set ourselves on building generational legacies, then this is the time that we can do so. So loss and losing things is not the punishment. Many times loss is just repositioning us for something better. So I want to talk about who you become in the reset determines how you receive in the rebuild. For many of us, we don't like the reset because, it's not fashionable, right? There's nobody in our corners pushing us on. And so when everything fell apart, I had to face questions, comfort that had protected me from who am I without the title? right? Those questions that come up. Who am I without the applause? And who am I without the assets? And that's when purpose stopped being poetic and it became personal. I realized I had mastered survival. Like, you know how some of us do, we rob Peter to pay Paul. And then when we get past that, oh, we floss out because we got an extra few coins, right? But I had not yet mastered structure. And so in the reset and in the realignment, it allowed me to now go back and put things into the foundation that initially was not there. You see, when I made the decision and lost everything, nobody told me that my contract needed a contract. They didn't tell me that I needed a lawyer on my staff or an accountant in my back pocket. Those are the things that I had to learn along the way. So I had built the income, but I had not yet built the systems, right? Where we check behind the checker, where we make sure that everything is in place as it's supposed to be. I had proven resilience, but I had not yet built reputable wealth discipline. And this is where the millionaire flow truly began. It wasn't with the money. It wasn't with the house and the cars, but it was with mastery. I quite often tell my clients that if you're going to be the best that there is in your niche, you have to master it. You need to know everything that there is about your particular niche. And once you get there, stay in your lane and be okay with even referring things out that is not your specialty. Because many of times we hear that we are jack of all trades, but masters of none. Why is that? Because we want to do everything. And sometimes we just need to take a step back and allow ourselves to be good right where we are, and then let everything else go to somebody else, because it's enough out here for all of us to be successful. And as we are walking in our places of success, we get the opportunity to now help somebody else along their journey. Because money does not follow ambition. Money follows identity alignment. So knowing who you are, knowing the people that you serve is what helps you along your journey into the millionaire flow. Faith doesn't prevent loss. Can I just say that? It governs the recovery, though. It helps you along the way. Now, I didn't quit when I lost everything. I recalibrated. So faith didn't mean that I avoided pain at all. Faith meant that pain did not have permission to define me. Can I just say that sometimes we give ourselves permission to make up excuses, permissions to say why we're not going to do a thing. And that could be the very thing that's going to help deliver a lot of people. I mean, your product, your service could be the next best thing that people are waiting for, that they will line up and spend hours in line just to get the opportunity to have your product or your service in their wheelhouse, right? So I learned how to build business without the emotional spending. I learned how to lead without needing validation. I learned how to budget without fear, invest without panic, and teach others from scars and not theory. So here's where the shift became undeniable. What broke me emotionally began to build others strategically. Now, that sounded real good to me, so I'm going to say it again. What broke me emotionally began to build others strategically. My loss became my assignment. My recovery became my authority, and my reset became somebody else's breakthrough. That's why I am so passionate about financial literacy today. That's why I am passionate about building multiple streams of income, as well as creating generational wealth. That is not 1, 3, or 5 million, because you can mess that up real quick. I'm talking about 10, 50, $100 million and more, because that's what you start to get into when we talk about generational wealth. So the millionaire flow is not always released as cash. Sometimes it's released as clarity that pays you for a lifetime and generations to come. But you got to make sure that you're in proper alignment and you have the structure and the systems in place. So see, the things that you're going through, the downfall that you may be having right now, the challenges that you're going through, can I just say that that is by design for many of you, right? Because you need to make sure that you shore up your foundation so that as you go forward, that you'll have things in place that will help you on your journey to success. I know that stewardship is built in the season no one applauds. Let me talk to the builders in their unseen season, right? For those of you that are going through right now, that you can identify with some of the things that I've been talking about today, the ones budgeting and nobody sees it, the ones that studying while nobody is clapping for them or cheering for them in the background, the ones that's rebuilding privately. Stewardship isn't always sexy. It's quiet, it's repetitive, it's disciplined, and it's often lonely. But stewardship is what turns income into infrastructure. It also allows you to take vision and turn it into vehicles, and your calling, into companies, and purpose, yes, into multiple platforms. So I learned to love cash flow statements. I learned to love systems and automations, strategy, economic literacy for sure. Right? And for some who may not be in tune with economic literacy, it is financial literacy, right? Learning how to make my check-ins and my savings talk to each other, right? Because wealth is not spiritual chaos. Wealth is organized multiplication. And in this season, oh yeah, I want my commas and my zeros to have some babies, and I want them to have some cousins to go along with it, right? I just didn't recover. I refounded my life, like really turned some things around. I didn't come back to just a comfortable lifestyle. I came back to legacy alignment. Now, my work doesn't just inspire, motivate, and entertain. It awakens people to purpose. It arms them with strategy. It activates them for ownership, and it literally liberates them from financial ignorance. My loss built a new foundation, a new authority, and a new assignment. What about you? What are you going to do in your season where everything is not going the way that you planned, where nobody's cheering for you, and where you seem like that nobody cares? What are you going to do about it? I just don't help people make money. I help them survive storms without losing their identity. This is where you have to harness that boldness that you have on the inside. You have to really dig deep to understand who you are and whose you are. So if you're in a season where things feel uncertain, your resources feel tight, your support feels light, and your forward motion feels slow, let me say this over you with precision. You're not being drowned or crowded out. You're being built underground. You know how when a seed goes into the ground, that seed literally has to die to itself, meaning that it has to shed all of the weight, and then it has to come out of its comfort zone. And as it is growing, it's developing, and nobody can see what's going on. So we, those of us who sow into the ground, we trust that things are going to happen, that we're going to be able to benefit from the harvest. But can I just say that in your down season right now, take the time to do what's necessary in order for you to develop into who it is that you're called to be, to go and position yourself to be able to help the nations, to carry the millionaire flow, to allow the streams of blessings to come from you. There are people that are waiting on you, that are looking right now, trying to figure out what their next move is. They need somebody that can help them with their health and wellness. They need someone that's going to help them with their financial literacy or their mindset, someone that's going to help get them back on track. And can I just say, that could be you. So go through your go through season, whatever that may be, but be intentional about the rebuild. Be intentional about the things that you need to work on today. There doesn't have to be no fancy announcement. There doesn't have to be where you're going off and you're telling people, oh, guess what I've done and look at me now, right? People will be able to see the difference and they'll see the change. And so I want to encourage you that the underground seasons always produce above ground overflow. The millionaire flow doesn't come to those who look rich. It comes to those who are internally structured for the increase. The people that have worked on those that need to become the person who can steward that next season in their lives, right? So today I declare that you will not suffer great in your loss, that you're going to benefit from it, even though you don't see the turnaround right now. You will not drown in the transition and you will not stall in your rebuilding, because I declare on today that your faith will multiply, your focus will sharpen, your stewardship, oh, it will mature, and your purpose will awaken. Why? Because you were built for such a time as this. I know that you're right on track and you're on the cusp of something super amazing. So do not give up in your well-doing and do not grow weary even in that, right? Because you will reap if you faint not. Right. And I'm going to take it a step further and I'm going to say that you're going to reap when you faint not, when you don't give up, because some of us give up right in the middle of our breakthrough, right? Our breakthrough is just 1 to 2 steps away. And if we can hang in there long enough to get through it, we'll get to the other side. So this is your encouragement. This is your wake up call to say, you're almost there. Put in the work and just do whatever it is necessary in order for you to be able to get to the next level. And can I just say, hang in there long enough that you make it now a habit, you make it a lifestyle, that you develop yourself each and every day, because every new level, yeah, you already know what they say, that something else comes along with it that tries to deter you off the course of where it is that you're going. However, with you being intentional and working on your self-development, there is nothing that you can not do, right? You'll continue to keep growing on a regular basis. And when the flow comes back, it will not be fragile. So this time you would have learned some things. You would have shored up your foundation enough. So it will also not be accidental, but this time your structure will be architected and it will be built for such a time as this, because what God builds the second time, he builds it to last. And for some of you, it may be the third, the fourth, or the fifth time. Whatever that number is to you, just continue to keep going, continue to hang in there. And when you find that you've done all that you can do, the word tells us to stand therefore, right? Stand in your truth, stand in your power, stand in your authenticity. And if necessary, get somebody that's going to hold you accountable, that's going to help you to achieve your next level. Because some of us, we've already done all the things that we know how to do, and we're the best versions of ourselves right now, today, without any help. So if you've exhausted your areas of all the things that you've done on your own, reach out to someone that can help you. And I thank you so much for allowing me to be able to share with you the flow factor, as well as allowing you to give you some things that's going to help you to shore up your foundation on how faith and focus unlock the millionaire stream. My name is Dr. Tabitha Russell, and you can reach me on my website at drtabitharussell.com, as well as on all social media platforms at I am Dr. Tabitha. Thank you so much.
Welcome, and thank you for joining the Leaders Live Generously Summit. I'm Patricia D. Frudenberg, also known as Patty from New York, and I'm a little raspy today, but that's okay because I'm here on purpose, for purpose, and I am determined to deliver this message here at the Leaders Live Generously Summit. So bear with me. I hope you could hear me clearly enough. Just give me a second. I am a certified end-of-life consultant, founder of Miss You Graham, a global solution to cope with grief, mourning at the speed of life. And as a grief consultant, I've come to realize that grief comes in all shapes and sizes, and the skills apply just the same. And legacy is a living entity, right? It's not only on what was, but it's also what is becoming. So let me get into it. This is a lightning round of a course that I have to offer, which is titled Legacy in Action. It's in the shop. It's on the website. There is the QR code that you could just go and take a sneak peek. It is at a 30% discount rate. And we're going to do a little lightning round, a little sneak peek on what the course offers. So bear with me. We're going to get through this, and together we all rise. So, today we're diving into Legacy in Action. It's a fast track roadmap to help you build something that outlives you. That's right, something that outlives you. And legacy is my specialty because I consider it the recovery phase in grief. It's the light at the end of the tunnel. Again, it's not only honoring what was, it's also inspiring what is becoming. And, in any grief, especially grief of life, but in any grief, that is such a low vibration. It doesn't have much movement. And with legacy, we want to get movement, right? We want to get movement. So come on and join me. Again, just follow along. It is a lightning round, but we're going to get through it, and you'll see if it's for you or not. And yes, I bring death to life through legacy. That's who I am. That's what I do. Again, not only by remembering what was, but also inspiring what is becoming. So I'm going to share here on screen a little sneak peek of the presentation that we have offered in this workshop. And this workshop also comes with a printable PDF. So you could do it, you could print it as many times as you want. You can go back a month later, a year later, days later, and review it, do it again, or even follow along on screen and write it down in a journal. I always say, grab a pen. It's my best friend. I love that rhyme, right? Grab a pen. It's your best friend. But in all seriousness, okay, there you go. I'm playful. You know what? That's how it is. But the idea is that it's a work in progress. And if you're the one, right, that wants it, right? I always say it's a strive to be better than you were yesterday. And even if you were wonderful yesterday, life is a work in progress, right? I say, I'll give you an example. I'm a lifelong learner. And you know who else says something just the same? For instance, for example, Oprah Winfrey. A lot of people know who she is. She's read a lot, she's seen a lot, she's done a lot, and yet she says she also is a lifelong learner. So that's what I aspire to do. And in this course, if that resonates with you, well, then I encourage you to take this course. You know, I always say the greatest questions in the world is the secret to life, right? Asking those questions, especially when we're doing a self-awareness, right? When we're doing self-awareness, as you see in this presentation, lightning round, that's what it's all about. It's about asking those questions to ourselves. And in this virtual course that's self-paced, right? You could stop, play, rewind. For me, the key is the PDF, the printable PDF. And we also, at the beginning of the course, we do a little exercise that also is a little fun discovery, right? So part one is, the reflection, the what. Legacy begins with awareness. Let me slow down. I start to get excited and I fumble over my words. And you ask yourself, what moments shaped who I am, right? That's what you ask yourself. When was I most aligned with purpose, right? What three words can describe my mission? And these are the kind of questions that we go through in this webinar. And, when it comes to this, the answers are from your own core ingredients. They show you who you've been and a hint of who you are becoming. Okay, so that's the little discovery that we do in part one. And again, this is a fast track. This is a lightning round here on Leaders Live Generously Summit. So now I'm going to go add part two. And part two, we get into the meaning of the why, right? Let me just go through some of the visuals here. We ask some of these questions. We go through some of this, right here, the journey, the purpose, the keys, right? The keys. I'm not going to stay too long on the pages because I don't want to give it all away, but these are the things that we go through and work through. And again, it lines up with the printable PDF where you could print it as many times as you want. I made it available that you could download it on as many devices as you want. And it's yours. So go ahead and share it. And, I have taken a course years ago. It happened to be a Mel Robbins course. If you know who she is, she's another inspirational, motivational speaker and author. And she had a course that I took, and it came with the printable PDF. And that's what gave me the model. I really liked it because I had gone back and read my answers, not only months later, but years later. And it was beautiful to see the evolution of me, right? Of who I've become, of where I've been. And that's what this course offers. And that's what I offer to you. So these are the sneak peeks of the course, right? And, this is just a little highlight, and I'll go over what I just reviewed. Part two is the meaning, the why. Meaning transforms your story into direction. It's a map. And consider this. What experience changed your perspective, right? What value did it reveal? Resilience, compassion, integrity. What does this teach you about what truly matters? And then, I offer you to complete the sentence. My story matters because, and you know what? You are the narrator to your story. You are the narrator to your story. Legacy is in action, right? Legacy is an entity while you are living. Again, I'm going to say this over and over again. It's not only what was, it's also what is becoming, right? So again, when you know your why, your legacy stops drifting, it starts leading, okay? And that's what we want to get to. So we're gonna just sum it up here with the meaning statement and the closing reflections, and again a little sneak peek. Meaning is the bridge. It just is. It's a bridge between where you have been and where you are going. Okay. And again, thank you for joining us in this lightning round at Leaders Live Generously Summit. Again, my name is Patricia D. Freudenberg, also known as Patty from New York, and I bring death to life through legacy. That's right. So now we're going to get into part 3. Again, let's do a little lightning rounds here. I don't want to give it all away, but I'll sneak you through it. And here we go. It's not letting me go. Let me see if it's letting me go next. And we got a few things going on. This is all about like momentum, right? Action, alignment. It's just connecting all the dots, and it is the bridge forward. It is the bridge forward. And again, lightning round here in part 3. Momentum, the how. Momentum is movement, right? And it's just the heartbeat of legacy. Do you understand? It's the beating movement. It's the one step at a time, but the continuum, right? And I offer you to ask yourself this again. The secret of life is asking the greatest questions. So, I compiled these questions through my own personal studies, testimonies, and I put together this course for you to benefit, to live your best life, live your legacy, right? Legacy in action. So what action is calling you right now? Ask yourself, look in the mirror. Patty, what action is calling me right now? Again, we're not going to do a full-on session because of the sake for time, but what is one step I can take this week? What is one step you could take? And it's one step at a time, right? We hear this, but it's good to remember this. It's good to remember this because sometimes overwhelm takes over, right? So when you just think of it as one step at a time, what must I release to make room for growth? And when I'm talking about this, it's not always physical. Sometimes it is physical. Sometimes we got to do like clean out closets. But sometimes we got to clean out this closet. Sometimes we got to clean out this closet. And sometimes it's not even a matter of like cleaning out. It's just shifting gears, and like, for instance, for example, faith and fear can't occupy the same space. Okay. So when something's not working for you, shift it. Okay. You know what? When I get into my lane, I just want to go full on, but for the sake of time, we're going to keep it rolling. We're going to keep it rolling. What must I release to make room for growth? These are some of the questions we ask here. And, I offer you to answer this. Am I really ready? Am I really ready to move forward? And then how, right? How, right? How? Legacy lives in motion. Small, intentional acts that compound over time. Okay. So let's just sum it up here. Let me just, for some reason, this is the end here on the part 3. You are not just remembering, you are becoming, right? You are living a life to be remembered. And that's what it's all about. And we go through it together. And again, this was like a lightning round, right? Fast track. The course is 90 minutes, but it's self-paced. And if you take the course, and there's the link, there's the QR code right up there. If you do that, right, what happens is that you will get an invitation there'll be a link or a QR code to self-service appointment calendar meet up with me, right? And we could go over the course, ask a few questions, and share your experience. And you'll also get an invite-only invitation to the spring live webinar, which will also be recorded, but that's complimentary, right? To again see how far we've come. And that's only if you finish the course. So finish the course, come book your session, a half an hour session, discovery, and I'll meet you halfway. And then you'll get that complimentary invitation to the live, which I'm excited about, where we could really, mastermind, co-create. That's what it's about, right? I love sharing the wealth of knowledge, and that's what we do. We grow it together, and together we all rise. That's what it's about, living your legacy in action. I do want to thank you for being here. Legacy in action. You're not just attending a course, you're becoming the author of your legacy. Every reflection, every choice, every act of courage adds to what will outlive you. And what you build today becomes what outlives you. Okay? Legacy is not about what comes after us, but what flows through us while we're here. This is Leaders Live Generously Summit. I am Patty from New York. I thank you for being here. I just want to add this to the stage. Again, thank you for being here. This is the double QR code. So let me go ahead and just take that other one off so it's not so much confusion on stage. There we go. Just remove that one. But there it is. Take the course. Check out the website, missugram.com. That's MISS-U-GRAM.com. Little pause there. Power in the pause. Yeah, what could I tell you? I'm funny. Call me funny girl. I'm playful. And that's what it's about. Life is supposed to be fun. Take it easy. Sometimes life could be so heavy that, it could stop you in your tracks. It's not about that. It's about, living your legacy in action. Thank you so much. And have an awesome day, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Miller, but these days people know me as the Trauma Disruptor, their Tech AI Girl, and the Disruptor, the Trauma Disruptor, to be exact. But that's not where my story started. I didn't grow up in church. I didn't grow up thinking that I was chosen or called. I grew up thinking I was broken. And my life was really filled with childhood abuse at the age of 5, sexual abuse by my father's close friend, an attempted rape at 16, and at 21, a near fatal attraction that led to a gunshot wound and kidnapping. That left me with this asymmetric smile and deaf in my right ear. So when I say the title of my message today is When Trauma Breaks, Purpose Breaks Through, I'm not talking theory. I'm talking about my actual life. And if you've ever felt like what happened to you disqualified you, if you've ever looked at your story and thought, there's no way God could do anything with this, with my life, then I'm talking to you today. Because I discovered a God who didn't just rescue me from my trauma, he disrupted it. He revealed my worth, and he turned my I am nothing into I am called. So I want to invite you into my story for a moment, not to stay in the pain, but to show you the pattern of how purpose breaks through. Let me take you back to the beginning when I was a little girl. I only had 2 career plans. I was either going to be a computer engineer or marry a rich man. That was my goal. And that was it. There was no middle ground. I loved technology, and I loved the idea of riding in limousines. I didn't grow up thinking about balance or healthy self-worth. I just knew I liked computers, and I liked the thought of being taken care of and a certain lifestyle. So it was limousines and laptops. That was my little girl dream. But life had other plans for me. Trauma, one after the other, started slowly chipping away at something I didn't even have a language for yet. But ultimately, it's my self-worth. Not just as a professional, not just as a woman, but as a human being. There came a point where I truly believed I had no self-worth to anyone in any role. Not valuable as a professional, not worthy as a wife, not even someone worth protecting. And that belief didn't come just out of anywhere. It started very early in life. So as I mentioned, when I was 5, my dad's very close friend took my innocence. This is the age where, you depend upon your mother and your father to protect you. We had gone over to my father's friends millions of times. And every time I would go, I would cry and I would have a little bit of a fit. But my parents said I was dramatic, so they didn't really pay too much attention to that. And my little voice didn't matter at that time. But the fact was that my body wasn't safe at his house. And in that moment, a seed was planted. Like if my mother and my father couldn't keep me safe from the big hands of an adult man, then no one could protect me. And maybe I'm not worth protecting. So I stopped trusting. I stopped expecting safety. I started living on alert. So let's fast forward to high school. I had a friend who was like a brother to me. You know, that kind of friend, someone you never expect to hurt you. And one day he tried to rape me in his car. I fought, I escaped, and I made it out of the car with my body intact. But I left some of my self-worth in that back seat. So now we've got a 5-year-old me wounded, teenage me wounded. And then at 21 years old, as life would say, let's turn up the volume. Let's add on some more trauma. And I survived what I call a near fatal attraction. I was kidnapped for 30 days, shot in my face. And for 30 days, every minute, every second, my nervous system was screaming, you're not going to make it. You're not safe and you don't matter. And when I say near fatal, I mean, it literally changed my body. Like I died. The old me died. But I came out alive. I came out with the asymmetric smile and deaf in my right ear. And every time I look in the mirror, I carry a reminder of that season on my face. Every time I look in the mirror. And every time I'm in a loud room, I can't hear from one side. I'm reminded again, this happened and this was real. And I want to be very, very honest here. After something like that happens to you, after you endure that type of trauma, you don't just bounce back. Yes, I came out alive, but inside I gave up. I settled into survival mode, and most of us are familiar with that. I didn't expect anything great to come from my life anymore. No more computer engineer fantasies, no more millionaire husband dreams. I quietly accepted a story that sounded like this. You're too broken to be anything good to anybody. So just survive, and that's okay for now. So I did what many of us do after trauma. I showed up, I worked, I functioned, and I smiled when I needed to. I survived, and that was enough for me at that time. Then one night, in one of my darkest seasons of my life, something happened. I didn't grow up in church, so I wasn't used to saying things like God spoke to me, but this was clear in my spirit. I heard the Lord say, pray for an unassailable faith. Unassailable. So this was before Google. This was before I could just grab my phone and type, hey Siri, what does unassailable mean? So I literally got up, found a dictionary, and looked it up. And what I read literally broke me. I fell to my knees in tears. And I realized that God had woke me up out of my sleep to ask for an unassailable faith, a faith that cannot be attacked, a faith that can be defeated, a faith that can be destroyed. And I realized that God wasn't giving me a fancy vocabulary word. He was diagnosing my soul and prescribing my future. He was saying, you've been attacked, you've been broken, you've been crushed, but I'm calling you to a faith that cannot be killed or destroyed. And that's when it hit me. God had been with me the whole time. In the house at 5, in the car at high school, in that 30-day nightmare, in the operating rooms, and even in the mirror with my new smile that I didn't ask for. I didn't know God yet, so I wasn't resentful toward him. I just honestly believed that I was on my own. But he had been there, preserving my life, quietly waiting for the day I trust him with it. And that night was my turning point. Because I didn't grow up in church, I didn't have a strong biblical foundation. So once I knew God was speaking to me, I wanted to know who this God really was. So I enrolled in the College of Biblical Studies and I started biblical counseling. Now listen, biblical counseling was not just about here's a verse for your problem. It revealed something deeper, that everything I had been through left me with something called a heart condition. I was full of unforgiveness toward the people who hurt me, a belief that I could never be protected, that I always have to provide for myself. And it left me with very little gratitude because I couldn't yet see how many times God had kept me alive. Scripture says, forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. I heard that before, but now it hit different. God was saying, you're asking me to heal you and bless you while your heart is still locked around what they did to you. And that was a heart opener, literally a heart opener. And while I was in this emotional fog thinking my life is nothing, I'm nobody, I look back and I realized something. Even in survival mode, I had been working in startups in California. I was working from home. Before it was popular to work from home, I was serving as a regional training manager for a Fortune 500 company. Trauma had convinced me I was unworthy of my dreams, but my resume actually was telling a completely different story. I just couldn't see it because my trauma was louder than my truth. So in the middle of all this, God gave me the word grow, G-R-O-W, and that stands for God reveals our worth. And the Lord began to speak to me, encourage me. He began to reveal my worth, whispering, leave your past where it belongs, behind you. You're not what happened to you. You're what I placed inside of you. He told me things like, I've loved you since you were born. He told me that I need to love those that hurt me because he loved them. He told me that vengeance is his, not mine. Now, that sounded like too much for me. I'd been through a lot. So I'm thinking, God, you want me to love the people who abused me? Love the one who tried to rape me? Love the one who kidnapped me, who shot me in my face, who took away my vanity? But what he was really trying to do was free my heart. Because as long as I stayed chained to what they did, I could never fully step into what he, my father, wanted to do. So my trauma kept me broken. But God was trying to disrupt the narrative. And that's really what brings us to today. When trauma breaks, purpose breaks through. The God I serve is a suddenly God. He will let things simmer for years and then suddenly doors start flying open. At one point, I was working as a regional training manager for Sunoco. Things were steady, not perfect, but steady. And then one day I got a call from a headhunter about a job as a learning admin for an oil and gas company. I went through the process, didn't get the job. A couple of weeks later, I got a call from the same company, different department, and they hired me. Amazing. Shortly after that, I got a call to work for a company by the name of Ernst & Young. Now, I only had an associate's degree in biblical studies. I was not qualified for this position. But how many of you know that God will open doors for you that you are not qualified for? God is a God of suddenly. He's a God of suddenly. And so I started looking back at all of the suddenlies in my life. Like when I suddenly moved to Tampa and God told me to buy a house in the middle of COVID. Rates were dropping, but God said, buy the house. I did it. New construction home. I didn't love it, so I Airbnb myself out of a home. Airbnb myself out of a home. Then decided that I was going to purchase a home in a beach town. I decided this was God's idea. It was God's vision for me. Went from purchasing the house in St. Pete to renting it. Now I'm a landlord. So God has continuously done suddenly things for me. He's given me supernatural wisdom for AI and automation. A lot of people struggle with it. I got it. I don't use ChatGPT. I use advanced systems because God led me to those advanced systems. I just want to let you know, I'm telling you all of this because you know what I've been through. And if you read your word, you know that God has used murderers, liars, doubters, outsiders, people with issues, with baggage, with shady resumes to do his will. And let me say this. When we talk about trauma, a lot of people check out because they think, well, I've never been kidnapped. I've never been abused like that. So this isn't really for me. But trauma is not just what happens in the dark rooms and in dangerous places. Trauma can show up in the workplace, in a toxic leader, hostile culture, in a business that drains you and leaves you in debt, in failed dreams. Trauma could be in a church that wounded you instead of healing you. Some of you have corporate trauma, entrepreneurial trauma, relationship trauma, financial trauma, spiritual trauma. And here's the thing. You cannot allow trauma of any kind to keep you paralyzed. You cannot let what broke you become your permanent address. You have to let God disrupt it. Because when God breaks when God breaks your trauma, his purpose breaks through. Your purpose is waiting for you to break through that trauma. As I said, this isn't just my testimony. This is also an invitation to leave the past where it belongs, behind you. Let God reveal your worth instead of trauma defining you. Ask him courageously, what do you want me to do with my life? You might feel like nothing about your story qualifies you for your dreams, and that's perfect. You're exactly the kind of person God loves to use. So let me tell you a little bit about Disrupting Trauma. I have an anthology called Disrupting Trauma. The first series is called When the Mirror Lies. And I have 4 beautiful authors that are sharing this story. I also coach people how to disrupt their trauma and live a bold, faithful, and purpose-filled life. I have another offer called Disrupt to Dominate, and this is for business leaders. I help you master AI and automation while disrupting old legacy mindsets that keep you stuck in the past. So the future does not belong to the most comfortable. It belongs to those that are most adaptable and those that are ready to disrupt your past and walk into the beautiful future that God has in store for you. And then I have a program called the Junior CEO Program, and this is for you. And it's my mission to help the next generation develop a disruptive mindset, teaching them how to be entrepreneurs, develop a disruptive mindset, and plant seeds of innovation, ownership, and faith at an early age. So it was a pleasure talking to you today. I hope you enjoyed your time with me. Please contact me. I would love to meet you and hear about your trauma. Let's talk about it. Let's work through it. You can reach me again at www.disruptingtrauma.pro. That's www.disruptingtrauma.pro. Be blessed.
Have you ever been the talk of the town? I mean, the gossip. You know, the buzz around the office, in the family, among your peers. In today's language is, the tea. Well, I've been the talk of the town, the talk of the family, the talk in the office. My God, when I think about it, I've just been the talk of everything. And it started when I was young. Coming up to the age that I am today, I finally realized people always talked about me. They'll continue to talk about me until the day I die. And my hope is that even after I die, they still can't stop talking about me. Well, being the talk of the town, I know a lot of times is no fun. I've been on the negative side of things, as well as the positive side of things. Nonetheless, being the talk of the town depends on how you look at it. It can be at a point where it's really no fun and it's negative. I remember being young, living my best life as a child, and then life interrupted the way that it did. But one thing that I do know, even while I was young, being in my teenage years, being the talk of the town, being in my adult life, being the talk of the town, and now my good and grown, oh God, half of the century talk about, it was good for me. It was good for me. It helped make me who I am today. So when we start talking about being the talk of the town, shoot, they talked about Jesus, did they not? And they still can't stop talking about him. Well, they may be talking about you or may have talked about you, the good, the bad, the in-between. But look at you. You still got it going on and you're still here today. Whether you do things the way they want you to do it or you don't, they're going to talk about you. So why not give them something to talk about? Listen, let me put myself out there because I said I've been through so much stuff in my life. Listen, I can always talk about me on so many levels with so many discussions. Some negative, a lot negative. Let me be real about that. A lot negative and a lot of things true, positive. I was 20 with 3 children. I got married at the age of 21. Life happened. I come from a lot of different places and a lot of different things in my life that I just, at the time in my 20s, I hated my life. And I said, I shouldn't have had to go through some of the things that I went through. Nonetheless, it happened. And this is the same way with you. Things happen out of your control. Some within your control, like my mother said, and maybe your mother said too. If you make your bed hard, baby, you got to lie in that. My God, I did not understand what she was talking about until I got older. Maybe this will register for you. When you were in high school, did any of you have your teachers who told you, no, you trying to rush your life to grow up, babies? You better enjoy your life where you are right now. You know, we teenagers, we in the 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. Shoot, we can't wait to be 18 and grow up and do what we want to do because we tired of dealing with our parents anyway. Yeah, my God. There was a wake-up call. Should I say I had a wake-up call at 16 because that was the first time that I became a mother at the age of 16 years old. Okay. So it was a wake up call for me, but still yet I had the audacity to say, I can't wait till I turn 18 to get good and grown. My God, I didn't realize by the time I turned 18, I was going to have another baby. And had to drop out of college at the same time. You can only imagine. Yep, they talked about me. They talked about me when they didn't understand I was pregnant and I was trying to hide that thing until I couldn't hide it any longer. So they talked about me when they could see that big old bump. And then when I had to have the baby for the first time, graduated high school, had my second child. 18 years old. Oh my God. So even the grown people who are 18 and even my peers who were fortunate enough to really go to college and stay in college, right? They too were talking about me. So you can only imagine the people around you, what they were saying and gossiping. So people talked about me. They talked about me when I was out there doing my thing, having my own business, running things in the business, feeling good about myself, feeling like, hey, I'm able to employ people, able to hire them. Oh God, that was in my 30s, right? Well, should I say, yeah, right before 30, I was able to do some stuff. My God, then life happened. Lost my husband to a black on black crime. Had to raise my 3 children alone. Thank God for my mother, my sister, and some people who wanted to help out. My God, but I'm telling you, they talked about me. You can't even imagine. Had the nerve to have my picture and his picture, my husband's picture on the front page. Read all about it. Yeah. The gossip in the town, the tea, if you will, was
about me. Then to leave insult to injury, I decided, well, 7 years later, oh, what am I doing? I'm filling you in on me. I'm telling you about my tea. I'm helping you have some seats. And if you haven't got your tea, go ahead and make your tea while you're listening to me tell you all about a little bit about my life. Okay. Yeah, they talked about me. I didn't have many people who poured and encouraged me. Have you had those people who will encourage you on one side of their lip, and then on the other side, they gossiping about what you just told them? Yeah. That was me. They talked about me to the point that I believed what they said. Now, that's the part right there, is believing what people are saying about you. I heard so much of the junk that they were saying about me until, my God, I began to believe the lie. I've had people to call my name different ways of saying my name to the point that I forgot how to pronounce my name. Listen, I'm just keeping a 100 with you. I understand this is about leadership. I want you to come in on my life and what I had to hurdle through to get to where I am today. So what am I saying? I am letting you know that people may have talked about you when you were younger, when you got older. And it's easy for us to feel as if we're living, dealing with the lies or the gossips or even the talk from our towns. One thing that I do know is you can not be at a point where you want to outrun the lie. You got to stop believing the lie and stop trying to outrun the lie. Because what happens is we believe what people say about us so much that we'll either try to outrun it and not become it, or we end up becoming it because we believed it. That's the part that gets us messed up. However, you have an opportunity to set your life up, it also falls on what you believe about yourself. So what you believe about yourself also spills over in the family you create. It spills over in the business. If you have a business that you create, it spills over in the workplace that you move in, and you have your employer and the peers and that arena. If you go to church and you become a leader in your church, it also spills over in that. So however you pull in the talk about you, whether it be the truth or it be the lie, whether it be the lie that they said and you believe it, or it be the lie that you believe about yourself, it spills over in conversations. It spills over in your business structures. It spills over in your day-to-day life. So no matter how you try to build your family structure, you build your business structure, or even ministry, anything, your brand, however you believe, your visions, your values, what you build your life on will spill over in that. So can you imagine being the talk of the town, being in the media negatively, being among peers, feeling that pressure and everything that you had to go through, and you're living out lies, not even knowing how wonderful God created you to be, because all you can do is think about your past failures. All you can do is think about what you should have done, but you didn't do, what you could have said, but you didn't say. You think about how people have summed you up in their minds, and you begin to believe what they have said about you as if you don't matter. Well, that was me. It spilled over into my home. It spilled over into marriage. It spilled over into business. It spilled over into ministry, to the point it didn't matter how far I had made it. I still believe the lies of yesterday. And even though those were many decades prior, to me, it still felt as if it was yesterday. Listen, they talked about Jesus. They talked about him before he was even born, and they tried to take him out. They tried to take him out not knowing when he was going to show up. So they killed many sons that didn't even belong to them. They killed many of them thinking that they were going to kill that word that was spoken, that prophecy was spoken. And then when he showed up, they still couldn't even recognize who he really was and what he was really meant to do. So why do you think people are not going to talk about you and what you were called to do, what you were meant to do? God put you here for a purpose. And it's something great, phenomenal, extraordinary, and amazing that he has placed on the inside of you. And it wasn't until God got my attention and I began to go on this fast and get myself together and take in that serenity prayer and accept the things that I had no control over, because I thought I had control over what people had to say about me. I thought I had control over how I could make somebody love me. I thought I had control over how I really was going to raise my family and really structure the business appropriately. What God began to help me to understand is, you got to build the foundation on him. And you got to build a foundation knowing if he called you to it, he's going to help you complete it. So I had to pull in Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I can do this. I can have a family and raise my children the way God would have me to raise them. And getting back to me, getting back to that place where I was broken. I was walking in misery. I was walking in doubt, and I tried to take myself out of here. Yes. Several times I did, because I believed the lies of what they said about me. I believed the talk of the town that was negative, and I was messed up on the inside to the point that I couldn't even see how much God loved me. I couldn't even see this phenomenal, amazing, extraordinary, great things that were on the inside of me, again, until he got my attention and I learned how to love me. So for me to get myself into a place to set the foundations of my life appropriately, I had to learn how to love me. And you may be saying, what does this have to do with leadership? It has everything to do with leadership, because if you do not do what you are supposed to do and be healed correctly, it's going to spill over into other places. It's going to spill over into your business. It's going to spill over into your marriages. And then you're going to wonder why things are not working the way you thought it should be working. So you got to set the foundation correctly. And you got to know, you got to get to a place where whatever is going on with you, that you allow yourself to heal from broken places. Broken crayons, as I was told, they still color. You know, if you can still put it in your hand or rub it across your hand, that thing will still make a mark and it will still color. So no matter what is going on and has went on in your life, know that you got to set the foundation correctly, and it starts with you setting that foundation right. When you are healed and you become whole, then you don't have to worry about things spilling over negatively with other people, in other places, or in other things. Having the relationships wrong, doing the wrong things on the right days and not having the results that you were hoping to have. So as we're coming to the end of 2025, this is a good time to really take a look at you. Take a look at what you were called to do, the purpose that is on the inside of you. And forget about the talk of the town, baby. They're going to talk about you anyway. But what we're talking about is giving them something for real to talk about. You know how you can be raised up from those places that you felt like you were torn down. You were battered, you were beaten, you were overlooked, you were underpaid. You may have been in places where you felt like you were underprivileged. I'm coming to let you know again that God has put something extraordinary, powerful, amazing, incredible, purposeful on the inside of you. So just like building a house, the foundation, you still got to set the foundation level appropriately for the house to be laid. Now, depending on how you want the house to look, that's different. But the foundation and doing the work, the core part of it has to be laid appropriately. And no matter what has happened in your past, that doesn't determine what you are able to accomplish today or even tomorrow. You got to heal from yesterday, and you got to forgive those people, and you got to let those things go. You got to forgive yourself of what you should have done, but you didn't do, what you should have said, but you didn't say, and vice versa. You got to learn how to love you and then go back to the true foundation and ask God, how do you want me to build this house? How do you want me to build this business? Because when you think about it, any kind of talk of the town, when we're talking about towns, that town could be represented in your family. That town could be represented in the social circles, the ecosystems that you're coming through. That town could be set up with your business or your ministry, your brand. You got to go back to the source and ask him, how do I build this thing correctly? And then you go back to, yes, it's going to look bigger than what you feel like you can do. And you're going to ask God, God, show me how to do it. And you're going to pull in, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. You're going to lay the vision and you're going to write it and make it plain, because those dreams that you had today, those dreams you had yesterday, you're going to be able to go back and look, well, this is the vision that I had. Sometimes we do need to revisit those visions. Sometimes we do need to go back and look to see, what can I do to make it better? This is the reason why you have your reporting system in place, and you can look to see what you've done in the past and compare it to what you've done this year. And now that we're coming to the end of this part of the year, December 2025, how do you want your 2026 to look? What can you do that's better? And this is the time to reevaluate your vision, your mission, and pull in those core values. Sometimes you need to remember the why you got started in the first place. You know, those core values, how you believe what you believe, how you treat everyone, not just yourself in life, but how you treat people in your business, in your ministry, and those in passing. Again, there's a new year approaching. You're going to be the talk of the town. They talked about me. They still gonna talk about me, and guess what? I'm good with that. You're gonna have haters, non-participators, and celebrators, and it takes all of those to help be who you are. Don't be mad at them. Be mad at you if you don't get yourself in place and do what you need to do based on why you are here. Now, speaking of that, I want to let you know before I close out of this, you got a little tea about me. Now, let me tell you partly what I have to offer you. It's called the Fit Life Coaching Session. Fit Life Coaching Session. Focused, innovative training. People will always talk. They talk when you fail. They talk when you rise. They talk when you're broken. And they'll talk when you start becoming everything God destined you to be anyway. So if they're going to talk about you anyway, why not give them something transformational to talk about? Why not let the conversation shift to new, healed, focused, bold, unstoppable, the new version of you? Why not let 2026 be the year you become the talk of the town for real? Not for the pain you came out of, but the purpose you stepped into. The purpose you stepped into. We are transforming lives with focused, innovative training, activating purpose, God is using me out of my story to help equip leaders to impact the world. Why? Because I know my story is going to impact the world. And that is the heartbeat of Fit Life Coaching. This is not just another coaching program. This is where faith meets strategy, where the healing meets alignment, and where leadership meets legacy. It is built for people who know deep down, I'm called to do the more. And it's time to stop sitting on my potential. Can you say that? It's time to stop sitting on my potential. What is fit for? I'm so glad you asked me. Fit is for the person who feels stuck between where they've been and where they know God is trying to take them. It's only a try if you don't let them. It's for the person who knows that settling, it's been long enough. I got to stop doing it. You got to stop feeling like, if you're feeling that there's purpose in you and you being pulled to that, fit is for you. Fit is for you. When you think about the sense that you have, it's time to elevate, you're feeling like it's time, this is for you. Fit is for you if you want to lead, influence, build, and impact. Fit is for you if you want to heal for real, for real. Fit is for you if you want accountability, strategy, and soul level transformation. This is for destiny walkers. This is for legacy builders. This is for people who refuse to walk into 2026 carrying the same cycles, the same fears, and the same limitations. It's the heartbeat, the mission that God has blessed me to be able to build. Fit Life Academy exists to coach, mentor, train individuals to align their faith with strategy, heal from the limiting beliefs that they sabotage their progress, and become legacy-minded leaders in every arena of their lives that they touch. Because our vision is clear, to develop purpose-driven leaders who are mentally strong, spiritually aligned, and professionally equipped to influence generations and build legacy. This is not just coaching, this is transformation. And it's time for you to have your transformation. This is alignment for you. This is legacy building, and I am all about that. Speaking of talk of the town, that first baby that I had, my baby doll is what I call her, right? Since the time that she was young, she blessed me to become a grandmother. And guess what she called my grandson? Legacy. So I do it for him. I do it for my legacy. So if you've looked in the mirror and thought, I should be further, I need help focusing, I know I'm called to lead, but something keeps blocking me, I want to heal what they've never taught me how to handle, then Fit wasn't created for the masses. It was created for you. God is blessing me to heal one heart at a time, because healed people help heal people. You don't have to start new. You don't have to start at the point where you feel like you're empty. You don't have to walk into 2026 carrying the weight of 2025. You don't have to wait for things to change. You can start changing you. You deserve better. Say that out of your mouth. I deserve better. You deserve more. Now say it out of your mouth. I deserve more. And you deserve to step into the vision, the version of you that God has called you to be going forward. Now, here's the freebie that I want to give you. Because I believe in you, because I built this from the ground up through fire, faith, and focus. You heard my story. You only heard that little dot in that big old circle, but you still heard it. And I understand you. And because I want you to feel the power of true coaching, I am gifting you something I've never offered publicly. One free 60-minute Fit Life coaching session. You heard it. One 60-minute free Fit Life coaching session. We ain't gonna hold nothing back. There's no cost for you. There's no catch to this. There's no sliding scale. Just you and transformation. Just you and the hour that you need to shift your entire year. And of course, if you want more, I'm here for it. But listen, you must act now to lock it in for 2026. So when this closes, it closes. So this is how you claim it. Email info@brandnewmetribe.me. I'm going to say that one more time. Email info@brandnewmetribe.me. Put in the subject line, free coaching, or visit brandnewmetribe.me and register for your free 60-minute session. One decision today can open the door for the best version of you tomorrow. I became the talk of the town, not because of the obstacles I faced, but because I fought through them. I said I will not be a statistic. When I became a widow, looking at my 3 children, husband buried, not knowing what I was going to do, I just knew. I looked at my baby's true story. I looked at my babies and I said, you will not be a statistic. I looked at them and said, you deserve a fighting chance. And that's what I'm saying to you today. You deserve a fighting chance. Even through the fear, through faith, and through the many battles I had to fight, I built this anyway because of God. He healed me and rose me and raised me up in spite of. And now I'm reaching for you. 2025 may be ending, but your transformation is just the beginning. Let the new year reveal a new you and let the world talk. Let them talk. Let them talk. Because this time they'll understand you're about to give them something to talk about. I love that. You're about to give them something to talk about. Focus, innovative transformation. This is you. This is you. And this should be your time. This should be your turn if you believe it. And if you believe it, act now. Email info@brandnewmetribe.me. Because, baby, this year, 2026, be the talk of the town and be okay with it. Peace and blessings.
Take a look at yourself right now. Now take a look at your life. Life is a very difficult thing to get through. It's a very difficult thing to navigate through. Let me tell you a story. My life was interesting for me. It all started in the year I was born. Everything was great. Parents together, and they stayed together the whole time until my dad passed away. But when I look at things, the difficulty started in 1983. One of my best friends was killed. Hit by a car, dragged for miles. It was so sad because his mother couldn't recognize him when it was time for her to have the funeral. Life. I tell you, it's just hard. The struggles, the storms that come at you. And then I fast forward to about 1987. One of my closest friends, I thought everything was okay. We talked for hours. We laughed. We joked. We talked about going to get some Harold's chicken and some Home Run Inn pizza. If you ever come to Chicago, you definitely want some Harold's chicken. And we were laughing and joking that night and talking about the girls we were going to go take out on the date the next couple of days. And I told him, all right, dog, I got to get home, before my mom started tripping, and I got to go. He said, I'll see you later. Then his mom called me. Well, she paged me, because, back then we had pages. I don't know if y'all know what pages are, but had a little page, and I thought I was a man. It said, beep, 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 beep. I looked at it, and it was his mother. And I called, and I said, what's going on? She said, Marcus, have you seen? And I said, no. I hadn't seen Eric since we left. I left your house, and I went straight home. And she was crying on the phone. So I looked at the phone, and I said, hold on. And I knocked on my parents' door, and I said, Ma, Dad, Eric is missing. Can I help his mother go and find him? And they were like, go ahead, and if you need us, call us. It was a tough night that day. My friend sat in front of a train and committed suicide. That was a very difficult time for me. Then I fast forward my life and I go to college. Hey, you get to college, boy. Hey, it's on. How many of y'all remember going to college and getting it on? Well, I had a roommate. And he went on a plane, a single-engine plane, for the weekend, flying to Wisconsin from Illinois. And his plane crashed. He didn't make it. Life is so full of different things. But I got buried with all of these things that were happening. The negativity. I felt like life was just tearing me down. Just destroying everything that I was trying to do. Then I fast forward my life, and I got married, had a son, divorced at 26. And I got remarried to my wife that I've been with ever since. We had a daughter and then another daughter. Such a blended family. So I had 3 girls and 1 boy. But life was still taking a toll on me with death. You see, starting in 1987, that was the beginning of being buried by life. That was not easy for me. I lost my paternal grandfather. Then in 2000, when I was supposed to go have dinner with my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, she had an emergency that took her to the hospital, and she passed away. Then 7 years later, while I was talking to my dad, he died right in front of me. And this life is just tearing me apart. Just feel like I'm being buried and put into the soil, and just dirt being put all over me, because my mindset was getting weaker and weaker because of the things that I had been through. Then I fast forward that, and my brother passed 7 years after that in 2014. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. You see, because at that point, life had destroyed me. At that point, life had buried me deep down into the earth. Deep, deep, deep. Into a hole that I felt like I couldn't get out of. And at that point, I felt like there were just other skeletons just dropped on top of me. And I had no way to get out, to move forward. And I thought my life was actually crappy. And at one point, I thought it was over. Because if I fast forward that, I ended up with COVID. Really bad COVID. But I was able to, by the grace of God, survive it. Now, what that makes me think about is the rebuild that I'm in right now. You see, because in the Bible, there was a man, his name was Joseph. His brothers didn't like him either. They were jealous of him. So they sold him into slavery. But then he ended up being a dream teller for the king. He told him and interpreted his dreams. And you know what Joseph did? He even forgave his brothers. But then I also think about Job. Because Job had everything stripped from him. Just everything. And when I look at my life, I've had a house, I've lost a house. I had another house and I gave it up. And life was just so hard. And then I fast forward and I look at things and I look at how I want to help people and how I want to do the things I need to do to help people move into the right direction. But what I had to realize is the storm doesn't kill you. It only makes you stronger because it's a rebuild from God. See, God takes all those things that happen to you and he moves you somewhere else so that he can reassemble you piece by piece, brick by brick, to be the person that you were designed to be. And sometimes when we think about that, it's a very difficult thing to think like, well, why are you taking me through all of this and why can't I live better and why can't I do this? Let me tell you a little story. An eagle, when they get to a certain age, in their 40s actually, their claws grow so long. Their beaks are even longer. They have a decision to make. They can still soar through the clouds, but they can't eat because their beak is too long, so it's too hard to kill the prey. Their claws are too long, it's too hard to grab the prey, and they're hurting themselves. So here's their decision. Their decision is to go up to the mountain and beat that beak on a rock until it falls off. And then they become beakless. Or they can let it go and starve until they pass away. But the eagles that have the strength and tenacity to do what they need to do, they soar right on up to that mountain, they land, and then they take that beak off. And it takes 6 months for that beak to grow back. And when it grows back, they pull their claws out, their talons, until they grow back. It's called a rebuild. God has showed them how to rebuild because he's given them the ability to regrow their claws and to regrow their beak. But they have to make a decision. The decision is, do I suffer and get rebuilt brick by brick, piece by piece, or do I give up? Well, most of those eagles that have a strong mindset will rebuild. And their beak comes back and those talons grow back. And once they do, they soar right on down to the rivers and they go get food and they eat and they consume the food so that they can get their strength back. And then the second storm comes through for them. The second half of their life. Now, when that storm comes through, eagles have the ability to soar above the storm and look down for the right opening. So the question I have for you is, do you have the ability to soar above the storm and look for the opening to do what you need to do for yourself? Because you see, when God has these things that happen to you, but you feel they shouldn't, you're being rebuilt. Piece by piece, brick by brick. That's what Job did. He trusted God and he was rebuilt. He was given everything back ×2. Joseph was in slavery for a little while and then he ended up working for the king. See, God continues to bless us, even when we're not thinking about we deserve or when it's coming. I say that to say because when I went through what I went through, all that death, and I felt like I was so busy doing everything I needed to do, running through life, but I didn't take the time out to think that maybe I was being rebuilt to be a better person. You see, emotionally, I was just destroyed. I was devastated. I was crying in the dark. But I didn't realize that there was a message in this. I didn't realize that God was going to take my pain and use it for good. You see, because God can take everything negative and make it positive. So what did God teach me? And I'm still working on it. I'm learning it. I'm not going to lie. I'm the EQ guru, the emotional intelligence coach. The reason I am is because I understand that emotionally, no matter what you go through, it's only 10% of the battle. The other 90% of the battle is how I react to it. So you see, when God moved me and I felt like I was being buried and those bones were being put on top of me and the buildings were putting on top of me and I felt like I had no way out, what I didn't understand was he repotted me. He put me in the soil so that I can grow back. That's right. So I can be rebuilt to be better in what I needed to do in life, to serve him, to show people, to teach people. So when you're going through that storm, and as tough as it is, get on your knees and ask yourself, are you being rebuilt? Because it probably is a rebuild. People are going to laugh at you. People are going to make fun of you. People are going to tell you, you don't even know what you're doing. But that's okay. You know, because people laugh at me all the time. As a person that loves pizza as much as I do, they ask me, is that all I eat all the time? I had a fight with my uncle, and I'll never forget this. My grandmother passed away in 2000, and everybody was rushing to the house to get the last bit of food that she ever cooked. But for me, it was just one meal. I wanted my sloppy Joe. If you don't know what sloppy Joe's is, look it up on the internet. I wanted my sloppy Joe. So I ran over to the house after everything was done. And you know something? That lady made my sloppy Joe. She left it in the freezer with my name on it. And my uncle was trying his best. He was taking it and pulling everything out of the refrigerator and the freezer. And he grabbed my sloppy Joe. And I said, yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, dog, that's not yours. See, that name says Marcus. It does not say Jimmy. It says Marcus. So that's for me. I said, don't make me whoop your tail over my sloppy Joe. Because I will fight you for that sloppy Joe. I'm just letting you know. He gave in, he gave him a sloppy Joe. But isn't that remarkable? That even in the moment that she passed away, she still left me something to eat. That was a great gift for me. I say that to say, even in our darkest moments, God is always there. So when I started my rebuild, after my 7 years, 6.5 really, of torture, of losing my brother and thinking about all the things that I had been through in these storms, losing a friend when I was young, losing my other friend when I was 16, and all the other death. It could have broke me because these were people that were really important to me, that were near and dear to my heart. But what I learned was God was rebuilding me to be stronger, just like that eagle that tore off his beak and his talons to continue to live. I had to shed this layer of frustration and anger and hurt and uncontrollable emotions. to be a better person. So all during that, the key takeaway is I became extremely self-aware. My self-awareness grew. I became more self-assured. I started to understand me. So what I want you to take away from this speech is this. When life is giving you a difficult time, first thing you should do is pray. The second thing you should do is journal how you feel. Talk about what's going on. Whether you talk to someone or to yourself, get it out of your mind. And the third thing I want you to understand is it's not a punishment. It's a rebuild. And the rebuild is coming piece by piece, brick by brick by brick. So no matter what anyone says about you, around you, doesn't matter. The rebuild is your rebuild. Like I said, I felt like I had skeletons and buildings put on me. But what I didn't realize was I was replanted to grow and be the person that God wants me to be. Not what people want me to be, but what God wants me to be. So if you'd like to work on you and to understand how you can be a better person, you can reach out to me at www.therightmentality.com. You can follow me on all social media as Right Mentality, or you can reach me on my phone, 630-621-0708. I'm going to leave you with this. The word that I'm going to say today is rebuild. The Right Mentality word is rebuild. When you're looking at your life and you're looking at the things that you're going through, I guarantee you it's probably a rebuild. Take that eagle, for instance. The eagle did rebuild. His body restored itself so that he or she can go back out and get the food that they needed to survive. If they can do it, you can do it. It's been your boy, Marcus A. Wright. Peace.
If you have a purpose, if you have a calling, if you have a creative idea, if there is something burning inside of your belly, you are married. You may not be married to a person, but you are married to purpose. Now, some of you may say, I'm not married. And you could be telling the truth if you have not dated your purpose, proposed to your yes, and took the aisle to walk it out. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the founder and CEO of Married to My Purpose platform. I look forward to hearing from you, and thank you so much for your time. And I'm not going nowhere. Love yourself. If you have a purpose. So hello, everybody. Thank you all for coming on today. As you can see, I am Dr. Sorrell Herban, and I am looking forward to this conversation on today, okay? So we got all our tools in place. We're going to talking about how leaders are living and leading generously. And today, my task is to talk to you a little bit about purpose, okay? Now look, let me look at my topic because I'm not going to get off track. Number one, I'm a speaker. Number two, I'm an author. Number three, I'm a writer. And number four, I'm a preacher. Okay? Now look, I only have a certain amount of time. Let me look at my clock. I'm only supposed to have 20 minutes. So let me make sure I put my timer on over here. I got my timer on, Pastor Shannon. So listen, I am not going over. I got my notepad. Listen, I got my crown. Hold on. Did y'all didn't know I was Miss Corporate America Louisiana 2025. Hey everybody, I am Miss Corporate America 2025. Okay? Represent Louisiana. Now let me take this title off because I don't need that right now. I got that. I got my wallet. Look, I got my gum. I got my lotion. I got it. Everything that I need to get started and have a conversation with you all on today. Okay? So listen, birthing purpose. How to push past, and I'm reading this because I'm not going off track, Pastor Shannon. Okay? How to push past fear and step into divine alignment. Okay? Birthing purpose. How to push past fear and step into divine alignment. First of all, let's talk about purpose. I'm going to give you a story about my purpose. Now, one of the things that have happened in my life over the years is I realized that I have some really strong gifts. How many of you in this room know that you've got some strong gifts that you need to share with the world? And how many of you have done that? I know many of us are sitting on them. Some of us got notepads and journals and sheets of sticky pads all over our computers because we're going to get that thing done. But my question to you is when? When are you going to do it? Why are you not doing it? For those of you on here that are women, and those of you who are on here that are men that even studied the birthing process, that's not easy. And oh, by the way, if you look at it from a traditional standpoint, it takes 9 months to birth a baby. 9 months. So if it takes 9 months to birth a natural baby, how long do you think it's going to take you to birth purpose? And it's going to take you even longer if you have not even discovered what your purpose is. So here are some tips for you. How do you discover your purpose? I know some people are asking, how do I even discover my purpose? How do I even know what my purpose is? I want you to take out a sheet of paper right now. I'll wait. Notepad, you can put it in your phone and your notes, even in the chat. You can drop it in the chat. But I want you to take out a sheet of paper and I want you to write down the things that you do well. And then I want you to write down the things that you want to do well. And then on the third column, I want you to write down the things that you don't do well. Now, some of us take a lot of our time focusing on the things that we don't do well, that we ignore those things that we do very well. Let me tell you a story about my life. Now, let me get my tissues, because I don't want to be looking crazy out here on this Zoom call, okay? Let me tell you a story about my life. Grew up with my grandmother. My mom was around, but I never met my dad. I met my dad when I was 16 years old at his funeral. Yeah, one of those type of things. My grandmother died when I was 11th grade. How many of you were raised by your grandmother? I know many of us have been. I was raised by my grandmother in the 80s and 90s. So that was a real grandma. She didn't play. We didn't even go to the stop sign in the neighborhood. Okay? We could go to the mailbox and come back in the house. When the street lights came on, you better be in the house. Okay? So when you talk about your childhood, when you talk about the childhood of learning what your purpose is, sometimes that's hard because you're living in an environment where you're told what to do, how to do it, and even when to do it. Right? You all still have that paper out, right? I want you to use that sheet of paper And I want you to fold that sheet of paper in half in 3 ways because you wrote a few things down. I want you to see it from different angles. Because when you are birthing something, there are different angles. And you have to navigate those different angles. I had to navigate the different angles of my life. I don't know what it feels like to be raised by a parent because I wasn't raised by my parents. I was raised by my grandmother. So much wisdom. My children were raised by both of their parents. And then the next season came where a divorce took place in my life. After 23 years of marriage, the baby that I thought was birthed for life ended. And that baby was a marriage. Having a family in the ecosystem of marriage. And that ended. And it tore me apart. I told God, I fasted, I prayed, Lord, what is going on? My marriage was my purpose. You told me that ministry starts at home. He said, I didn't tell you that. Your marriage is not your purpose as you have prayed to me. You made your marriage your purpose and you made your husband your God. I said, what? And then he told me I left him out. Not only did he do that, y'all, he gave me a double whammy. He turned around and said, and you have your identity all over the place. I said, now, wait a minute now. I'm thinking I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I'm showing up as a wife. I'm showing up as a mom. And here I am, out of place. How many of you have felt out of place in your life? I know I have. I just recently divorced in 2024. 2024, y'all. That was last year. Somebody asked, how you doing? I'm healing in the midst of grief, in the midst of a form of a death, in the midst of restructuring my life, in the midst of finding my own identity. That's not tied to being a mom. That's not tied to being a wife. That's not tied to being in a leadership position. So I want you all to take a minute. I'm going to put my timer on here. I want you to take a minute and I want you to jot down everything in your life right now that should not be in your life. I'm going to wait. I got the phone right here. The time starts now. Now I'm going to get my notepad and I'm going to write too. You all got about 49 seconds left to write down all the things that you think are not going right in your life and all the things that you want to happen in your life. You got about 40 seconds left. Got about 15 seconds left. I had the advantage because I wrote my stuff down before we started, so. All right, that's the timer. So I want you all to take that list. You got 2 lists. You got 2 practical things you can take away so far. And we're only a few minutes before I'm landing this plane and you already have practical tools. Birthing your purpose. Birthing your purpose. How to push past the fear and walk into your divine alignment. What does that look like? We've already done a few things. You didn't have to take a coaching class for 6 weeks to figure that out. You know who you are. You know exactly who you are. So why aren't you doing more for you? Somebody else cannot show up for you more than you can show up for you. I want y'all to put that in the chat. Put that as a hashtag somewhere. Someone else should not be showing up for you more than you show up for you. Somebody say, have the baby already. Now let's talk about this birthing process. Number one, conception is the first start. When you know you have conceived something and planted a seed, where is that seed, y'all? How old is your seed of purpose? Have you even planted it? Some of us are still holding the seed, like I'm holding this tissue in my hand. Some of us are still holding the seed of purpose in our hand. Somebody say, plant your seed. Number two, carrying the seed. Everybody's season of carrying and birthing is different. And if you think about it from a natural perspective, some women birth early. Some women birth late, like me. 9.5, almost 10 weeks. The last week I was supposed to not be in labor, I was in labor. That joker did not want to come out. How often do we have purpose sitting inside of us and it's not ready to come out? It's supposed to be out, but it's overdue. Now, let me tell you what happens to some when a birthing process happens and you are overdue. When a baby is inside of a mother's womb and the baby is overdue, sometimes it causes the nutrition that is surrounding that baby, the support that's surrounding that baby, to run out of space. There is no more space for your purpose to be cradled inside of you. You're running out of space. You want to know why you're running out of space? You're running out of space because once you birth that purpose, there are more tasks, more branches attached to the purpose that's inside of you that you won't birth, that's getting in the way. Carrying your purpose to term is absolutely necessary. Trying to carry that purpose around longer than you should, and you know you should be executing, that's another piece of this. Somebody say, carry your purpose to term and birth it. Now we're talking about the birthing process. We planted the seed of purpose. We carried the purpose to term. Not only did we carry the purpose to term, but we've learned that we could carry purpose so long, we can be overdue. And things are just backing up. Dreams, creative ideas that we should be doing in conjunction with our purpose, we can't do it. We can't do it because we've run out of space. Don't run out of space. Birth your purpose. Birth the purpose. Don't hold on to it. Don't hover it, because that very thing that you think is not supposed to happen would happen. Not only would you run out of space, but the mom can get ill. Did you all know that? A mother can get ill and the baby could be at risk if that baby stays in you longer than it should. Somebody say, birth your purpose. Divine alignment is when you are walking in everything you're called to do. So I want you to think about it. Plant that seed of purpose. Carry that purpose to term. Nurture it along the way. And everybody's purpose has a different timeline. Different timeline. Now I'm going to get my notepad. Give me a second. Real quick. Let me get this notepad. My notepad has so many notes jotted in it. So many. I need you all to start journaling. Journaling everything that you think about in terms of what you're called to do, what you wish you could do. You've planted the seed of purpose. You're carrying the purpose to term. The baby has been birthed. Now your purpose is visible. What do you do next? You're out here in this world, just like a baby that's birthed, A purpose that's birthed is still in infant stages and needs support. A baby that's just born can't even hold its neck up. A purpose that's just born may not be ready to execute at $1 million level, at $1 billion level. So you have to come alongside people. You have to allow people to come alongside you. You have to trust. Somebody says, I have to trust. Coming out of a divorce, out of a marriage into a divorce, after 23 years of marriage, I had to learn how to navigate and trust other people. And that wasn't easy for me. It's still not easy for me. It's still a transition process taking place in my life in spite of me walking in my purpose. What season are you in where you have to birth your purpose, carry it to term, make sure it's nurtured? Once you birth it, it's out. Understand where that purpose should go and where the purpose shouldn't go, who that purpose should be connected to and who that purpose should not be connected to. Those are the things that you need to be doing. So I ask you again today, who are you connected with? What phase of the birthing process are you in? Have you planted your seed? Okay, that's good. If you planted your seed, that means it's growing. You're nurturing it. And when it's time to come full term, you'll be ready to receive that purpose. Purpose is your forever partner. I want somebody to write that down. Purpose is your forever partner. And that's on the marriage and partner side. But when you're talking about the birthing process, I get it. We're all married to our purpose. We should be. But let's assume that we all are. You're married to your purpose. Now you are creating offspring of your purpose. You've got to birth it. You've got to let it grow legs. Purpose leaves clues. What are those clues? When you birth your purpose, there are clues to that. Well, people can see the fruit on your life, number one. They can see that you are connected to someone else, helping them solve a problem in their life. I never realized that I would become a purpose midwife. Yeah. A purpose midwife, helping other people birth their purposes. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm called to do. But I had to come out of a thing. I had to be birthed out of a thing to understand that I've got to help other people do the same. So as I'm landing this plane, I want you all to remember this. Everybody has a birthing process. Your divine alignment is to get from behind fear. Get from behind, I'll pray it away. And I love prayer. I am an intercessor. You've got to do something. You've prayed. Fear has taken control of your life and brought no fruit to you. So you may as well walk in faith. Not only walk in faith, but execute in faith. That is going to happen for you. Your purpose is waiting on you. So what I want you to do, I want you to text me. I want you to reach out and let me know that you are ready. You are ready to walk in your purpose and be birthed in your purpose. So I want you to text me at MTMP. That's what I want you to text at 33777. Okay? And once you text me, I'm going to send you a purpose alignment tool. That way you can figure out the things that you have going on in your life and you can see where you are and focus on where you want to be. So listen, thank you all today for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the birthing process in a totally different light. Your birthing process is important because it's specific to you. It's unique to you. And it is tied to the lifeline livelihood, sustainability, and success of your purpose. Thank you all very much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And remember, your purpose is your forever partner.
Hello, my name is Marshette Foster, and I'm one of the speakers for the upcoming Leaders Live Generously Summit that is scheduled for December 15th through the 17th. I first wanted to say thank you to Dr. Shannon for allowing me this wonderful opportunity to speak on such an amazing platform. Thank you so much. I dare not take this for granted, and I count it an honor and also a privilege to be able to encourage the people of God. So I just wanted to say that as time gets close to this summit, I was thinking, Lord, what do you want to say? What do you want to bless the people with? And one of the things that actually popped in my spirit was, don't underestimate. So the first thing is, underestimate what? Underestimate who? And one of the things that came to the end was, don't underestimate the power of God. I know in today's society, if you look at the news and everything that's going on, you will probably think, is God still alive? Is he still around? Is he still here? And you hear about so many leaders, and whether they're in Christendom, if they're in corporate, they are actually throwing in the towel. They're giving up. They're done. They don't want to go any further because it's so hard. It becomes so wearing on their being. So I just wanted to come and share something. So just a reminder that don't underestimate God. Trust and believe. He is still alive. He is still active. He is still showing up and showing up strong. If I could just encourage you to, let me just remind you of the countless stories in the Bible. I know some of us probably haven't read our word in a while, but if you could remember the countless stories in the Bible of where individuals had underestimated the power of God. They underestimated God's blessings. They underestimated the word that he shared with them. For example, Sarah and Abraham, one of our favorite stories. She didn't believe she was going to have a baby at her age. Would you believe that? I wouldn't believe that, especially at 99. Was it 99? But anyway, but she didn't believe she was going to have a baby at that age. But she underestimated God. She laughed. That's just one story. But think about the countless battles that were going on in the Bible where the people were few in number. The battle, and they just knew that they were not going to be able to win that battle, especially with a small group of people. But here comes God, where he showed up mightily and strong, and he actually defeated the people's enemy, and all the enemies were destroyed. So that's another, just the many different battles. And another one that comes to mind is, look, David and Goliath. They didn't believe that this little bitty guy, this little bitty kid, can destroy this huge giant. But he believed, and he didn't underestimate the power of God. And so I come to encourage you today. There's so many things going on that will cause you to maybe just discount and underestimate the power of God that's in your life, that's on your life. Just remember, if he's done it in the past, and he's made ways, and he opened doors, and he actually turned water into wine, and he's really made ways out of no ways. You didn't even know where it was coming from. You couldn't believe it. When it happened, you couldn't even believe it. But all of a sudden, God had turned it around. And there's, it's easy for us to underestimate. It's easy for us to discount what is going on. And so, you know what? This is so bad. There's no way. I know God can't be real. But actually, God is alive and well. God ain't going nowhere. Trust and believe. You're about to see a miraculous wonder in your life. Things that you thought you have given up on. Things you thought, it's dead. God is getting ready to wake it up out of you. He's getting ready to stir up the gift in you again. Oh, God, that's a word for me. Oh, thank you. But don't give up on God. Don't underestimate. Don't underestimate the power. And don't underestimate the power of God that's within you. God has blessed you. He's equipped you for a time such as this. If it wasn't meant for you to be in this season, you wouldn't even be here. But you have been equipped. God has given you everything that you need so that you can make it through. So don't underestimate. Don't underestimate the power of God that's in you and that's on your life. You might think, our thinking, our ways, our thoughts are not his thoughts. Our ways are not his ways. So we think one thing, but God has something so much bigger and better. So don't underestimate. I keep saying, don't underestimate the power of God. God's power is in you. Yes, it is. It is in you. And just when you thought it was over, just when you thought the doors is closed, just when you thought the curtain has finally hit the stage, it dropped. God is getting ready to show up and show up mightily and strong. I hear a song that says, show yourself mighty, show yourself strong. God is getting ready to do that in some of our lives. He has not forgotten us. He has not, trust me, God has not forgotten us. He has not forgotten you. He has not forgotten that situation. You're underestimating him. You're not don't underestimate. And I don't know why it was a song. I'm hearing that. What is that? Awe. God, he'll have a blessing so huge that it'll leave you awestruck, like you're in awe. You're in awe of God. Like, oh my God, I just didn't think. That's the power of God. That's the God we serve. Don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate the power of God, because he got you. You will be surprised. So again, I hope you are in the building. I hope you're on virtual. It's not been the building, it's actually on virtual. I hope you're on virtual. And I hope you don't miss the amazing speakers that are getting ready to come forth to bring an encouraging and timely word for all the individuals that sign up for the summit. I must tell you, don't underestimate God. Don't underestimate his power, because God's power is strong. It can't even compare to what he's getting ready to do in your life. So again, don't look at it's easy to sit and look at what you're in. It's easy to focus on what is not going right. But how about focusing on what is going right? And that's by looking at, God, it could be worse. God, I may not have steak, but God, I got hamburger. God, I may not have water, but I may not have juice, but I got water. Don't underestimate the power of God, because he is definitely going to show himself so mighty and strong in your life. Again, I encourage each and every one of you to please come out, because I can just only imagine what word God has in store. And one of the things I am here to encourage you is, don't underestimate the power of God. The power of God that's in you, the power of God that's on your life. Don't underestimate him. Just when you think it's over, just when you think you can breathe, just when you think you couldn't go another day. Some people say, I can't even go another minute. That's when God is going to show up mighty. Don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate. Don't throw in a flag on God. I hear this song, don't give up on God, because he won't give up on you. He's able. Oh, that song. Oh. Woo. Don't give up on God, because he won't give up on you. And that's where you do not underestimate him. Don't underestimate God. Don't underestimate the power. I hope to see you at the Leaders Living Generously Summit, because leaders who are leading and living a generous life, they can't underestimate God. They see some crazy stuff. If you're a leader and you're living generously, you have to definitely walk by faith and definitely say, God, I may not see no way, but God, I know you made a way. That's the power of not underestimating God. So don't underestimate God. If I got to say this 30 times on it, don't underestimate, don't underestimate, don't underestimate. Don't underestimate God. He's getting ready to show himself mighty and strong in your life this year. 2026 is getting ready to be something amazing. I know we always hear this, we get the end of the year and we get that end of year strong. But I really believe that God is getting ready to show himself mighty and strong in the lives of his people. He's been doing it already, and he's been making ways. I know lots of people have lost their jobs, but God is getting ready to turn some things around. So don't underestimate him. Don't underestimate. Just keep trusting him. Keep believing him. God is going to make a way. God is going to make a way. Oh, I just want to sing, but I can't. I'm just speaking. But again, don't underestimate God. And I hope to see you virtual and live. Take care. Be blessed.
Good afternoon, my leaders, my entrepreneur, my small business owners. I am Dr. D. And before we go anywhere today, I want to acknowledge something sacred. Many of you are in this space today carrying more than anyone will ever know. Your smile is sincere, but it has survived some storms. Your strength is real, but not without scars. Your leadership is sacred and powerful, but it's been built through battles you never got credit for fighting. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Do you know that leadership often requires you to keep on pushing, keep on showing up while you're breaking quietly? As I sit here today, I sit here as a woman who understands that deeply, not because I read it in a book, not because I coached someone through it, but because it's woven in my story. See, there's a statement that I like to say, and I've spoken this statement around the country on platforms and stages and sanctuaries from the pulpit and in healing circles. And that statement is that I didn't find grief. Grief found me. It found me while I was serving. It found me while I was leading. It found me in my childhood. It found me in my adulthood. It found me in heartbreak. It found me in unjust workplaces, in broken trust, in moments where I was carrying others while quietly trying to hold myself together. Even while I was empty. And every time grief tried to bury me, purpose pulled me back to the surface. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? So today, I speak to you, not as a leader, but as an overcomer, as a woman rebuilt by grace. A woman who knows what it is to rise from those silent losses. A woman who knows what it's like to rebuild while the world expects you to be strong. See, I'm a woman who had to learn the courage to pour again and again and again, just like you. See, there were seasons in my life where grief didn't announce its arrival. It didn't say, I'm coming. It didn't knock on the door. It didn't come with flowers, with ceremonies, or with a plan. It simply appeared. It appeared in my childhood. It appeared in my relationships, in my marriage, in my motherhood, in my ministry, in those friendships that I thought were sacred. It appeared in those places I thought I was safe. Even in spaces I thought I was strong. See, grief found me through loss. It found me through betrayal. It found me in disappointment, through injustice, through heartbreak, through moments I can't erase, and in moments I would never want anyone else to live through. Grief found me in my family story. You know about that? It found me in the depth of loved ones whose absence shaped who I have become. Grief found me in seasons where my identity was attacked, where my voice was diminished, where my voice was dismissed, and where my worth was questioned. See, grief found me in the quiet hours when I cried before preaching, when I cried before teaching, before leading, in boardrooms where I had to swallow the pain, in classrooms where I taught students how to rise while learning how to rise myself, in those relationships that wounded instead of covered. See, grief found me over and over and over again, and every time it found me, I heard the same spirit whisper, "Get up, daughter." Not because I wasn't hurting, not because I wasn't in pain, but because my purpose was intact. And that is where this message comes from. It's not theory. It's not performance. It's lived truth. It's lived truth. Do you have that lived truth? I know you do. Because one thing that silent losses teaches you is that pain doesn't always introduce itself. Sometimes it slips in quietly and takes a seat right in your soul. I've lived through the losses nobody brings casseroles for, nobody texts about, nobody checks in on. Losses like loss of stability, loss of safety, loss of trust. How about the loss of joy, the loss of confidence? What about losing those dreams that you build your life around, right? The loss of the version of yourself that you once knew and you once liked. See, silent losses hit differently. They drain you. They drain the leader while the world praises performance. And I want to name this truth today. Some of you are grieving things that you never spoke out loud. And that grief is not imaginary. It's not dramatic. It's not weakness. It's human. It's human. It's that grief that we feel inside that we don't talk about. And I know what it is to be strong because you have no choice. How to wipe those tears in the bathroom stall and then walk out on the stage smiling from ear to ear. How to preach hope while praying for your own peace. How to lead a team while navigating heartbreak. How to build a business while rebuilding yourself. How to support other people while suffering silently. I know about that. I know that mass all too well. And I know the weight behind it. That strength is not noble, but pretending is dangerous. See, we were never created to live behind a mask, and we certainly weren't designed to lead from behind one. Your soul deserves honesty. Your identity deserves clarity. And your leadership, your business deserves authenticity. It deserves to be true. See, there was a season in my life when God pressed pause on me not too long ago. Not because I was failing. Oh, no. Not because I was broken beyond repair. Oh, no. But because I was pouring from places that needed healing. I didn't understand it. I definitely didn't understand it then. But now I see it clearly. See, God will interrupt your pace to protect your purpose. The pause saved my life. It protected what remained of me. It restored what grief had emptied. It forced me to face myself, to honor my story, and to recover the parts of me I had ignored. See, a pause is not punishment. A pause is preservation. It preserves you. It keeps you. It holds you. So I want to take time to take you through Dr. D's 3 phrases of rising. How to rise from silent losses. Are you ready? They're quick. Phase number 1, healing. Healing is where I learned how to breathe again, how to cry again, how to feel again, how to forgive again, how to trust myself again, how to honor my humanity without apologizing for it. Healing taught me that I deserve to be whole, and so do you. Healing. Phase 2, rebuilding. Rebuilding is where my confidence, oh my goodness, my confidence returned, where I relearned my worth, where I stopped shrinking to fit places that mishandled me. How about that? Where I rebuilt boundaries that protected my peace, my voice, my identity. Rebuilding, it's slow, but it's sacred. Rebuilding. And phase 3, reawakening. My God. And then courage returned. Not without fanfare, not with applause, not without applause, not with a dramatic moment, but with a whisper. You're ready to rise again, Dr. D. You're ready to lead again, Dr. D. You're ready to pour again, Dr. D. Reawakening. The courage to pour again. So let's do something. Let's rebuild that courage together. Pouring again doesn't mean that we go back to where we were. It means that rising to who we are now. It means leading from our healed place, from our healed heart, not the wounded one. That's gone. It means serving with clarity, not confusion. It means trusting our voice, not silencing it. It means moving with discernment, not desperation. It means giving not from overflow and not from depletion, but from where we are inside. See, leaders who rise after grief, we pour differently. Our compassion is deeper. Our wisdom is sharper. Our boundaries are stronger. And our presence is richer. Our leadership is anchored in truth, not in performance. It's different. It's beginning to pour, not because life is perfect, but because we are grounded, not because we are unscared, but because we are stronger. We are strengthened, not because we will never be broken again, but because God rebuilt us to who we are now. And we can do that together. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to place your hand over your heart, and I want you to repeat after me. Are you ready? Say, grief did not finish me. I will rise again. I will trust again. I will hope again. I will believe again. My strength is returning. My vision is alive. My heart is healing. My courage is restored. And I have the power to pour again. Did y'all say that with me? You are not the same leader you were before the losses. We know that. But you are wiser. You are stronger. You are more self-aware. You are more spiritually grounded. And you are more emotionally intelligent. You're not leading from the place of grief where you were before. You are leading from a place that healing lifted you. And I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this from Dr. D. Silent losses may have tried to break you, but they did not win. Your story continues. Our story continues. Our purpose stands. Your courage returns. Your voice rises. Your leadership, it deepens. And your strength renews. And now, with power, with dignity and grace, you are ready to pour again. This is Dr. D. I'll see you later.
Have you ever asked the question, what is my purpose in life? What is the meaning of my life? This is one of the most powerful questions that people ask every day all around the world. What is the meaning of my life? Or how can I find my purpose in life? Or how can I discover my purpose in life? You see, the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life lived without purpose. That's a quote by Dr. Miles Monroe. Now, here is the thing I want us to know. That your purpose is not outside of you. Your purpose is inside of you. My name is Coach Antonio Landis Thompson, your motivation and your inspiration today. I am your empowerment, success, and purpose coach, helping you become all what you were designed to be. Today, we're going to look at how to unlock our true purpose, how to unlock our true purpose in life. You see, one of the things and one of the mistakes that we make is that we say the word, I want to find my purpose in life. I want to find my purpose in life. But just like a baby, one day that baby discovered their hands, and they're so in amazement, and everybody's laughing at the baby, how the baby has discovered their hands. Everybody's laughing how the baby has discovered their hands. And in that moment, the baby discovered that they had their hands. The baby didn't go down to the store and decided to buy some hands. In that moment, the baby discovered their hands. The baby did not find their hands. So therefore, when it comes to your purpose in life, when it comes to my purpose in life, it was never lost. Today, I encourage you to stop looking out on the outside, but step on in the inside. I have a seed right here. And this is a seed. And everything inside the seed to be successful is inside the seed. Everything. Actually, we could go into detail and say that inside this seed is a tree. Inside of this seed, or this shell that is covering this seed, everything is inside the seed that will make this seed successful. Inside of the seed is everything that it needs to be successful, and inside the seed, this seed is wired to fulfill its purpose. I can take this same seed, and I have a plant over there, I love plants, and I could put this inside a plant, and I could water this every day. And a year from now, you can come and visit me, and you would see a full-grown tree, or plant, I should say. Now, here's the thing. For this seed to be successful, this seed did not have to go anywhere else to tap into its potential and discover its purpose. The purpose of the seed and the potential of the seed has already been built inside the seed. Oh, stay with me. You see, there was a time in my life when I used to go looking for success. I said, I need to find my purpose. And we have to be very careful because the way we say something, words mean meanings to us, and psychologically they have feelings and effects on us, and we interpret them in certain ways and we translate them in certain ways. So therefore, when we say we want to find our purpose, what are we saying is that my purpose is lost. My purpose is lost. My purpose is lost. So therefore, I need to go out and find my purpose in life. But your purpose is not, it was never lost. You see, in the next few minutes, you're going to get an understanding of your purpose. And you are going to get an understanding of your purpose, not just an understanding of your purpose. In the next few minutes, also, you will get a better understanding of your purpose, but also some of you will discover your purpose. You say, Coach Antonio Landis Thompson, how I'm going to discover my purpose? I'm telling you, here's the thing. Your purpose is already inside of you. But also this, your purpose are your natural talents and abilities. Your purpose are your natural talents and abilities. I want you to do an assignment for me. I want to coach you for a few minutes here. I want you to take out your phone, take out your computer, a tablet, a pen, a piece of paper, and I want you to write down things that you are great at doing. I want you to take a moment to write down things that you are great at doing. And I want you to keep that list close to you. I want you to look at that list, and I want you to ask yourself, out of all these things that you wrote down, what's something that you love to do better than any one of those? You see, our purpose are our natural talents and abilities. Natural. Meaning that everything for you to be successful in life and to unlock your true purpose is already inside of you. If you were born to cook, you naturally can cook. If you can born to sing, you can naturally sing. If you can born to dance, you can naturally dance. There are some people, they are so naturally of what they do, it amazes you. I heard someone say, when Michael Jordan played ball, it was like an orchestra playing. You had moms and dads and grandparents, people who were not interested in basketball, wanted to go and see Michael Jordan play basketball. Why? Because Michael Jordan was born to play basketball. When Tiger Woods started playing golf, all people from all walks of life who didn't even know a hole-in-one, who didn't even know what it was to watch golf, they didn't even know the terminology of golf, they started watching golf. Why? Because he was so good at it. You see, natural gifts and ability attract people to you. You don't have to go out and try to put on a scene. You don't have to go out and try to make things happen. Your natural gifts and abilities, your purpose, it makes room for you, and it brings you before kings and queens. I could hear someone saying, I wish someone had told me this. How to unlock your true purpose. Your purpose are your natural talents and abilities. But what happened as we grow older, we start to put aside our natural talents and abilities. Things happen. Things could have happened to you physically. Things could have happened to you mentally. Someone could have died. Life that happened. You finish school or you go to college, then you get a job, and then you have children, start paying the bills, start paying the mortgage, things that happen. And now when it comes to your natural talents and abilities, sometimes we just put them on the back burner. Why? Because our priority now is to be a mother, to be a father, is to finish school or what have you. And we forget about our purpose. But let me tell you something. We can smother our purpose, we can hide our purpose, but our purpose will always be inside of us. We can go to the grave living unfulfilled lives, and that purpose is still inside of us. What are your natural talents and abilities? We live in a society, especially in the Western part of the world, where we have become so, I call it career focused and not purpose focused. We have become so career focused and not purpose focused. We go to school for 12 years. The average student go to school for 12 years. Then after those 12 years, then we go to college. And then we go to college, and everybody was like, what are you going to study in college? Some say, well, I want to be a doctor because being a doctor, you make a lot of money. I want to be a pilot because being a pilot makes a lot of money. I want to be a teacher because being a teacher makes a lot of money. Pause for a second. We didn't say, I want to be a doctor because I love doing it and it's my purpose. I want to be a pilot because I love flying and it's connected to my purpose. I want to be a teacher because I love doing it and it's connected to my purpose. No. We've been taught throughout society, especially in the Western part of the world, this job or career will make you a lot of money. And we end up going to jobs that we do not love. We end up having careers that we hate. And we end up working for companies that we don't want to be a part of, all because we have become career focused and not purpose focused. Now, here's the thing. You can have a purposeful life and you can be purpose focused and still live a extraordinary life with wealth and finances. Because there's a lie out there that you can't really fulfill purpose in life and be financially stable. Well, look at the athletes who are born to play sports. They are professional athletes, and some of them, that is their purpose in life, and they are successful. Or some people's like, oh, I can never be a teacher because teachers don't make a lot of money. But let me tell you a story about a teacher. My mom was a teacher. My sister was a teacher. Here's a teacher. She's a teacher, and she said, I want to study to be a teacher and an educator because I'm born to be an educator. I'm born to be a teacher. From she was a little girl growing up, she would put out her dolls or put out her toys, and she would say 1 + 1 is 2, or 2 + 2 was 4. And everybody's like, she was born to be a teacher. And everybody's like, you're so smart, you're so intelligent. You can end up being a neuroscientist. You could end up working on special projects. You're so smart and you're intelligent. Use your smart brains on some high-paying, six-figure jobs. She said, I was born to be a teacher. She went and studied to be a teacher, became a successful teacher. Over 10, 20 years, she transformed and impacted so many other students that she introduced them to purpose, and then they discovered their purpose in life. She's not only a teacher now, she's become an education consultant. People are hiring to come to speak. They want to hear, what is it that make you so successful in the classroom? Why is it that just about every parent, when their student comes to our school, they want them to come into your class? What is it that a student can be feeling in this classroom? But when they come into your classroom, it's like they in a whole different realm, a whole different world, because she was born to teach. And her philosophy is that regardless of who you are in life, her philosophy is that everyone can learn. Not only is this teacher getting paid to be a teacher, She's getting paid to speak. She's going on podcasts. They're paying her to come on podcasts. She's writing a book. And one day she sits down and she starts to laugh. And she realized the people who were encouraging her not to become a teacher or an educator, she's making more money than she could ever imagine because she's getting paid as a teacher. She's getting paid as a podcaster. She's getting paid as a consultant, all because she decided to fulfill a purpose in life. Now, here's the $1 million purpose question. If you take money out of the equation and you don't have to get up to work every day, what is that one thing that you can do that you love to do that you will get fulfillment from? What is that one thing that you can wake up every day and do? And do it because you love doing it and get fulfillment doing it. Whatever answer you answer, that answer is connected to your purpose in life. And I encourage you to explore that. You see, as we talk about today, that purpose are natural talents and ability. We also talk today that our purpose is not something that we look on the outside. Our purpose is something that we look on the inside because our purpose was never lost. Our purpose was always inside of us. It's just that we have to wake up, come to that awareness, and discover our purpose. Another thing we learned today is the $1 million purpose question that I ask when I coach people. Is that if we put money aside, if you didn't have to get up to go to that business, if you don't have to get up and go to that job, what is that one thing that you can wake up every day and get fulfillment doing it and you love doing it? That answer points you and direct you to your purpose. I encourage you, whatever that answer is, whatever is that one thing that you can do for the rest of your life with fulfillment that you love doing, I encourage you to explore that. This is Coach Antonio Landis Thompson, your empowerment, success, and purpose coach, motivating you and inspiring you and remind you that over 8.2 billion people in the world, no one has your fingerprint. That means that you are special. That means that you are unique. That means you are created for success, greatness, purpose, and destiny. That means you were placed in this world for something great. You were placed in this world for a great purpose. And I encourage you, don't just exist in this world, but live. When you discover your purpose, you walk differently, you talk differently, and your purpose is inside of you. You know exactly what that is. Imagine the assignment that is on your life to fulfill your purpose. You have to run your race and you have your baton, and based on what you would do determines how successful the other person will be in life. Your life is not a mistake. You were created for a great purpose, and your purpose is already inside of you. The greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life lived without purpose. A quote by Dr. Miles Monroe, my mentor. Purpose. You were born for purpose. Purpose is inside of you. Release that purpose inside of you. I have a question to you. Imagine if you never discover your purpose in life. Imagine if you never fulfill your purpose in life. Your obedience, your fulfillment of your purpose might be the miracle for someone else. It might be the miracle for cancer. It might be a new business plan. It might be the home for that homeless person who's waiting. It might be a home for that young girl who was pregnant and wants to go to a home, but no one wants to take him in. Your obedience of fulfillment of purpose, somebody dream and springboard that will take them to the next level. Your purpose is not outside of you. Your purpose is inside of you. You are wired for purpose. Your purpose are your natural gifts, abilities, and talents. If there's something you could do for the rest of your life and wake up and do every day and find fulfillment for it, that is your purpose, and that's connected to your purpose. This is Coach Antonio Landis Thompson. Enjoy your day. Remember, the best and the greatest day in the world to be alive is the day you were born for success. You were born for purpose. You were born for destiny. Inside of you, you are wired to fulfill your purpose and reach your destiny. I encourage you, release your greatness today and release that purpose that is inside of you. You are wired for purpose. You are born for purpose. You are purpose. Live a purpose-filled life. I love you.
Hello, 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 everybody. It is your girl, Evangelist Dr. Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I want to welcome you all to this transformational leaders gathered here for the Live Generously 3-day virtual summit. I honor your time, I honor your calling, and I also honor your yes to becoming who God created you to be. So today what we're going to do is unlock a truth that many don't even realize. What is that? I'm glad you asked. That your story has a sound, and that sound is a weapon. That sound is a witness and a well that will feed many generations. I'm going to say it one more time. That sound is a weapon. That sound is a witness and a well that will feed many generations. So stop right now. Stop right now. I need you to repeat after me. Say, my story is not silent. My voice has value. My sound changes atmospheres. Do you understand that most of us were raised to survive in silence? What does that mean? I'm glad you asked. It means to keep the pain to ourselves, to hide from the process, and only present that polished part of us, that smile, right? But silence can feel safe, but silence is also a prison that the enemy uses to keep our purpose from speaking. Come on, I need you to hear me. The enemy knows something powerful about us. What does he know? He knows that if you open your mouth and speak, somebody is going to get free. Why? Why? Because your story carries healing for somebody that's hurting. I'm going to say that one more time. Your story carries healing for somebody that's hurting. Your story carries direction for somebody that feels lost. Your story carries hope for somebody wanting to give up. And it also carries faith for someone who's drowning in doubt. Revelations 12:11 remind us that they overcame him being the evil one, by the blood of the Lamb and by the words of our testimony. Right? So if the blood already paid the price, then your testimony must be released so the overcoming can manifest. Oh my God, what did I just say? I said that your story has a sound. Sound travels. Sound activates. Sound requires breath. Come on, y'all, I need you to hear me. And breath represents spirit. In Genesis 2:7, God says, God breathed into Adam and he became a living soul. When you release what God breathed into you, you give life. Oh my God, what did I say? When you breathe and you release what God has given to you and you say it, you give life. And so there's 3 ways that you can release your sound. Okay? Now listen. Sound of truth. That's one way. It breaks the lie. What the enemy wants to cover, God wants revealed. He not only wants to reveal it, he also wants to heal it and use for his glory. And when you speak, you expose the lie. Let me say that one more time. When you speak, you expose the lie. Number 2, sound of triumph. Go on and write that down. Sound of triumph. It proved God won. Oh my goodness. I just got excited. It proves God won. Your story carries evidence of God's deliverance. Every testimony is a receipt that the devil has lost. Oh my goodness. Number 3, sound of transformation. It awakes purpose. Your voice awakens dormant gifts that's inside of you. Do you hear me? And if you be quiet, those gifts stay dormant. But right now, if you open your mouth in you and those who hear you, somebody next is waiting on you to speak. Right now, your voice awaken dormant gifts, not just in you, but the people that hear you. Breaking the silence. Let me tell you how to do that. Because silence is comfortable until it starts choking your destiny. Okay. And some of you aren't silent because you don't have a story. You're silent because you think your story is too messy. Did you read about David? He was an adulteress and a murderer, but still a man after God's own heart. You worry about judgment. Listen, they talked about Jesus. They're going to talk about you. It's all right. You fear being misunderstood. That they're going to misunderstand you. A prophet is not honored in his own home, and it's okay. You feel underqualified. Let me tell you something. God qualified the call, and he called you. You think what happened disqualified you, and actually, that's what qualified you. But God is saying this, Isaiah 61:1. He sent me to bind the brokenhearted. Oh my goodness. Hallelujah. And to proclaim the liberty. Jeremiah 1:9 says, I have put my words in your mouth. And see, when he put his words in your mouth, now you have to speak them. Because Proverbs 18:21 says that you have the power of death and life in your tongue, and those that love it shall eat the fruit. But you got to speak. Your voice is assigned. Your story is anointed. Your testimony is necessary. So say this, repeat after me. My voice carries God's victory. My voice carries God's victory. So this is how you're going to release the power. Because when you speak, power shifts. What power are you talking about, elder? Let me tell you. The power to heal. Someone sees themselves in your breakthrough. The power to restore. Shame loses the grip over the people when you open your mouth. The power to build. You become a bridge for others. A power to lead. Influence increase with authenticity, because people will follow you that's meant for you, that can hear your voice. And when you're not trying to sound like somebody else and you sound like who God has created you to be, they will hear you and they will draw to you. Amen. So place your hand over your heart and say this with authority. My life is a message. My story is a movement. And my sound is a shift. Oh, that's good. Let's do it one more time. My life is a message. My story is a movement. And my sound is a shift. I want you to write down the answers to these questions. Okay? Write this down. So who needs to hear part of your story right now? Who needs to hear part of your story right now? And what lie are you breaking when you speak? Because we learned that when you speak, you break the lie. that the enemy has stole and told. Okay? Okay? And what platform or room or relationship is God calling you to your next so you can speak? What platform, what room or relationship is God calling you to use your voice in your next? Okay? So I need you to tell at least one part of your story to one person today. All right? Or write a message online. Say, my story is breaking silence and releasing power. My story is breaking silence and releasing power. And tag somebody, okay, that you want to encourage. So as we leave this place, but never the presence of God, I'm going to pray. Father, thank you for the sound that you place within us, Father God, that will break every chain, Father God, and silence every voice that's not of you, Father God, that will silence the fear, the false evidence appearing real, and will amplify the testimony through us, Father God, that you've given us. Let our stories glorify you, God, and liberate nations. In your mighty name, Lord, we pray. Amen, amen, and amen. So I want you to lift your voice and say, I will not be silent. My story will speak and set the captives free. Now welcome your new chapter. Welcome to a louder version of you. Welcome to Live Generously, where your voice becomes a gift to the world. My name is Evangelist, Elder, Dr. Letitia Nicole Beatty, and I speak life so that we all may have life more abundantly. Peace and blessings.
Hey, welcome to the Leaders Live Generously Summit. I am just as excited as you are to be in the room, to hear all these dynamic speakers. These speakers are really pouring their heart out, and they're pouring their heart out because they really want you to get what you came to this summit to get. So my name is Coach K, also known as your favorite Ruby Girl. I am the CEO of His Designs LLC, where we are creatively bringing Christ to the nation. So we have created the Proverbs 31 brand called Ruby Girl. And as always, I want you to connect with me at rubygirl.net. So we got the formalities out the way. So this is what I want to say to you. Congratulations. You took the first step in changing your life. You cannot get off this summit, leave this summit, and be the same because you've been poured into. And because you've been poured into, now you have to go out into the world and pour out into others. So what I'm going to teach you today is how to use AI to work smarter and not harder. AI has been around for a long time, but now there's more tools out there that we can use to improve our lives and to improve our business. So today I'm just going to show you a few of the tools. Some I'm going to demonstrate and some I'm going to show you what they're capable of doing. So are you ready? All right, I'm ready. Let's get this screen sharing going so we can get started. These are the 4 tools that I'm going to teach you about or demonstrate today. ChatGPT.com. ChatGPT is an AI tool that's able to do multiple things. You can shop in ChatGPT. You can write books in ChatGPT. You can create graphics. It's so much that you can do in ChatGPT. So if you want to start with your first AI tool, I would say start with ChatGPT. And if you're using it, I bet you all the money that's in your pocket right now that you're not using it right or you're not protecting your data. Claude AI, let me tell you about Mr. Claude. Mr. Claude is like ChatGPT, but number one, he's about his business. He's not going to play with you. And so if you're more so business minded, want to write like more in a business sense, or you want Claude to keep you on track, and he will keep you on track. He has no problem checking you because he's going to check me. He'll tell you, I want you to do this now because you know you're not going to do it later. And you like clutching your pearls like, no, he didn't talk to me like that. But Claude is more so like the male of AI, and ChatGPT is more like the woman of AI. Now, ChatGPT is more for writing creative. When I'm trying to write my social media, I use ChatGPT. But if you're just business minded, straight to the point, all serious, and want to get things done, then I say try Claude. Now, there's Gamma.app. Gamma, what it'll do for you, it'll create presentations automatically for you. It'll also create pitch decks for you, social media for you, documents also, but it does it based upon prompts. And so you can also upload whatever you need for Gamma, but basically you just type in there what you need and Gamma goes to work. Lovable.dev. So for those it's like, I need a website, I don't have no money for the website. Guess what? You can basically create a website for free on lovable.dev. So if you got a book, if you're a speaker and you just want to highlight maybe that you're speaking at the Leaders Live Generously summit, then you can create like what they call a landing page. It's like a single page that just focus on information, maybe about your book if you're an author, maybe about your coaching services, or if you're a coach, or maybe your speaker opportunities if you are a speaker, or you create an event. So I'm gonna demonstrate some things in ChatGPT. I'm going to brush up on Claude. I'm going to show you some samples from Gamma.app and Lovable.dev. So I'm going to move a little bit fast only because of the time limit, but I want you to hang with me, okay? So the first thing I want you to do is that you got to put your settings right on ChatGPT. You just can't be in here typing in everything. You want it to sound like you. You don't want it to be like AI, because what's going to happen, your social media, your writing is going to be like everybody else. You want to stand out and you want to be unique. I'm going to help you to do that today. Right? So I want you, if you got the paid version, so some of this that I'm showing you, I ask you to please invest, please, and get the paid version. It's only $20. So go up, hit the little squirrely thing to the left to open your sidebar. Go all the way down to where you see your name to the left. And this is called, we're going to call this the toolbar, the sidebar. Okay, click your name. All right, so a menu is going to pop up. Go to settings. Click on settings. So in settings, I want you to personalize ChatGPT. So when you personalize ChatGPT, you are training it. You have to machine learn ChatGPT and AI so it be customized to you. Now, this is what I want you to definitely put in there. I want you to tell it your tone. I'll put in here encouraging tones. Definitely put in there, do not use emojis unless requested to use them. Tell it also, stop using all the descriptive words. Like chatted like she was lovely, tall, she was bold, she was this and that. We don't write like that. And tell it to use your writing style. Now, if you're using it for social media, put the things in here you need. You're going to need a hook for social media. So if people are scrolling, you can stop them. So I put in here also NLP style, if you're curious about this right here. So, all right, here's the tongue twister here. Neuro-linguistic programming. I'm not going to say it again, but we're going to put NLP style. So what this does, it makes chat appeal to the person that's reading your post or whatever you write. They're going to be emotionally connected to what you're posting. They know how to use words that appeal to somebody's emotion. So also put in here your custom instruction, NLP style. That's very important. That helps it to be more human. Now for Facebook, put in here that you want your post to be optimized. Even Instagram, that means that I want Instagram or Facebook to look at my posts and I want them to push them up higher. Since I have been using AI, ChatGPT, to do my social media, write all my posts. Guess what? Facebook reached out to me and was like, hey, you are posting high quality content. What? We're going to show your post to more people. And also my insights, my numbers have been going up and I've been posting less. So you're going to put in here also, do not use dashes. My goodness. Chat use dashes like Mrs. Dash Salt. I'm telling you. So that's one thing that people know how you're using AI. So what did I tell you? Don't use a lot of descriptive words. Also, do not use a lot of emojis. Do not use dashes. You want to put in there, do not use contractions. And also, these are the 4 words right here at the bottom that you want to tell it not to use. I know right away when you use the Chat GPT: informative, transformative, and body or depth. These are the 4 words right there that Chat loves to use, and it's a signifier that number one, you're using AI. So when you take some of these things out of Chat GPT, because your custom instructions basically tell it what to do and what not to do. All right, so you're going to fill it out, your name, your occupation, so it has some things to reference. Now, hear more about you. Put your bio in here. Put your business information, your website in here. Put as much information as you need. So pretend that you and Chat are dating. So you are having a conversation with Chat. I want you to know that I'm a minister. I'm a coach. I speak. I do this. I do that. I want you to know my business is this name. So is named this. So put this in the more about you. Now let's scroll down. Make sure your reference saved memories and your reference chat history is on. Now the next thing I want you to do is your data control. See where it says improve the model for everyone? Make sure that is turned off. That right there will protect your data so it's not using your data on this model. Now, let me show you apps and connectors. Here is where you can connect Canva to ChatGPT, your Google Drive, and as other apps right here that you can connect to ChatGPT. ChatGPT, let's call him Chatty. I'm tired of saying GPT. So you can connect to Chatty. And so this is why you want to connect to Chatty, because instead of you having to go in Canva and doing certain things, you can stay right here in ChatGPT and do them. And I'm going to demonstrate that to you. So you got apps and connectors here. You just simply click on the app. Let me see. I think I have connected these, but if you click like on Canva, you're going to see a button here that says connect. I'm already connected. So you see where it says connected on and what's the date. I can disconnect it if I want to, but you'll go here and you will put connect, and it tells you what you can do. You can edit, resize, and more, create presentations, everything, just like you inside Canva. Now that right there is the goal, right? Yeah. So if you're not good at Canva, or if you're not good at, say, for instance, creating things, that's okay. All right, so let me show you right quick how to personalize this so that it writes like you. So I'm not giving you the side eye. When I'm going over here, I'm getting a prompt. Okay, I'm working on 2 screens here. Okay, so here's the first prompt I want you to put in there. Okay, I want you to tell it you want it to write like you. I want you to put your bio in here, upload your bio. And how you would do that, you go to this plus sign, click there, add photos and files. And so you will upload your bios, any speeches you've written out. Make sure this is what you have written, transcripts if you have them. Or you can cheat, go to Facebook, copy some of your posts that you have been writing, paste them in here too. Press this blue button. And I'm not going to press it because I've already trained it as my ghostwriter. So you telling it, I'm training you as my ghostwriter. I want you to learn my writing and teaching style. When you are training Chat, I will tell you this right here. Make sure that you ask it, do you understand? Okay. So after you press the blue button and you get the feedback from Chat, the next thing you want to do is put in this prompt right here. This prompt right here, will tell you what your writing style is. This is what Chat looks at and thinks your writing style is. So see how it's telling me this is my writing style, my tone, and all this stuff like this. I'm excited. There you go. This is what Chat is telling me right here. All right. Anything you see in here that don't fit, just change it, y'all. Okay. All right. So let me show you right now how to do Canva. All right, to do Canva, you hit the plus sign, go to more, click on Canva. Okay. You put in there, create a flyer with a realistic car. Okay. It is red and green. The headline is car for sale. All right. We're going to create something really quick. Hit that button. Look at it, it's working. So while it's bringing up your presentation, let me show you Claude right quick. So this is Claude. Click over to the left, open your toggle, your sidebar, and you will go right here where it says Karen Dot. Yes, I do the free here. Click here. You will go into your settings. And in your settings, you do the same thing that you did to ChatGPT. Right here where you will put in your custom instructions. And then down here, oh, wait a minute. No, you go to privacy. There we go. Go to privacy. And then go here where it says help improve Claude. Turn that off right there. Okay. So that's how you would do Claude. Let's hit new chat. All right, we're back to here. Let's see what ChatGPT has done. So we're going to go back. Check this out, y'all. Oh, that is nice. It created flyers for you. So it's going to give you a few samples of flyers. You can just type in any changes that you need. Fun, right? Right. So let's go back to Claude. So what we're going to do for Claude, we're going to tell it, write an ebook. I'm going to show you about coaching. Now, don't be generic. Put stuff in here, okay? You don't want it to just write anything. You want to put in here exactly a coaching. Put the information about coaching because you want it to be your voice. And so I'm just going to write an ebook about coaching because I want you to see how quick, how fast Claude is at writing. There we go. All right, so while it's doing that, let's go back over to Chatty. All right, so let me show you this. This is called modes. So to get to a mode, you just type in social media mode. That's the mode I want it to be in. There you go. I am in social media mode. And so I have already told it to do powerful sentences. I want emotional connection. I want an NLP style hook. I've already trained it. I put in here exactly when you're in social media mode, I need you to post like this. I need you to do this. Why would you put Chatty in a mode? When you put Chatty in a mode, now he knows everything that we're doing is related to social media. You can put it in bite writing. Not bike writing, book writing mode. You can put it in book writing mode. You can put it in pitch mode, grant mode, any mode that you want to put it in. And so I'm going to tell it to exit social media mode. That's how you get out. Okay. Now, what modes do you default to? Let's see. It has in here what it's got a default mode. It's got custom modes. All these that I put in here, it has in here it has a human judgment mode. So it has its own modes that it default to. All right. So I showed you what modes are. So let's go back to Claude. Look at this. Claude really gives you more material when it comes to writing an ebook. Look at this. I can change it by just putting a prompt in here and saying, hey, Claude, I need this. I need that. All right. So let me show you right quick Gamma. I'm moving kind of fast, almost out of time. So Gamma, you would just go in here to gamma.app, hit create new, go to generate, and then you will put in here, these cards right here are the number slides or presentations that you want. We're just going to do 2. And so I got a prompt over here. And so I'm going to tell it to create me a pitch deck. Now, the fun thing about this is that it pulls in your information from Google. So you can just basically put your name in here and it'll go read you on Google and it'll pull the information in. So we're going to hit generate outline. All right, so it's going to create a pitch deck for me. I only did like 3 pages. Look at this. This pulled all this from Google. Look there, Ruby Girl. Founded by Dr. Karen, also known as the favorite Ruby Girl, flagship brand of his designs. Look at this. It's going to write it out. I only did 2. So it wrote it out for me. Market, opportunity, and vision for growth. All right. So let me show you the last one. This is lovable. This is the prompt. I went over here. I put in this prompt. I uploaded the pictures that I want. I told it exactly how I want it. And look what it created. It created me a landing page. I wanted this YouTube video from my channel right here. Ruby Girl for Life. Make sure you like and subscribe. All right. So, so I copied the link and I put the link in here. I said, embed this video within this landing page. Look at this. I didn't have to type this. I even told it to pull some wisdom from my book. And so my book is called Why Isn't a Good Woman Married? And see, I uploaded the book cover. There you go. Here's my picture. It added it to the author page along with my bio. I didn't have to do anything. To edit it, you can go here to the left to the toolbar where it says Ask Lovable. Go there, put in there, make edits. You get 5 credits a day when it's free. All right. Guess what? That was my short and powerful presentation to teach you how to what? Work harder. Nope. To work smarter and not work harder. So my name is Coach K, also known as your favorite Ruby Girl. And so I'm signing off. My time is up. I hope that you enjoyed my presentation. And so you can always connect with me at rubygirl.net. Can I say it again? You can always connect with me at rubygirl.net and keep on enjoying this leadership summit.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are viewing us from. I am Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Some of you know me as the modern day woman at the well. And listen, she went to the well at the wrong time of the day. But baby girl walked right into the dealership, right into the boutiques, right into the wig stores, regular hours. I wasn't hiding from people. I was hiding from myself. You heard me. I was hiding from myself. I hid behind the money, the clothes, the makeup, the fancy cars, the beautiful homes. Now, don't get me wrong. Y'all lean in. I love those things. I still love a good shoe and a good bag. But the truth here is I was hiding. I was hiding childhood trauma. I was hiding shame. I was hiding from fear. I was hiding from accountability. You know, that thing we all like to rebuke in Jesus' name, right? But today, I am proof that dirt can produce divine beauty. So your dirt is not your defeat. It's the beginning of your breakthrough. So I would like to leave you with 3 points today. And my first point being your dirt is not your destiny. Your dirt is not your destiny. So how many of you heard about the woman at the well? Now, I know we have a ton of Bible scholars, but for my ones that are not, she is found in John chapter 4. She had 5 husbands. Yep, 5. Listen, I don't judge her at all, because after marriages number 3, number 4, and 5, I said, sis, I get it. These men will have you winding up in counseling, prayer lines, and at the Chick-fil-A drive-thru on a daily basis. But the truth is, she was rejected, talked about, whispered about. She went at odd hours to avoid people. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about, or what it's like to go to the grocery store at 6 a.m. because you don't want to see anybody that you know or people from the church. But Jesus met her in her dirt. Not at her best, but at her broken. So as we know in Romans 8:28, it says, in all things, God worked for our good. So even the things you delete off your resume, if you could, y'all know what I'm talking about. So let me just tell you a little bit about my story. I told you about the woman at the well, but you don't know my story. So I too was married 5 times. So as a child, my parents, they got a divorce. It wrecked me. I watched my mother's heart shatter after 18 years. I remember her coming home from the courthouse with crocodile tears in her eyes saying, he doesn't want me. He doesn't love me anymore. And let me tell you, I internalized those feelings. So I internalized the rejection, the abandonment, and just not being loved. And so I built walls. And I mean, I built them tall. I'm talking about Eiffel Tower tall. Y'all hear me? So I trusted no man, not even the UPS driver. And he was bringing blessings. So that childhood dirt followed me until adulthood, into relationships, into marriages. But God didn't leave me there. He was shaping something in the dirt. So point number 2 is alignment brings true healing. Alignment brings true healing. So dirt alone doesn't produce beauty. If you throw seeds just anywhere without alignment, no sunlight, no water, nothing grows. So some of y'all planting seeds where people can't even water a house plant. Y'all know that's sad. So in Proverbs 3:5-6, it says, trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thy own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. So when I went through my 4th marriage, yes, number 4, at this point I said, Lord, I know you say we fall down and we get up. But how many times are we falling in the same spot? How many times we're doing that? So I sat at my own metaphorical well, broken, disappointed, embarrassed, still clinging to scriptures and hoping and still believing. And right there, Jesus met me. He told me where healing needed to begin. He told me who I needed to forgive. He told me what I needed to release. And at that time, a seed was planted and alignment brought healing. So point number 3, which is my last point, is embrace your journey. Become a winner. Embrace your journey and become a winner. I once walked around in shame. I thought my story disqualified me. I thought, who is going to listen to a woman divorced 4 times? But when I embraced my dirt and aligned with God's plan, I realized I wasn't disqualified. I was destined. I wasn't disqualified. I was destined. So your dirt has purpose. Your mess becomes a message. Your setback becomes your testimony. So right now, there's someone in this room or watching us online who feels lost. They don't know whether to go left or to go right, but I am here to tell you, go straight into your healing, straight into Jesus, straight into wholeness. So for years, I wore badges of divorce like they were Girl Scout patches. Here's my endurance badge. Here's my Lord help me badge. Here's I should have known better badge. But one day, I took them all off and I burned them. And I said, this is not my identity anymore. Today, I walk in victory and not victimhood. And you can win too. So, a powerful truth. Sometimes in order to blossom into our full beauty and purpose, we must go through the dirt. Although dirt is often viewed as unclean or unattractive, is actually the foundational element of growth. In nature, extraordinary beauty emerges from the dirt, like a rose that blooms with vibrant petals or a sunflower that turns towards the sun in resilience. So no matter what the storm is, and once that storm passes, that sunflower will turn facing the sun. And that shows the resilience. So these plants teach us that our struggles, pain, and humility, our dirt, are necessary for the beauty that God intends for us to live. Imagine a rose. Beneath its beautiful, fragrant bloom is a stem rooted deep in the soil. So the soil, or dirt, may seem unremarkable, but it's essential. It nourishes, it sustains, and anchors the rose as it grows upwards into something breathtaking. So just like the rose, our greatest beauty often begins in humility. The dirt of our struggles, our setbacks, and tears is in the dirt our character is formed, our roots grow strong, and beauty emerges. So, are you willing to stay rooted in faith even when life is challenging? When we trust God through the dirt, He promises to bring forth something beautiful, our own rose that points others to His glory. So I want to tell a short story about my cousin. My cousin was pregnant, and I used to go over to my aunt's house, and I noticed that my aunt had holes in her front yard. And I looked to the neighbors on the right, looked to the neighbors on the left, and I noticed that their lawns was well manicured, but my aunt's yard had holes in it. Didn't pay any attention to it. And then I went back again. My cousin. Now, as y'all know, I know we have women out there that had babies. And while we're pregnant, some of us, we crave certain things. Well, in this case, my cousin craved dirt. Yes, you heard me. I called her outside and she said, with her styrofoam cup, digging to deep beneath the surface to get dirt. She said, not the surface level, but I need to dig deep to get the good dirt. She will fill up her styrofoam cup and had the nerve or the audacity to go put it in the freezer and save it for later. I'm not sure what that was, whether it was a dirt slushy or a flip. I don't know, but that's what she craved. And so a lot of us, we have and what that is known as an iron deficiency. Normally, when we're craving certain things, our body is, we have an iron deficiency. And so my cousin had an iron deficiency and dirt was her thing that she craved. But thinking about her story, how she was pregnant, she was carrying a seed and her body was craving something that she was lacking, but her body craved the dirt. And I think about her story and think about the end result of a beautiful baby girl, even though she was eating dirt. And I used to tell her, oh, this baby is going to come out with dirt covered on it. But no, of course not. That did not happen. But yes, so just think about how important dirt is and the nutrients that dirt has to cause a seed to grow. So just like a sunflower, sunflowers are resilient and turning towards the light. So no matter what storm you face, no matter what you go through, in my case, it was multiple marriages. Some of you might have other things that you are dealing with. But the sunflower, once the storm passes, the sunflower faces towards the sun. So like the sunflower, our life's dirt anchors us in hard times. It's in those difficult moments that we learn resilience. So when we trust God, even in the dirt, our pain, loss, rejection, abandonment, guilt, shame, we position ourselves to turn towards His light, hope, and purpose. Just like I said earlier in scripture, Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love Him. So the dirt, our hardships, are woven in God's perfect plan for us to flourish. So are you facing storms? Remember, Storms do not define you. What matters is how your roots hold in the dirt and how you turn towards the sunlight of God's promises. So in my closing, I challenge you today. Take a real look at your dirt. Don't despise it. Don't bury it. And don't spray perfume or dress it up and make it look all cute. Give it to God. Give it to God because He is the one that can help you through this. Because dirt, when aligned with Him, it produces divine beauty. So just like the Samaritan woman ran back to the very people who rejected her and declared, "Come, see a man who told me everything I did." So her testimony transformed her community. And your testimony can transform yours too. So I am Dr. Marquette L. Walker, once known as the modern day woman at the well, who thrives, who heals, and helps others win. So connect with me on social media at Dr. Marquette L. Walker and at MarquetteLWalkerMinistries.com. Thank you, and may you walk in your divine beauty as you embrace your dirt and win. Thank you, and you be blessed.
Grace and peace, beautiful women of God. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Kingdom Wealth Academy, where ministry and marketplace collide, where purpose meets prosperity, and where faith fuels your future. My name is Dr. Wanda Jones-Costin, and I am on assignment to raise up faith-fueled women who will speak, build, and transform nations. Today, we're going to shift your mindset, strengthen your calling, and activate the crown and flame inside of you. You didn't click this video by accident. You're here because heaven is pulling you into your destiny. Therefore, before we begin, I want you to repeat after me. My voice builds kingdoms. My story is a weapon. And my wealth will serve God's purpose. Let's get started here. The ministry and marketplace mandate is that women of God we have been introduced to one of the biggest lies the enemy has told the church. Is that ministry only happens behind the pulpit. I want you to hear me today. Ministry is your identity. Marketplace is your assignment. God is raising up women like Deborah, Lydia, Esther, and Priscilla. Women who can pray, build, and finance and lead at the same time. Today, I'm teaching from the foundation of 6 points of influence. These are kingdom pillars that unlock authority and wealth. The first one I'm going to share is faith influence. Second, financial influence. Third, leadership influence. The fourth is community influence. Then I want to talk about marketplace influence and legacy influence. When these 6 areas align, you become unstoppable. You are not just called to survive, you are called to influence culture, impact cities, shift economies, and activate purpose in others. You are the woman of God that is being raised up to carry the crown of authority and the flame of the Holy Spirit inside of every room that you enter. The first one, faith influence. This is your spiritual backbone. If your prayer life is weak, your leadership will be weak. Your faith influence means this: you hear God clearly, you obey God quickly, you discern spiritually, and you move prophetically. Say this with me: I lead from the secret place. That's what our prayer life does. It helps us to lead from the secret place. Number two, the faithful influence, right? We do not chase money. We have to steward over money. Financial influence includes multiple streams of income, money mastery, kingdom giving, wealth strategy, right? Ownership and investments. God wants you to be a distribution center, not a borrower. Say it with me. Money flows from my purpose, not my panic. Ooh, that's good. Money flows from my purpose, not my panic, right? I'm not afraid of money because the Bible said that money answers all things. But it also says the love of money is the root to all evil. So what am I going to do? I'm going to understand how to handle wealth. Okay? Number three, let's talk about that leadership influence, right? That's what I do. I build leaders for the kingdom. This is about your voice. Leadership influence is about your presence. It's also about your identity, right? Leadership influence includes your confidence, your clarity, communication, and your emotional maturity. You have to be a vision caster if you have leadership influence, right? Where's your vision? Habakkuk 2:2 say people perish for a lack of knowledge, right? No, that's Hosea 4:6. I'm sorry. Habakkuk 2:2 say, write the vision and make it plain, right? Put it on tables that those that read it may run with it. Though it tarry, wait for it, for it shall surely come to pass. So if I'm going to operate in leadership, right, I have to be able to shift every room that I walk in. Because when I open my mouth, the room should shift. Your voice is not a whisper, it's a weapon. Ooh, say that with me. My voice is not a whisper. My voice is a weapon. The next one, number 4, is community influence, right? Community influence is not about being famous, but it's about being impactful. Do I have any people that's impactful today? Community influence means this: I solve problems, you solve problems. You serve with excellence, right? You uplift others, and you build systems that help people win. Kingdom women don't wait for opportunities. They create opportunities. Is that you today? Your marketplace influence is number 5, right? This is your business and your professional authority. Marketplace influence includes branding, strategy, entrepreneurship, visibility, and partnerships. God is raising up marketplace apostles, and many of you are one of them. I'll say that again. Many of you are one of them. Number 6. Is legacy influence. This is long-term wealth. This is generational impact. This is inheritance, right? Legacy influence includes wealth transfer, estate planning, generational discipleship, and building structures that will outlive you when you're gone. I want you to say this with me. I am a curse breaker and a cycle setter. Say it again. I am a curse breaker and a cycle setter. I want you to share today that how I came up with this is that I went through a trial and I had to understand that my identity was his royalty. I had to understand that I was crowned for his glory. And I had to understand that my anointing carries authority. So therefore, God placed me on assignment. And he said, what problem are you called to solve? I've come to tell you today that the problem that I came to solve is to let people know that you can do ministry and marketplace. Amen. You can activate the flame on the inside of you by the power of the Holy Spirit. The territory that you are assigned to influence is waiting on you. You got to take action and walk in your proper assignment. The wealth is tied to your obedience. Your breakthrough is tied to your movement. Come on. Somebody say today, my breakthrough is tied to my movement. I got to move from where I am to get to the next place that God is calling me to. Your success is tied to your faith in action. And God is unlocking perfection so that I can move in purpose. Oh, God. So before we go, last thing I want to share with you is you got to know. I'm going to start over. You got to know beyond a shadow of a doubt that ministry and marketplace, my business is my ministry. My ministry has marketplace opportunities, and your voice has value. Your story is powerful. My story is powerful. This is your era to build. God told me, he said, raise up faith-fueled women. Women who are not intimidated by their calling. Women who will walk into rooms and take authority. Women who serve, lead, speak, and transform lives. This is not a class, this is a movement. You are a part of something international. You are a part of something global. You are a part of something generational. So today, what is God calling you to do? What problem are you assigned to solve? What wealth doors is God opening right before your eyes? And what is my next step to be obedient? Finally, before I close, I want to end with this. The Lord is there, and he sees all and he knows all. Your assignment to walk in your purpose is attached to your obedience. It's time to be obedient. It's time to rise up. I was in a wheelchair, but I was still getting wealth while I was still down and sick. God gave me a platform. He equipped me with the call and the assignment to build leaders, even while I was broken. Can I tell you, your pain does not stop for your purpose. No. Edit that part. Your purpose does not stop in your pain. You still gotta go in a wheelchair, pushing, walking in purpose, because I've been called to lead a movement. I've been called to be the voice for others who don't know that the power is in your story. So today, before I go, I want to pray for you. Father, in the name of Jesus, I release the crown of identity. Father, today, I release your call and your assignment on those that are listening today. Father, allow them to walk in the integrity of your assignment of what you called them to do. Father, we pray. You said that the steps of the good man are ordered by the Lord. So, Father, we ask that you will order our steps, direct our path, oh God. And during this Wealth Building Academy, as these faith-fueled women step forward in their rightful assignment, Father, give us the strength and the tenacity to create impact, and you will get the glory. We thank you now, God. We glorify you now, God, and we give you praise, God. We honor you with our lives. Father, we submit to your will and to your way. In Jesus' holy and righteous name we pray. Let everyone say, amen.
Praise the Lord, everybody. This is Elder David Bratton, and thank you to Prophet Shannon for allowing me to come and share. It is a blessing and an honor to be with you. And let's go before the Lord in prayer. God, we thank you for this day and this hour and this moment. God, we thank you for the blessings of the Lord that you have bestowed upon us. God, we thank you for Elder Shannon. God, we thank you for his prophetic flow. And we thank you, God, for the opportunity to share with the people of God that the blessings of the Lord that maketh rich addeth no sorrow and will continue to shower upon us in Jesus' name. Amen. I'm so blessed to be here. And so I had spoken to to Prophet Shannon, and I said, I was trying to think about what I really want to talk about. So I was in the middle of this conversation, and I started hearing God talk about when God has or God creates or gives us a power surge. So my title for today is When God Surges, Power for the Moment That You're Standing In. So I have a couple of scriptures. One is Acts 1:8. And it says that Jesus promises his followers, but you will receive power when the Holy Ghost comes upon you, and you will be my witnesses in Jerusalem and in all of Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth. So I started wondering what actually is a surge, right? A surge is a sudden supernatural increase of power, clarity, courage, and capacity released by God into the life of his servant at the precise moment that surge is needed. Yes, Lord. So God never leaves his servants powerless, right? He sends surges that will match the seasons, the assignments, the battles, the issues, the difficulties, whatever. God will send the power necessary for us to be the overcomers that he's designed for us to be. There's a scripture in Acts, I believe it's 4:31, and it says, in this scripture, it says that when the early church prayed, the place shook. It described the moments after early Christians prayed for boldness following the persecution of Peter and John. So that was a divine power surge. Everybody say power surge. So my first point is power comes with assignment. There's a scripture, this is based on a scripture in Jeremiah 1:5-10. God empowers what he commands. Purpose draws power the way a dry field draws rain. When there is a necessity and a need for something, and God has called you to something, he will give you the power and give you the intelligence and give you the fortitude and give you the necessary tools to be effective in that area. God gives you the anointing to be able to be fervent in that area. So sometimes if you are feeling like you are underpowered or you're not really feeling the power, I challenge you to step deeper into purpose, because the power to execute will become when you are in the middle of purpose. The other thing is power follows obedience. God will never call you to something and not give you the tools and the power and the know-how and the intellect to execute that thing. My second point is the surge of prayer. When the room shakes, hearts stand. And I base that on scripture in Acts 4:31, James 5:16. Prayer pulls power out of heaven. There has to be a way for you to access the power necessary that is not within you, but it comes from somewhere, and it comes from the power of God. So the definition, if I had to define a prayer surge, is when earth touches heaven with such intensity that heaven touches back with strength, boldness, and supernatural energy. There have just been seasons where I have actually seen where the power of prayer literally changed the trajectory of the outcome of the situation. because that prayer pulled on the power that God had already given us access to. But then there is a scripture that says you have not because you ask not. You have to ask God. He wants to be invited in, but the power is accessible. You just have to make the request. Some doors don't open because of human effort. They open because of prayer pressure, if you understand that. Prayer causes a pressure, and in that pressure, you start to see the power of God. My third point, the surge of worship, where sound meets spirit. There's a scripture in 2 Chronicles 2, 20 and 22, Psalms 22 and 3, and Acts 16, 25 and 26. So worship is the atmosphere where God releases power to sustain, deliver, and empower, right? The first time worship is mentioned in the Bible, there was a sacrifice made, right? But God stepped in that situation. So you have to see worship not as like in many of our services, and I'm just going to talk about worship from the musical aspect. We see worship as, we treat it like it's the warm up. Okay, people are walking in, so we're going to start off with 15 minutes of worship, give everybody a chance to come in and get situated and blah, blah, blah. And we are so undervaluing its purpose. Worship was never meant to be a warm up. It is meant to be a weapon, right? So when you infuse worship, you are commanding God to be in action, and you are in conversation with God in worship. You are not just wasting time. I really am very careful about my words, because I do not really, I don't ascribe to, when people say, yeah, they're just idle words, or I'm just joking, or I'm just kidding. I get that, right? But still, words have a purpose, right? And when you speak things into the atmosphere, things happen. So worship is the atmosphere where God releases power to sustain, deliver, and empower. When worship turns, so you may start off singing a song, you may start off presenting worship, but at some point in the worship, it should become revelation, right? So it may start off as you had a plan, right? But somewhere in that plan, when God takes over, then that's when power becomes inevitable. You have turned over your worship to God, and then God has made it something that you never could have made it on your own. Point number 4 is called, so this is a little different, a surge of weakness. So that when you hit empty, God hits overflow, right? Scripture in 2 Corinthians 12, 9 and 10, and that scripture says, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about, so you understand where we're going, right? So God sends his strongest power in the weakest places, right? So I don't see, many times we interpret weakness as a liability, but I actually began to interpret weakness as an entry point for God, right? Because many times when we have an idea of how things should happen or how things should be executed or how they go, we have our own mindset and we do what's in our mind, right? And sometimes it works to a certain degree and sometimes it doesn't work to a certain degree. And it is at the point where it is interesting to me that at the point where we run out of ideas or run out of options, what we call what has come to our minds, we run out of those things. And then we say, okay, God, I really need you to step in. And God was like, well, I've been watching you go through all these motions, and I knew what you were doing wasn't working, and you could have asked me at the beginning, but maybe your faith had to go through certain stages. So now that you've gone through all the things that you've thought about and all of the options that you thought will work, and none of them worked, and you're calling on me, I will step in and I will work on your behalf. But the next time, call me at the beginning. That's a God relationship. So weakness is not, don't see it as a liability, but see it as an entry point for God to be able to step in and completely overshadow whatever you thought you had planned. And then I have point 5, the surge of the word. So when scripture becomes spirit, Ezekiel 2:2, Hebrews 4:12, Jeremiah 20:9. So I truly believe that a word from God will electrify your soul. So a surge comes when so Bible is interesting to me. I believe that Bible moves from the pages in the Word of God to your bloodstream, right? So it's like when you're reading it, it's one thing, but then when it becomes part of your existence, you interpret it differently. You carry it differently. You see it as a different kind of use. You see it as a lifeline. So, many times when I take a look at, when I'm reading the Bible, sometimes I hear people say, God, when is God going? I have never heard the voice of God, blah, 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 blah. I get it, right? But in order to hear the voice of God, you have to study his Bible so you know what his voice sounds like. If you have no idea of what his voice sounds like, you will miss him speaking to you left and right because you don't know, you're not used to hearing him. And you get used to hearing him. You get used to his tone. You get used to his presence through the word of God. It's not just it's not just words on a page. It's revelation for change, right? So it's like as you read and study the word of God, your connection to him is getting stronger. So now he can speak to you outside of those words. But I would wonder, I would challenge you in this way. Why would God want to let you hear his voice when you haven't heard the words he said already? Right? At some point, you have to start studying what he's already put in front of you, what he's already given you access to, so that what he's giving you is an overflow or an extension of that. But you need to understand he's already given us his word. So I believe that you are a carrier. So this is my conclusion, that you are a carrier of surge power. God equips his servants for every assignment, every burden, every moment, every battle, not with human strength, but with divine surges that elevate them above natural limitation. In order for you to overcome the things that you normally deal with, that you don't have answers to, you need something greater than you, and that is the power of God. So I would give you these affirmations to declare the power of God. Repeat after me. I am empowered for the moment I am standing in, right? You're going to start speaking these things. I am empowered for the moment I am standing in. The surge of God flows through my spirit, mind, and body. The surge of God flows through my spirit, mind, and body. I have divine strength for divine assignments. I'll say that again. I have divine strength for divine assignments. The next affirmation is heaven backs my purpose. Heaven backs what it creates. Heaven backs my purpose. You didn't create your purpose. God created that purpose. The next affirmation, power rises in me when weakness tries to shut me down. Weakness has a pattern of presenting itself as the final end all be all, and it's not. Power rises in me when weakness tries to shut me down. The next affirmation, God's word ignites me. God's spirit fuels me. God's presence strengthens me. I'll say that again. God's word ignites me. God's spirit fuels me. And God's presence strengthens me. The next affirmation, number 7, I walk in supernatural capacity, clarity, and courage. I walk in supernatural capacity, clarity, and courage. The next affirmation, every battle is met with God's surge of victory. I need you to get that in your spirit, because at the end of the day, if you read it in Revelations, we win. So you go through all the different stages, but you have to know that you win. So it is amazing to know and understand that no matter what the battle is or what you're facing, God gives you a surge of victory. Number 9, I am never empty. God fills me again and again. You have more than one assignment, and God fills you with the power to accomplish those assignments. I am never empty. God fills me again and again. And the last affirmation is, the power of God surges through me now. Say that again. The power of God surges through me now. So I'm challenging you to start to understand that the power of God is always present. And when there is assignment, there is a surge of power. And the Bible says, after the Holy Ghost has come upon you, you shall receive power. You need the Spirit of God to lead you, guide you, direct you, strengthen you, focus you, clarify you, purpose you, lift you, build you. All of those, you need the power of God, because that is what makes you who you need to be for what you need to get through and for what you need to overcome. It is the power of God through salvation to him that believe. God bless you, and let's pray. God, I thank you for this word and sharing this word in the surge of power, God. And I thank you because you are giving us supernatural confidence, God. We thank you, you're giving us clarity of mind, strength and boldness, a fresh prophetic edge, a sharp increase in authority, peace with weight and gravity, a lifting of heaviness, a divine acceleration of ideas, and a supernatural confidence. Use us for your glory, God. Cause us to be the people of God that will minister and be effective as we minister, as we compose, as we teach, as we lead, as we worship. All of those things, God, are for your glory, and we praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Greetings, amazing souls. I am Dr. Asetra D. Russell, founder of Moving Mountain Ministries, and I'm so honored to share this moment with you. So, before we begin, I have one question to ask you. Do you know what a barnacle is? For all those who don't know what a barnacle is a tiny sea creature that attaches itself to a ship. And once it sticks, it won't let go. You see, over time, the barnacles pile up and they cause so much drag that the ship slows down. Now, the ship still floats. It still looks beautiful on the surface, but underneath, it's carrying a weight that's stopping it from moving forward. Now, I know you're wondering, what is she talking about and why are we talking about barnacles? We're not in the military, right? So, I'm going to ask you this question, and that'll let you know what we're talking about. What barnacles have attached themselves to your life? Maybe it's failure. Maybe it's grief. Maybe it's disappointment that you never expected to face. So I want you to say this right now. It's time to scrape some barnacles off. One more time. It's time to scrape some barnacles off. Because the truth is, you can't move mountains if you're anchored to the bottom. And resilience begins when you decide this weight will not hold me down any longer. You were designed to move, to rise, to rebuild, and to keep going, even after life tries to break you. That's what moving mountains is all about. It's about learning to rise when everything in you wants to give up. Let me share my personal story with you. My barnacle was the death of my daughter. That loss could have ended me. It could have been the storm that sank my ship. And not long after, I faced another heartbreak, a divorce. You see, in a matter of months, 6 months to be exact, my world flipped upside down. I had to start over. I had to raise my daughter alone and rebuild life from broken pieces. It wasn't easy because I thought I wasn't going to be able to do it. You see, I felt like the barnacles of grief and pain were never going to come off. But here's what I learned. Resilience is not pretending you're okay. It's choosing to believe that God will make you okay again. It's not about bouncing back to who you were. It's about believing forward, becoming who you were meant to be after the breaking. That's a decision we all have to make because God's grace gave me the strength to start scraping and scraping and scraping. And one day, that one scrape helped me rise again. And what I realized is that my story wasn't a tragedy. My story was a testimony in progress. So someone watching right now, your storm isn't your end. And you have to know that. Your storm is the preparation for your next assignment. So just to teach you a little bit about the mindset. You see, there's a mindset that tries to hold us captive. It whispers, you'll never get past this. You'll always be stuck. You'll never be whole. But God says something very different. Romans chapter 12, verse 2 reminds us, be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That means your circumstances don't define you. Your mindset does. Resilience begins in your mind before it shows up in your movement. If you keep looking backward in that rearview mirror, you'll miss what's ahead. If you keep replaying what broke you, you'll never see what God is building next. So let's talk about 3 principles that help you rise again. There are 3 ways to move mountains after failure, loss, and disappointment. So, principle number 1 is always remember who you are. You are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become after it. You are not the job you lost. You are not the relationship that ended. You are not the mistake you made. You are God's perfect masterpiece in progress. So sometimes life will try to label you by your lowest moment,
Even people will try to label you by the things that they've seen in your past. But leadership, real resilient leadership, is saying, I may have been through it, but I'm still here and I'm still becoming. So, repeat after me. I'm still becoming. Because when you remember who you are, you take back the power of your identity. You stop reacting to the pain and start responding with purpose. Let's move on to principle number 2. Principle number 2 is refuse to stay stuck. You can't move mountains standing still. They say faith without work is dead, right? So at some point, you have to say, I've cried enough tears over this. I've replayed this long enough. It's time to move on again. I'm not saying that you can't not cry. You can still cry, but you have to remember, sometimes you have to stop so you can pick yourself up again. You see, and I know that sounds simple, but moving after disappointment is an act of faith. Philippians 3:13 says, forgetting what is behind and reaching towards what is ahead, I press on. Sometimes pressing on doesn't mean sprinting. It just means taking one step forward when you don't feel like it. One step at a time. So, resilience isn't about how fast you move. It's that you keep moving. And God promises that if you keep pressing, He'll keep guiding. So somebody needs to declare this out loud. I'm pressing on. Keep your feet moving. I'm pressing on, because your movement becomes your miracle. Our final principle is principle number 3. Rebuild with faith, not fear. Every rebuild begins with a decision. Will I build from the ashes, or will I stay in them? Fear says you'll fail again. Faith says, even if I do, I'll get up again. When you rebuild with faith, you give God permission to make something beautiful out of what was broken. Isaiah 61 says, God gives us beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and praise for heaviness. Isn't that just wonderful? You know what that means? That means your ruins are raw materials of your next blessing. You just have to start rebuilding with courage and trust. So now we need to move mountains in purpose. And to move mountains in purpose means to believe God can turn obstacles into opportunities. It means we choose purpose over pity. We choose faith over fear. And we choose growth over grief. You don't need perfect circumstances to move a mountain. You just need a seed of faith. Because the word says, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Y'all, that's not a metaphor. That's a mindset. It's what resilient leaders do. So, let's be real. Life will test you. You will definitely get tested. There will be days when you question everything. There will be days when you don't want to get out the bed. There will be days when you don't want to move. There'll be days when you cry more than you celebrate. Days when it feels like the mountain won't budge at all. But here's the promise. Even when it doesn't move right away, God is still moving you. You're growing stronger. You're learning faith in motion. You're becoming unshakable. So, I want you to remember this. Your pain does not disqualify you. It prepares you. Your loss does not define you. It refines you. And your mountain is not meant to stop you. It's meant to show you how powerful your faith really is. I am Dr. Asetra D. Russell, founder of Moving Mountains Ministries, and I came to remind you that when you believe forward, when you rebuild with faith, and when you refuse to quit, you don't just move mountains, you become one. So come on, family. Let's rise, let's rebuild, and let's move mountains together. You can connect with me on my social media accounts at LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram at Asetra Russell or Dr. Asetra Russell, or check out my website, asetrarussell.com. You be blessed.
Hi, greetings. I'm April Whedon, also known as April Whedon White. I'm married to Bishop John White. I'm a stunt woman, a stunt coordinator, as well as a first lady. Yes, from stunts to first lady. Let me take you down a little journey, a little road on how I got started in the entertainment field. My mother put me in entertainment. Thank God, Mommy. And I found out later that my mother really didn't want me doing stunts. But my mother took me on auditions, and I booked a Mattel toy commercial at the age of 3. We didn't have a car at the time when we had first moved to sunny California from Washington, D.C. And when I booked that commercial, our lives changed for the better. I booked the commercial, and being one of the first African-American children in commercials on television is truly an honor. I bought her a 1966 Mustang. I also auditioned for Julia with Diane Carroll. I didn't book it. I didn't get it, but the experience was wonderful. And they ended up booking Mark Copage. So let's just take a little journey with my career. That's the beginning. I continued to stay in the entertainment field, acting, being in theater. I was a cheerleader in high school. I ran track. I was in the Black Union Association at my college. I'm a Delta Sigma Theta. I pledged at Cal State Fullerton, although I went to Chapman University. All of that I'm bringing up is because all of those things that I did brought me to be who the person I am today. The experiences that I've had and the things that I've done in the course of so many decades now has just been magnificent. I would say that I've been in stunts now going on 4 decades, but it's actually 3 right now. So there's longevity in being a stunt performer. Some of the things that you need in order to be a professional stunt performer is training. To this day, even though I'm not working as much as I used to, I still train. I try to train daily. It's important that you learn how to ride a horse and ride it well. Swimming, bow staff, fighting, martial arts, knowing camera angles, knowing them so that you know where you are at all times. Driving, I spent $50,000 learning how to drive with Bobby Orr, Rick Seaman, and Wally Crowder, and William Washington, rest in peace. It's William who got me in the industry and started me off. And when I started, he saw something in me and became my mentor and my husband. It was just really a blessing, and we had a wonderful, wonderful career together, and we actually built an empire. God is so amazing and so good. And we have a beautiful daughter, my beautiful, beautiful daughter, our daughter. So with that said, the more you know how to do sword fighting, scuba certification, driving, like I said, you can really go far in the stunt world the more you know how to do. Rigging, knowing how to work different equipments. Let's see, there's just a lot that you need to make sure that you know. If you're good at hanging things, doing things up high, you're always going to be needed. You're going to always be needed. High falls, I personally don't like to jump anything higher than 20 feet. I've jumped higher than that, but I really don't want to, but I have. And then high falls are something you have to practice. And there's places that you can go to practice for that. There was this guy named Bob Yorkies that everybody used to go there and train. I personally went to Lane Levitt and Shane Anderson, and they taught me how to do high falls. And then also William Washington, he taught me how to do high falls. And my stunt coordinating career afforded me the opportunity to work on a Black Lady sketch show for 2 years. And I had 2 Emmy nominations, which is really a blessing. And I got a chance to work with Robin Thede. I really learned a lot from her. Magnificent comedian. She's amazing. So crafty, so physical, and she knows what she's doing. An amazing writer. And then I also did a Disney project. It was the pilot for Black Don't Crack, the Upshaws as well. I coordinated that. And I've stunt coordinated so many projects. What we are on as professionals in the industry is something called IMDb, Internet Movie Database, IMDb. If you can work and get IMDb credits, that is like the Bible of the industry, where casting directors go to find talent, stunt coordinators go to find talent. I also find talent on Instagram. I like to, me personally as a stunt coordinator, I like to find talent on Instagram. But IMDb, you can also sign up for a free trial for 14 days if you have a credit that you can put there. And you can put as many pictures and articles as you want, and then cancel the subscription before it's time. And when you can afford it, as time goes on, you want to make sure all your subscriptions for what you need to make it in this industry are paid on a yearly basis. So let's say you're on IMDb. You pay that for the year. Now, this is also how we get work. We get work through Actors Access, www.actorsaccess.com. That's mostly for theater. If you're thinking about doing Broadway, or you want to even do some local theater, you can change the location. If you think you're going to be in Chicago for a period of time, you can change your location to Chicago. When I travel, I change my location so that wherever I'm about to go, then my location is set and I can audition while I'm there. Then there is Casting Networks, LA Casting, which is LA based, and we get a lot of work from that. And Casting Frontier, we get a lot of work from that. Again, going back to the subscriptions for these particular websites, I highly suggest that you save your money and do it for the year so that you're not charged monthly. But if you can't afford to pay for the year, then go ahead and do it monthly. Make sure you have pictures. Make sure you have resumes. If you are an actor and you also are a stunt performer, then you definitely, absolutely need your resumes on hand, and you need your photos on hand. Now, back in the day, we had to hit the ground, okay? We had to literally walk and take our headshots places on different shows that we would find out about. And we would have to walk our headshot in or mail our headshot in. There's also backstage. And then there's also Craigslist, believe it or not. Just be careful with anything that you audition for, anything that you do. Don't go in any rooms with anybody. When you're on the set and you have to change clothes, don't change clothes in front of anybody. Tell them, could you please step out, or whatever. Don't be caught in rooms alone with people. And always be aware, I learned this on the set, that you have eyes on you at all times. Trust me when I say that. Sometimes you think a television is just sitting there and it's not on, but it actually is recording. So be very careful how you change, what you do. Be aware, have presence, have a sense of presence. Okay, well, Some of the books that I have read over the years that have helped me are Refuse to Live Talented and Broke by Delano A. Johnson. And it's for those of us who are multi-talented and multifaceted. Louise Hay, You Can Heal Your Life. You know, in this industry, there's ups and there's downs. There's ups and there's downs. There's ins and there's outs. A lot of stuff happens. Money comes, money goes. So you want to make sure that you heal your life and continue to nurture yourself, okay? Let's see, all of Deepak Chopra's books have helped me with my career. A Purpose-Driven Life has helped me with my career. Think and Grow Rich helped me with my career. Creative Visualization was one of my favorite books. I still to this day read that book. 7 Laws of Spiritual Success. That's another book. But my number one book that I read on a regular basis is the Bible. Whenever I need answers, I quiet myself and I turn to the Lord and ask, what is the will that you have for me, Lord, for my life at this particular time? I'm rooted and grounded in my belief in the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal Savior, and that's what's helped me. One time, you know, I was on the set working as a stunt person on a thin line between love and hate. And the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, don't do this stunt or else you'll die. It was the stunt where I was doubling Lynn Whitfield. And I had to come through a window. And it didn't feel right. I'd already done the stunt from the window, through the glass, onto some boxes. And everything went well. But I heard the Holy Spirit say, if you do this stunt, you will die. That was the only time in my career that I felt like I really should not do the stunt, and I did not. And there was a young lady named Sonia Davis, rest in peace, that was on Vampire in Brooklyn. And she lost her life doing a high fall. God bless her, Lord Jesus. And that was difficult for me when I was on the set because I would always constantly be compared to her. I did have the opportunity to work with her on a thin line. No, not on a thin line. I worked with her on In Living Color. Yes, I worked with Sonia Davis on In Living Color. She lost her life on Vampire in Brooklyn, unfortunately. She was a beautiful young lady, but when I worked with her on In Living Color, she was portraying Tina Turner, and I was one of the fly girls. I was on the show after Jennifer Lopez was on the show. It was after she had left. But my career has been diverse. It's been acting, singing, dancing, modeling, traveling with the Black Ballet Jazz Company under the direction of Chester Whitmore. We traveled all over the world and we did what's known as vernacular dance. And we started at the 1800s with the Charleston, the Lindy, the Jitterbug, and ended up into the future of the 90s, what we thought that would be. And I was the dance captain. Oh boy, Lord Jesus. So God has really placed me in strategic things to prepare me to be a stunt performer, to be a stunt coordinator. I'm also a producer. I produce and I mentor. I want to share something with you. There's 5 reasons you need a mentorship, okay? And the base scripture for this, where no counsel is, the people fall, but the multitude of counsels there is safety. Proverbs 11 and 14. That's the King James Version. So, number 1, mentorship maps out a clear path for decisions you're about to make for your future. Number 2, mentorship opens up your mind to see opportunities hidden sometimes behind opposition. I'll read that again. Number 2, mentorship opens your mind to see opportunities hidden sometimes behind opposition. Behind opposition. Number 3, mentorship helps to stabilize your emotions so you won't embrace an enemy pretending to be a friend. Let's do that again, okay? Number 3. Mentorship helps to stabilize your emotions so you won't embrace an enemy pretending to be your friend. Come on now. Number 4, mentorship keeps you focused on your purpose, helping you avoid pitfalls from the past. I'll read that again, number 4. Mentorship keeps you focused on your purpose, helping you avoid pitfalls from the past. Pitfalls from the past. Don't be like Lot's wife and look back. Keep moving forward. When it gets tough in this industry, and if this is what you really want to do, trust and believe God for that. And if you have to go get a job, go get a job. If you have to take a break, take a break. But don't you ever give it up. Don't you ever give up if this is what you actually want and need to do. If you can feel it in your soul and you just can't get it off of you, do it. In church, be in the church plays, volunteer to help. Join a local theater company and get on actorsaccess.com, set up your profile and audition for theater. Number 5, mentorship creates connections you need to complete an assignment you have. I'll read that again. Mentorship creates connections you need to complete an assignment you have. Remember this, making mentorship important and making it an important part of your life will decrease stress. It will decrease your stress when you have a mentor, somebody who you can go to and talk to, who you can trust. You can vent and get things off your chest. Yes. And it will increase your success. Mentorship is very important. Being a mentor is very, very, very strategically important. Well, I hope that this has been helpful. I hope that God continues to guide you on the journey that you choose for your life, whether it be in the entertainment field or not. Whatever it is that you desire to do in your life, one of my favorite scriptures is Mark 11:22-24. God will give you the desires of your heart. Trust in the Lord, lean not unto your own understanding. Proverbs 3:5-6. Keep God close and keep good people around you, sound people. Take classes, do all that you can do when you can do it. Okay? So I'm April Whedon, and my Instagram is @officialapril.Whedon. And my Facebook page is April Whedon White. April, WEEDENWHITE. And I love all of you with the love of the Lord. Thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Shannon. I really appreciate you and your crew and your staff. And blessings to your wonderful and beautiful wife. Thank you, kind sir, for always believing in me and recognizing my talent, because there's not very many Black women who have stunt coordinated, what less done stunts, and we're there and we're making a difference. And I believe through my trailblazing ways and what I did to combat and fight for things behind the scenes, I am reaping the benefits by seeing so many beautiful women of color being stunt performers. And I'm grateful, and I'm thankful, and I'm blessed. God bless you. Peace and blessings.
Hi, everybody, this is Chris Hampton, aka Champ I Am, and I'm so excited to share with you on the principle of faith in famine. Faith in the midst of famine. Now, what does that mean? Okay. Faith and family. Now, when we hear the word faith, immediately you think that Chris is going to preach to you. Am I a preacher? Yes, I'm a preacher, but I also believe that faith is a principle more than a religious term. What do I mean by that? Faith is a principle. When you understand what faith is, I believe, one, it's a principle that when we say principle, anybody can maximize a principle. There are certain laws of the universe that we have that work for us. The universe works for us. Why? Because they've been given us certain principles that work no matter who works it. Here's a biblical example. This: as long as the earth remains, there's seed, time, and harvest. What does that mean? As long as the world is here, the world operates off of what? Seed, time, and harvest. If I plant the right seed in the right time and take care of that seed in the right way, what happens? I can expect a harvest, right? If I'm doing the right thing for the right time in the right season, I can expect a harvest. Laws of principles of giving, right? If you give freely, usually what happens is as you give to others, you can expect the return back to you, right? That's a principle. I know people that are not Christians who are givers, and they walk under that principle of being blessed because they give. So it's not just a church term when we talk about faith. We're talking about, because we are designed to believe, right? We are designed to believe. So let me define faith for you in non-Christian and non-religious terms. So when we talk about faith is when you believe in something so much that you live like it's so, even when you cannot see it, feel it, or experience it. Let's say it again. Faith is when you believe in something so much that even though you believe so much that your actions, it produces action from you, even though you do not see it, experience it, or feel it. I'll give you a practical example. You go to your job every day and you expect a check at the end of 2 weeks, right? You don't see that check, but you give them 8 to 40 to 60 hours of your life. Why? Because you believe that if I show up for work and I do the time that is allotted for that amount, I'm going to receive this much. You have faith in your resource, that your resource is going to be there. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Now, do I believe faith can be optimized spiritually? Yes. I believe that when we are connected to God, he optimizes our faith so that the return is given to us boldly. But anybody can work off of the law of faith, okay? Because just as a human principle, we will not pursue what we don't believe. I'll give you an example of that. Before 1954, they believed it was impossible for someone to run a mile in under 4 minutes. A mile in under 4 minutes. They said if you run a mile and you try to beat that, your heart won't make it, your body will not last because you're putting your body to the max. It wasn't until 1954 when Roger Bannister broke that record, right? 3 minutes and 59 seconds was the record. 3 minutes, 59 seconds was that record, right? After he broke that, what happened was people tried to break that limit. And then what happened again in 1999, Hicham El Jarreau broke that record in 3 minutes, 43 seconds, and broke the record again. What was said to be impossible was broken because someone chose to believe that it was possible. What is happening around you that you are around, and in a famine situation, a lot of times in a famine situation, someone is telling you there's no food, there's no money, there's no opportunity. And if you choose to fall in line with that belief, what happens is your actions end up following that belief. But no matter what happens, what crisis comes into your life, if you position yourself that there's a way, and that there is a way that we can get through this, you change your belief system to overcome the pressure. You change your belief system to overcome what is coming at you as an obstacle, and you end up finding a way. Why? Because belief is important. We are designed to believe. We are designed to go after what we believe and make it happen. So what's very important when we're in this situation, when you are in famine situations, you have to set your faith to a higher level of believing. But in order for you to set your faith for a higher level of believing, you have to watch the information that's being given to you. What's crazy in the midst of famine, especially in the world, in the global world that we are seeing today, we are being programmed by all the auditory responses and the news that is on a 24-hour cycle, and it's just programming and programming and programming and programming and programming you, and to a point where it could affect how you see life. That's why you have to be very careful on what you allow to enter into your eye gates and your ear gates. Why? Because they're programming you. They are programming you to believe in such a way that the world is turning chaotic, and it's not building a place of faith in you. It's saying that there's a famine in the land, there's a lack in the land, there's a lack of money, there's a lack of opportunity. But you know what? In the midst of a lack of opportunity, what I'm realizing that in every famine there are people that are succeeding. I've been in sales most of my life. And I'm just turned 50 this year, right? So I've been selling since I'm 17. And every year there is a reason to say that if I'm in sales, I should be broke because there's something going on in the economy every year. But I was always most likely at the top of my game in the selling career. I had a few roller coaster moments, but most of the time I'm selling where I wasn't starving. I was hitting my goals. But there were some people that were looking at it and say, well, these people are not buying. I chose to fix my faith in such a way that I believed in so much. There's an opportunity. There's a client out there for me. There's a client out there for me, and I just got to find that client. And then I put the work in. I believed in something so much that it affects how I began to see the world around me. And that's how faith is. And that's how faith works. If you got that faith in you, you'll believe in so much that it shifts how you think. So let me show you. I don't want you to focus on the famine part. I want you to focus on the faith part. So I'm going to show you how to develop your faith practically. All right. It's not really a spiritually woo-woo-y thing that we make it happen. Like you got to be up here spiritually to be able to walk in faith. You walk in faith whether you realize it or not, because it takes the same amount of faith to walk in your dysfunction as it does to walk in the proper way of your overcoming. Right? The same faith that it takes you to overcome is the same faith that you're walking in your dysfunction. Because you believe in your dysfunction so much that it has changed the way that you see the world. It changes the way that you interact with the world. But if you choose to shift your perspective in a different way, you'll find that it can work, that your faith can help you work to live in a better life. And again, I don't want you to see this as a spiritual woo-woo-y thing. I want to give you practical, because I believe God designed us to be practical. I believe in the spiritual side, but I also believe he's practical. He gives us practical steps. And faith is not something that's impractical, because we all live by it, whether you realize it or not. Whether you're believing to be healed from a sickness or you're believing to be stuck in a rut, it takes the same amount of faith to live both ways. So why can't you make faith work for you? So let me show you what faith requires. Faith requires vision. Faith requires the ability to see forward. I'll say it again. Faith requires the ability to see forward. That means faith is not necessarily living in the now and what's in front of you. Because a lot of times when they say crisis is coming, that is a temporary situation. It is a temporary situation that shakes your life in a way that it makes it feel like your whole life is being shook. But what keeps you going is that faith and that vision that there is a higher purpose to where you are, and that this situation is not going to negate the purpose that you're in. Tragedy and crisis does not negate your purpose. And when you have a vision of a higher purpose of where you're going to, these temporary situations that are in front of you, I call them sight issues. They're temporary issues that are in front of you. you understand that they're only temporary because there's a bigger picture that you're working toward. Then you say, okay, this is not the bigger picture. When I'm living by sight, what happens is sight looks like it's in front of me, but when I'm living by vision, what's before me is bigger than what's in front of me. Then I just realize I just got to get around this. I just got to figure out how to get over this temporary obstacle that's in my way. And when you have vision to see forward, what happens is it builds up your faith to even pursue even further, because you realize where you are is not where you're going to be. If you keep pushing, if you keep living like what you are seeing is real. The problem that most people have with vision is they are so sight driven that they lost vision, and then they get swallowed up in sight issues and they lose hope. I'm helping you today, hopefully through this message, that you shake that off and see the big picture. Say, see the big picture. I see the big picture for my life, and it's not where I'm at right now. And you're starting to live your life in such a way that it affects what you do, what you think, how you spend your money, what you invest your time in, the relationships you have. If the relationships you have are not matching up with the vision that you're seeing, you might have to change those relationships, because that's what faith does. Faith will dictate how you deal with people. Faith requires action. Say it again. Faith requires action. Faith is in the now, not necessarily what's in the known. I'll say it again. Faith is in the now, not necessarily what's in the known. And what I mean by that is you don't know how you're going to get to where you're going to get to. When you see the vision, it's so much bigger in life that it looks bigger than where you are. It looks totally different than where you are. When I started speaking, I had a vision of me being a global speaker, but I was in a one-bedroom apartment in the city. One-bedroom apartment in the city, never knowing that as I continue to put my faith out there and work the speaking industry that I'm in now and getting my name out there, that in 6 years later, I will be speaking to nations. Why? Because my faith wasn't in the one-bedroom apartment. My faith was in the mission and the vision of me seeing and impacting the world globally. What is in your life right now that you are seeing as your vision? It doesn't match where you are, but you see it as if it's in front of you. And now you're preparing your life around it. So faith requires vision, but it requires action. So your faith actions are you're living like it's so. Even though your life might not match up with what you're living to, you know that eventually it's going to catch up, right? So faith requires vision. Faith requires action. Faith requires endurance and patience. Yeah, endurance and patience. I call it the patient strength. Because again, when I was in the one-bedroom apartment, my future did not look like my present. My pockets and my personal economy did not match my future economy. But I had a vision of where I was going to. And I believed that that vision was for me. But I had to be patient and do the discipline of learning the industry, do the discipline of speaking for free until I got paid to speak. I had to go through the process that my mentors were showing me through their examples. And I realized that it didn't happen overnight. It came from a process of me putting in the time and the effort to build muscles in business, to build the entrepreneurship muscles that are holding me up today. I had to be patient. And I had to be willing to endure. I had to be willing to work with little so I could be trusted with much. So faith requires what? Endurance and patience. You got to hold on, because you're in the midst of a famine situation, in the midst of the crisis is in front of your face telling you all the things that you don't have. I remember when I first came into this industry, it was hard because coaches were asking for money and they were asking for money. And I told you, I didn't have the money. It's not like I had money just in there, but I stayed faithful to what the vision was. That as I continued on in my journey, what happened was the money started to hit my hand, that I can get into the different mentor programs that I had that made me stronger today, right? I didn't give up. Even though my personal economy did not match my future economy, eventually it caught up. That's for somebody, okay? Faith requires resolve. And what I mean by that is that you have to be fully persuaded that what you are pursuing is for you. When you are fully persuaded that what's for you is for you, you cannot be talked out of it. I don't care how crazy it is. Again, that the 4-minute mile record, it might have sounded good because the professors and the doctors were saying how your body would blow up, your heart would blow up if you ever hit that. But it took someone believing what was impossible to many to break that. And what happened is they became the pace setter for other people to realize that that goal could be attained. Could you be the pace setter for your family? Could you be the pace setter that's breaking financial barriers of poverty thinking? That because you made the change, that you were willing to live like it was so, even though you couldn't see it, feel it, experience it, that you changed your whole entire bloodline generation because you choose to live and align your belief system, right? So we said what? Faith requires vision, faith requires action, faith requires endurance and patience, faith requires resolve, and then faith requires a confession. A confession. What is a confession? A confession is a higher version of the affirmation. Affirmations are what we think we can be. So now it's very popular where we talk about affirmations. We like, oh, I want to be this. I want to be this. I can be this. I can be this. But what happens is that affirmation is reprogramming your mind to believe something. And once your mind gets onto that affirmation, the higher form of the affirmation is actually a confession. And a confession is a declaration of what you believe to be so, right? So when you look at it, it says, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I am unique. I am strong. I am more than an overcomer. I am powerful, right? In my situation, these are affirmation statements to you. Say it so much that you reprogram your mind, then you actually catch up to your affirmation, catches up, and you actually now declare it with all assurance that you believe this is true, right? And you have to give your vision a voice. I'll give you an example. When I first started speaking, I went to Toastmasters and I said, I went where speakers spoke, and I went to Toastmasters and said, my name is Chris Hampton, and I am a motivational speaker. Now, I didn't have an audience. Nobody was there to hire me. Nobody picked me up. But when I walked in there and I presented myself in the room, I didn't say, my name is Chris Hampton and I aspire to be a motivational speaker. I said, my name is Chris Hampton. I am a motivational speaker. And I lived my life as if it was so, to the point that every time I spoke, they believed I was what I said I was. And when you give your vision a voice, what happens is, what's powerful is that when you start walking in the right type of faith, what happens is that your provision is attracted to your faith declaration. It's attracted to your confession. And you're finding out now that you say, I need a job, and you start to present yourself in the places that you need a job. What happens? I lived my life in such a way that I applied for the job that I didn't even think I was qualified for. But because you showed up and you did all the background work and you did all the education that was needed, right? You showed up. And what happened? Because you gave your vision a voice, another opportunity opened up for you. Okay? So I hope that this is challenging you. Why am I not talking about the famine? Because you need faith to overcome the famine. One of the things that you need to do right now is that you have to look at your life right now and look at how you're believing in yourself right now. And I challenge you to start evaluating these limiting beliefs that are limiting you. Because, as I said earlier, it takes the same amount of faith to live in dysfunction as it does to live in overflow. I'll say it again. It takes the same amount of faith to live in dysfunction than to live in overflow. It takes the same amount of faith to believe in your sickness than it does to live in health. I choose to live in health. I choose to live in wealth. I choose to live in a land of overflowing rather than what I don't have. And I choose to make my faith work for that. Why? Because again, you will not believe You will not pursue what you do not believe. I'll say that again. You will not pursue what you do not believe. I hope I've challenged you to look at faith differently. I hope I've challenged you to see that you have more in you that's supposed to be coming to you if you would just change how you believe. Faith requires vision. Faith requires action. Faith requires endurance and patience, resolve, and faith requires your confession and your voice. And most of all, faith requires you to believe in something so much that you live like it's so, even when you cannot see it, feel it, or experience it. My name is Chris Hampton, Champ I Am, and I'm showing you how to live in faith in the family.
Hello, and welcome to Leaders Live Generous Summit. I'm going to be sharing with you today Networking Unleashed, 12 principles to opening up doors and closing deals. My name is Dr. Tandra Price, but I'm known as the networking engine. See, I've spent 12 plus years mastering the art of building positive, impactful communications to where you're able to walk in the door and leave out with opportunities. I am the founder and owner of Tap In Magazine. It's a global publication. It's a global lifestyle, business, and entertainment publication with over 30,000 plus subscribers, 700,000 online distribution channels, and we have partnered with one of the biggest TV networks, which is Onstage Plus TV network. See, we use these platforms to help you to be able to amplify your voice, to make sure that you're seen, heard, noticed, and definitely celebrated. But I'm also a 3-time best-selling author. And our latest book is called Talk That Talk. You can get this on Amazon, to where you're able to walk into the room with value and leave out with opportunities. Listen, stop being invisible. You know that saying your net worth is your net worth? That is so true. But listen, let me ask you this question. What is the biggest silent killer when it comes to business? It's not the product. It's being invisible. See, we have to be able to walk into the room and own the spotlight. And we got to be able to take command and charge. If we don't own the spotlight, someone is going to be selling the same products and services as you, take that spotlight and replace you. That's precisely why we came up with Networking Unleashed. See, here, it wasn't just about the theory, but we wanted you to be able to have the real life experience, the real life work when it comes to networking. No fluff and no just passing out business cards. We want to make sure that when you walk into that room, your presence is known. See, when you walk into the room, it's all about the presence. It's about how do we command the presence when we walk into the room. We got to act like we own it. Not act, but know that we own it. And there's 3 simple principles to that. The very first one is we got to command attention. We want to be able to walk into that room and be turning heads is turning like, who is she? Have you ever felt that when you walked into the room, a person came in so live and vibrant and all the whole room just turned around and looked at her? See, that's commanding attention. 2, you want to have a magnetic introduction. See, the whole key when it comes to your introduction, you want to make people lean in. So people across the room will still be able to understand and hear who you are. They're going to want to know who you are and what you can do. And thirdly, we want to change those quick, chatty, short conversations into gold mines. It is the perfect way to make sure that you own that room. But let's dive into the first 4 principles when it comes to mastering the conversation. See, I like to call the first one the coffee pitch. It's not your regular sales pitch, but it's called the coffee pitch. And let me tell you why it's called the coffee pitch. Anytime that you offer or invite someone to have a cup of coffee, it's already the pitch. See, you don't have to now introduce your products and services because they've already agreed to it when they accepted the coffee pitch. So don't go in automatically trying to sell. We're going in to build relationships. 2, we want to do what they call the name drop nudge.
You know, when somebody nudging you, you want to do the name drop nudge. Have you ever had a conversation where you're talking to someone and you could be talking to them for 20 or 30 minutes? Now, they may have said their name very quickly and you didn't catch it, and they went on with the conversation. But once you do that name drop nudge, example, I like what you're saying, Jamie. That's perfect opportunity for us to connect, Jamie. See, the more times you say their name, that means you're nudging it. That means you're paying attention to them, that you're listening to them. And that is so important when we talk about the principles of owning the conversation and leaving out with opportunities. The third one is called the curiosity calluses. Now, we like to say this is the curiosity is your superpowers. We all have a superpower and it can all be different. But when it comes to networking and building those relationships, your superpower becomes those open-ended questions. Yes, you want to be able to keep the conversation going. You want to keep them curious. You want to keep them curious about you, but you also want them to know that you're curious about what they're doing. And the fourth one is what we call our compliment currency. Now, listen, compliments are the key to networking, no hands down. But when you add that compliment currency, ching, ching, that's what happens. See, a compliment currency is when you've actually did the research on that person or what they've done. That could be like if they started a new podcast, they have a new book out. Instead of you complimenting them on their clothes or their attire or their beautifulness, you want to compliment them on what they're actually doing. That means that you paid attention. That means that they're interested in you now because now you took the time to pay attention to them. See, it's just like when we post on social media and people now start to like our comments or something of that nature. We want to make sure that we're responding, right? We want to make sure that we're complimenting them on the fact that they complimented us. Let me share the next 5 to 8 principles for you. This one was going to be what they call a value drop moment. Yep, a value drop moment. See, a lot of times when we're interacting with people, we want to make sure that we're dropping some of that good juice, right? We want to drop some of that knowledge. We want to drop some tips. See, a lot of times when we're actually having a conversation with people, networking is not for us. We're not doing the networking. We're actually networking for the next person. A lot of times I get, oh my God, networking doesn't work for me, or this event didn't work for me, because see, we already have a hidden agenda when we get there. But remember, networking is not for you. So you want to always do that value drop moment and use your clients in the process. See, when you know of a tip, a resource, or a piece of advice, or something that they can use right away, then you've made that moment happen. That's why I call it the value drop moment. You've made that moment happen for them. Because see, now they're taking it out their phone or they're writing something down. Oh, can you tell me that again? Oh, okay, well, I'm going to call that person. See, when you could do that, you become the person, the connector, the relationship builder. 6, we want to talk about the follow fuel. Now, we all have vehicles. Some of us do, some of us don't. But we ever know whatever mode of transportation that has 4 wheels on it, we got to have some fuel in it, right? The same thing when it comes to networking. You have to be able to have that follow up fuel. Anytime that you make a connection, you got to follow up. Because see, that's what keeps the engine going. That's what keeps the conversation going. That's what keeps the wheels on the bus keep rolling, because it has that fuel in it. And every time that you get a lead or a connection, you want to make sure that you're following up just the same way. You want to make sure that it's going to the next destination. It's going to the next place. It's picking up some clients for you. So that's what we want to talk about. You want to send a quick email, a quick follow-up. I mean, share something positive with them. It really doesn't hurt. If you have a CRM system, which everyone should have a robust CRM system, let's make sure that our clients are connected to that. As soon as you put that information into your system, automatically they should be in your system. And you should be able to now, even mobile-wise, be able to send them something immediately. Even send up a follow-up of when the next time you guys can meet. It's called the follow-up fuel. 7 is going to be that body language. Now listen, the body language is the blueprint. I call it body language blueprint, because one thing for sure is that when you walk into a room, if you don't make yourself approachable, then no one's going to be able to talk to you. You're not going to be able to get any business. So we want to make sure that we have that body blueprint already locked down. So you don't want to go in there looking like this. Or I can't wait. I hate coming to these type of things. You have that hate. I don't want to be here kind of conversation, whether it's in person or virtually.
You got to be able to have the body language to say, hey, I'm here. I want to be here. I want to connect with you. And I want to make some positive connections. See, when I walk into a room, my body language is going to speak everything because I have the energy. I have the momentum that I'm ready. Because when I step into a room, a networking room, I know that I'm there for a reason. And I want to make sure I maximize my time. So I go in, I'm smiling, I'm laughing. Even we have to think about, even the colors that we wear. We want to make sure that we are ready to go and we can get that same energy back and we can do what we need to do in order to network. The last one is 8. Number 8 is our story spark plug. See, we got to have our story. It has to ignite that engine real quick. You want to make sure that it's fire. You want to make sure that story that you're telling is relevant to, the person that you're talking to. Make it your own. Make it personal. Don't make it a rehearsed story. Make it something that you can tell from the heart. When you're telling that story, people feel it. They feel you inside and out. And that's so important when it comes to building relationships, because people buy from people who they know, like, and trust. And people buy on emotions. You want your story to be the authentic you, how you tell your story. Now we got to talk about closing. See, closing is the key to this whole thing, but we got to close strong. So let me tell you a couple of different ways. There's 4 different ways to do a closing. And the very first one is, I call it the give and take tango. You know that dance? You give a little bit, I give a little bit, I give a little bit. Okay, I won't go for that, but you want to do the give and take tango. That means that when your client is giving, you want to clearly communicate what you offer. Don't go in a roundabout way. See, the thing about it is when we get ready to do our closing, we have to be clear, concise, and let our client know exactly what it is. Don't talk about 4 or 5 different things. You talk about that one thing. So they have a roadmap to you. And then if there's any other products that you can upsell them to, then you do it after that. But you want to make sure that you're leading them in the right direction. They want to be clear of what you're saying. They want to make sure that you understand. So we have to do that give and take tango. The next thing is we want to have that gratitude gesture. This is so important because every interaction requires a gratitude gesture. No matter what. See, they used to have the pen and paper type that you could mail it and send it off. Now we can do it as easy as through texting, email, or even LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. But you always want to make sure that you're sending a message out to someone who has sent you a message. You had a meeting with them, send them a quick reminder. Just send them a quick thank you for taking time out to have that coffee chat. Just send them something to let them know that you appreciate them and their time that they took with you. The third one is we have to be consistent connectors. There's no other thing. You have to think every day you have to incorporate networking. We do it anyway. It's not just about going to the meetings. It's not just about going to virtual events or in-person events. We are networking every day. You pick up the phone, you're networking. You're talking to somebody else on the phone. If you're sending out a message, a post, it is networking. Just make sure that it's clear and concise and make sure that you're doing it as a habit. It has to be a ritual habit every time that you network. And the last one, we want to talk about amplifying AI. Now, we know that AI and tech the automation is taking over. But I'm telling you, one thing for sure, 2 for certain, that I know that they cannot replace the human touch. The human touch will always be there. So you can mix a little bit of old school, a little bit of new school in there. But we have to make sure that we're utilizing all the resources that we have when it comes to connecting and making ourselves profitable, making ourselves relationship builders. We have to figure out how does that really look into our brand, our line. So make sure that we're using these strong 4 closing connections when we're building relationships. It's really not about the sale. It's about how can I build a relationship? How can I get the next conversation? How can I get the next meeting? We want to talk about how we use that in the space with Tapped In Magazine. So Tapped In Magazine, again, with our huge partnership and our huge network, we're able to distribute your message much farther, wider, and quicker. See, Tapped In Magazine, the tools that we have, we are able to showcase your story and expand your reach. And through those means that we can do that. But we want to make sure that you're front and center. We want to make sure that you remember you're the spotlight and that people recognize you. We're helping you to increase your credibility, your authority, and most importantly, we want to celebrate you for all your accomplishments that you do. So Tapped In Magazine, we're actually putting together a 6-week masterclass. And I'm telling you, it is something phenomenal. We're going to go through each different step and teach you how to build your value as you walk into the room and leave out with opportunity. The first thing we're going to do is I like to call it the room wrecker. We're going to help you identify that shift when you walk into a room and how do I wreck the room? How do I mess this room up so people know who I am and leave unforgettable of you? 2, we're going to talk about the tap in touch points. That's the formula. That's really the formula, the blueprint of how we get in and create consistency and be memorable. 3, we're going to talk that talk, which is which our book is that we just put out. It has scripts in it. You can get it at Amazon. It has scripts in it. Your day-to-day, if you're going to Walmart, to the grocery store, you walking your dog, you're in the park, you out walking to the mailbox. It has a script in there for every day interaction that you have. If you forget, grab your talk that talk, so then you'll be able to have a way of how to get that conversation going. And then 4, we're going to talk about being a magnet, magazine magnet. Again, we're going to give you a blueprint of how do we get that distribution further and wider. In week 5, we're going to talk about the platform play. So I like to say practice make perfect, but we're going to give you a platform where you can play a little bit so we can see exactly how it is in motion. A lot of times with our clients, we go to networking events with them to help them to be able to master the fact of building relationships. And then last, we're going to close with confidence. We're going to show you different ways of how you can close with confidence. Those 4 things we showed you, we're going to take you and we're going to show you exactly how you can build those in and be so confident and walk out with opportunities. Along with this 6-week plan, you know what? I like bonuses. I like to throw a little something in there because I always like those free special gifts. So part of our bonus structure with our 6-week program is that, Tapped In Magazine, again, we're going to put you on the front cover. We're going to feature. We're going to do some amazing marketing and PR strategy with you. 2, we're going to give you that LinkedIn power move because guess what? LinkedIn is where it's at. You get to talk to decision makers. It's different than your social media. A lot of times LinkedIn is so underused that, it used to be they used to use it for employment only, but now you can use it as entrepreneurs. And let me tell you, every 7 minutes, someone on LinkedIn is getting hired. Every 7 minutes, an entrepreneur is making a collaboration or connection. And we're going to show you exactly how to do that. You get access. You'll get first access to any speaking opportunities. We have a huge, big initiative right now with the HBCU community, along with our big news network. We do a super media week, and it normally happens at Super Bowl, but it's super media week that you'll be able to get there, connect with hundreds and hundreds of news outlets. It is a massive visibility. And last, we do a lot of promotional blitz for you as well to get you in front of a lot of people that you need and make sure that it's a consistent rolling effort. Now, if I offer to put you in a room with decision makers that could change your life, you just can't say no, because it is the power of getting in the room. We have to figure out the room is the most important place to be in. And we want to make sure that we're in that room, we maximize it, we're walking in with value, and we're leaving out with opportunities. So I am so super excited to be a part of the Leaders Live Generously Summit. It has been an amazing, you're going to hear from some amazing speakers. And thank you so much for allowing me to share with you what Networking Unleashed really looks like and how you can master these 12 principles, again, to walk in, to open up doors and closing deals. Again, my name is Dr. Tendra Price. I would like to leave with this. I want you to be inspired. I want you to get motivated and excited. But most importantly, I want you to stay tapped in. Have a wonderful and great time at the Leaders Live Generous Summit. And we'll talk to you soon.
Blessings. Ooh, I am excited to be at Leaders Living Generously Summit. I want to thank Dr. Prophet, Pastor Dr. Anthony Shannon and his team for this platform, and also to bless all the speakers that will be talking for the next couple of days. But before I get started, if I may, I want to share with you a little bit about how I grew up. So it'll explain the topic, and I'll take you for a little ride. So my sister and I, we grew up in the Bronx, New York. My parents, we used to have dinner at 6 o'clock. My mother and father would call us upstairs. Dawn and Beth, come upstairs, time to eat dinner. But before we went back outside, my mother didn't play. This was summertime. School was over. 5 vocabulary words, 5 spelling words, and we had to read a couple of pages in the book and poetry. I loved poetry. So I'm going to start with one of my favorite poems. Just the first 3 lines. All 3 lines are powerful, but the 3rd line will sum up what I'm going to talk about today. And it goes, our deepest fear. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. I'm going to say that again. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. I don't know about you, but at times I have hid my light so that others don't feel uncomfortable. And I've also hid my light so that I don't feel uncomfortable. We've all had these times. It's okay. But there was one time, and I remember it so clearly as if it happened yesterday. I had joined this church in New Jersey, and they had a small choir, but it had a powerful alto section. And so I joined the choir. I was excited because I love to sing. So I was in the back, and the choir director came in, and, he's warming up, and he's playing Silver and Gold. So I happened to know the song. I love the song. So I'm humming it in the background. Humming. And so he goes, Dawn. I go, yeah, Ralph. Was you humming Silver and Gold? I said, I'm sorry, what did you say? I heard him. He says, are you humming Silver and Gold? And I go, yeah. So you know what happened after that, right? I stopped humming. Singing it in my head. So he's continuing to play. And he goes, Dawn. What's up, Ralph? Are you singing the song in your head? So I'm saying, I'm sorry, what did you say, Ralph? He said, Dawn, you heard me. Stop playing with me. Okay, choir. Tomorrow, Dawn is singing Silver and Gold. I said, no, I am not. He stopped playing. He says, you mean to tell me that your God gave you a light to sing and you're not going to sing to him, Dawn? I was like, wow, convicted. I said, sure, whatever you want to do, Ralph. Went home with an attitude. How dare he call me out about singing this song? And so when I got myself together, I said, you are wrong, Dawn. Okay, you're wrong. You know you like to sing, Dawn. He just saw some of your light. So the next day I sang the song. I just closed my eyes to sing to God. And let me tell you all something. I've been singing the song ever since. But what else happened was I also direct the choir now. And I love that. So not only do I get to direct the choir, sing altos, I get to sing and direct. Not only did he poke the hole, he cracked the egg, opened it up, fried it, and now I do both. The light. Lead with your light. Like all of us here are doing today, leading with our light. Our God did not call us to shrink. He called us to shine. Lead with love. That's what that choir director did. He led with love. He wasn't trying to hurt me. He just saw something in me, which I didn't see in myself. Or I did, honestly, but I was hiding. Believe when we don't see the evidence of anything changing. Build when others want to tear it down. Forgive and forget. A lot of times we say, I forgive, but I ain't forgetting. We have to do both. That's the mindset. And teach when the lesson comes from our own pain. This is how we lead with the light. We embody the heart of a kingdom builder. What does it say in Matthew 5:14? We are the light of the world. It's like a city. I love this part. It's like a city, and I can see it on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. I can almost see that. We don't light a candle or a lamp and put it underneath the desk or in the closet. No, it goes on a nightstand or it goes on a stand so it can illuminate the room. What are we doing? We are the reflection of God's excellence. That's what we're doing. Every word, every action, every decision is like a building blocks. And it builds higher than ourselves. Kingdom builders, the mindset of a kingdom builder. Motivation isn't ego, it's purpose. We have an assignment out here. And this light is going to lead us to where we need to go. Everyone here is leading with their light. Leading with your light says you have the integrity, you have the vision, and we have the preparation. Remember the 10 virgins, right? 10 is all waiting. 5 had extra oil. The other 5 ran out, had to go to the store, parable. Come back, door was closed. What happened? They had no oil and their lights was out. They missed their opportunity. Preparation. So, if I may, I want to share a little bit about how I love this. Lead with your light, the mindset of a kingdom builder. This is a time when I went through this. And so this was about 7 years ago. I was unemployed and I prayed to God for a particular job. I really did. And I want you to remember this because it will tie in. I prayed for a job, not too far from home, certain amount of money, close to my son. Great team. It's asking a lot when it comes to a great team. But anyway, I get the job. The CEO would come in and look at the desk and look at me and say, Dawn, one day the light is going to go off. First time she said that, I said, what is she talking about? The light is going to go off. Next day she came in, good morning. What's going on, Christine? The light's going to go off. That went on for about a month. A month. The light went off. It exploded. I got it. Not only did I know my job at the CFO, as at my company, we had 2 other companies. I got the light on them too. Now, across the hall from me was my fiscal department. That office, you can walk in there, the tension, the trust, and there was some racial discord. I felt it. I felt it so bad. I never used to like to go in that office. I'll be honest. I did not. And a lot of times I did not go. They would come in there and beg me to come into the office. I would go into that office at 3:55 when they was ready to go. Okay, ladies, good night. Horrible. Horrible doing. I said, God, I need to change. I got to do better. But the person that was causing the discord, we were bumping heads. I don't know if it was because she wanted the job, probably did. So I said, okay, she's good at what she does. And I recognize that. Excellent at her skills. Okay, let's see if we can work together. So I call her into my office. She comes in. I says, listen, let's start all over again. I want this office to be an office where we can all grow together. You know, I can manage things. I'm really, really good at what I do. So I extended my hand. And she pushed my hand away. In the beginning, I told you all I grew up in the Bronx, the projects that came out. I kid you not. When she did that, my hand at the side was in a fist. Now, during this time when I was unemployed, I worked out. I boxed. I could see in my mind a right and an uppercut. I saw it. But I also saw my son. And I said, Dawn, you won't be here. And I'm a single mom. God wasn't going to let me do that. I'm not a fighter. But I saw it. I said, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do this another day, but not today. She walked away. I went to close my door. And I was like, oh my God. I had to cry because it was at that point. I said, God, we need to do something, God, because you know I can get another job. But I asked for this. So I said, oh no, Dawn. Dawn, lead with your light, Dawn. You got it. What happened? The board decided to hire a chief operating officer. So I had a big office like the CEO. So they said, Dawn, very nicely, Dawn, the CEO is coming. We can't give it I said, I get it. I'm not title crazy, I'm good. Y'all paying me well. At the end of the year, they said, Dawn, we're going to take care of you. No problem. You have a choice of two offices. You can go to office with your fiscal department, or you can have an office over there. So I said, what are you doing with her? They said, we're taking her, we're putting over there. I'll take that office. The CEO and the COO went in to announce to the staff that I would be coming over there to that office. You know what they did? That same day, right after lunch, they came in my office and they said, are you going to take this whiteboard with you? I said, yeah, I was thinking about it. They took it off the wall. And I said, what are y'all doing? They said, we're moving you in so that you can be ready in the morning. I was like, wow. Okay, God. Okay, I see you. This is what I got to do. So went home, prayed. I knew what I had to do in the morning. I said, Dawn, how are you going to shift the atmosphere of this room, Dawn? You have to lead with your light, Dawn. You got to lead with love. You got to believe that you can do it. You got to talk to them from a place that embodies the heart of a kingdom builder, the mindset. So I got there early in the morning, and I'll be perfectly honest with you. I brought my holy oil with me, and I put some oil on the front door, my door, and there was a hallway to where they came. The whiteboard was up on the board. So I put a good morning with a smiley face and my mother's affirmation. Never say can't, always say can. I sat at my desk, eating my breakfast, drinking my tea, and watching them as they came in, read the board, smiled, and sat down. So by the afternoon, I went back to them and we were sitting around talking and everything. And I said, can I ask you something? They said, yeah. What did you think about the board? They all looked at each other. What does it mean, Dawn? I said, well, and I told them what the story meant to my mom of never saying can, always say can. So I said, I challenge us. I don't want anybody in here to use the word can't. Can't is a word that closes the doors on your opportunities and what you want to do in life. Can't says you don't believe what God is telling you can come to fruition. And I said, I didn't know if all of you believed in God, but I'm just telling you what it means to me. So the next morning, I got in at 7:30, 7:35. The staff was in the office. I'm going to tell you something. They used to stay downstairs and clock in and wait till 9:01 to come upstairs. Now, so the rest of the staff downstairs was saying, why all of a sudden are y'all going upstairs? We're going upstairs to see what Dawn has on the board. So they would come up and I'd have something different on the board. What was I doing? Shifting the atmosphere. These women told me they hated to come to work. Hated it. You know what it's like to sit on a job for 8 hours and hate being there? So I knew in order for me to be able to embrace this department, in order for me to change the atmosphere, in order for me to shift things so that they can come to a place where it's peaceful and they can have a decent state of mind, I didn't want to manage them. I wanted to inspire them with the light. It changed. It shifted. I mentioned in the beginning that I prayed for a job. I had scripture in my office. I would not put it on the board, but on the back of my door had no weapon formed against me shall prosper. The young lady who did payroll happened to be a Christian woman. She came to my office. She wanted to talk to me one day, and she says, Dawn. I said, absolutely. She closed the door, and she says, oh, my God, Dawn, I prayed for you. I said, you prayed for me? She said, I prayed for a woman to come in here who would light up this place. Wow. Let me tell you something. When you have the mindset of a kingdom builder, darkness doesn't have a chance against you. You walk in there, I know we all heard this before, like God himself sent you there, and he did. She prayed and I prayed. That's why I mentioned that. I didn't know she prayed until that day she came in there. She said, Dawn, when they come in, they stay right at your door. I didn't realize. I just say, why they don't go in? Because I had that on the back of my door and scripture all in my office. Darkness doesn't stand a chance when your light comes in there. So if I may, I want to share the 5 strategies that actually help me. It can help with your leadership. It can help with your business, your ministry, your day-to-day. Teach your children. The first thing I did when I walked in there was that I led with love. Love disarms fear, and it transformed the room. Love. God is love. The second thing, guard your tongue and the tone. I didn't walk in that office, I'm the new sheriff in town, I'm CFO now. No. I walked in, I said good morning, I would have breakfast with them, I would ask them how their day, the weekend, what are you doing tonight, what's for dinner. I started getting invited to this one's baby shower, this one's getting married. You know how you do in the office, but it was different. Other employees were coming upstairs and reading the board. What was happening? Number 3, cultivating an atmosphere that is inviting, peaceful. It shifted. Even the employees that worked, because it was a home health care agency, came in and saw, they would come in the office, talk, sit, started bringing cakes. My CEO came in. She says, Dawn, what's going on? She said, I knew I hired the right woman. I said, just shifting the atmosphere. The 4th one, I talked about preparation. Remember the 10 virgins? 5 had extra oil, the other ones didn't. Come prepared. At night, I would sit and say, what can I do to stimulate the office? That was it. Number 5 is to keep shining your light. Remember, darkness has no chance against the mindset of a kingdom builder because we lead with our light. And just like I said in the beginning, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. So I want to tell you this. When you walk into a room, you walk like you own it. But remember, darkness doesn't stand a chance against the mindset of a kingdom builder that walks in with their light. God bless you. Dawn Cecile Benjamin, lead with your light. The mindset of a kingdom builder. Thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Marcia Whitaker. I am your life and business coach, and today's topic is entitled The Antidote for Living Unlimited, Unlocking a Life of Generosity, Greatness, and Growth. And I wanted to know, have you ever felt deep down that there was more for you, but there was something invisible that was holding you back, that was pulling you down? So I'm talking about that quiet internal nudge that says,
This isn't all that's here. I was made for more than this. But somehow you still don't move. Proverbs 11:25, it says, "The generous will prosper. Those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed." Now, many people hear that scripture and think it's only about the money. And I don't think so. I think God is talking about a posture, a way of living, a way of showing up, because here's the truth. Most people aren't living small because they want to. There's a tiny house craze, but usually there's a reason why they're living tiny. They're living limited because life, culture, fear, and even trauma taught them one thing, and that is to withhold. So I want somebody to say withhold, okay? And here is what I'm talking about. We're either withholding our voices, we're withholding our truth, we're withholding our gifts, we're withholding who we are. But today, we're going to break out of that. Is that okay with you? Is that okay? Just say yes if that's okay with you. Now, the problem is that we are living limited. And so let's talk about what actually keeps leaders stuck. We don't get stuck because we're not gifted. We don't get stuck because, you said we don't have the talent. We get stuck because we're believing the lies. Which lies? And there's going to be 3 that I'm going to share with you today. The first one is the first lie is that I'm not enough. Okay, have you ever said that? Of course we have. But what's even worse is that there's also the whisper. And that whisper says that you don't belong in that room. It's the whisper that says, don't speak up. They know more than you. And it's the whisper that says, don't shine because you might make someone else uncomfortable. Anyone ever been in a room and you shrunk, even though that room was built for your voice? Yeah. Y'all, I have a birthmark on my face, and sometimes on the camera you can't really see it. But it taught me this lie very early. I thought that if I spoke up, people would look at me weird. If I showed up, people would stare and make fun of me. And so I did what most folks would do in that situation, which is to shrink, to hide. And I whispered my life away with those voices that would continue to come. Some of you have been whispering your calling, whispering your leadership role. The second lie that I want to talk about is that I don't have enough. Now, this lie makes you hoard opportunities instead of creating new ones. You may think, I don't have enough money to do that, or I don't have enough connections, or I don't have enough time, or I don't have enough confidence. But let me help you today. You don't have to have it all to start. You just need the courage to take the one next step. Now, that third lie is that I missed my moment. Now, this lie right here, this lie convinces you that other people are winning faster, that if it didn't happen by now, it won't happen. And God must have skipped my seat. I'm too far behind. I can't go faster. But I want you to hear me. If you're still breathing, you're still becoming. Your moment hasn't passed. Your moment is preparing you. And so these lies form the invisible cages that we box ourselves in. Gifted leaders, brilliant men and women, anointed voices
We are locked inside. But guess what? Not today. Today, we're going to break the lock and we're going to get to the antidote, okay, for living limited. I wonder if you could guess what that is. The antidote isn't more hustle, okay? The antidote isn't grinding harder. Guess what it is? The antidote is generosity that starts with how you treat you, okay? Because you cannot lead boldly while you live stingily with your identity. Have we been living stingy with our identity? I want you to let that sink in, So let me give you the 3 cures for a limited life. The first one is clarity in your identity. You cannot give what you have not embraced. Who are you behind the mask that we put on? Where have we need to go beyond our expectations and beyond the title that we have? When you know who you are, you stop asking for permission to be him or her. Okay, we stop asking for permission and we just do it. We just show up in this space. God didn't call you to be beige. He called you to be bold. And so I want you to just, if you're taking notes, write this down. It says, I am becoming unapologetically me. It's a process, but you can do it. Okay. The second cure is courage in decision making. Okay. Courage in decision making. Bold decisions break small cycles. And those generous leaders are generous with their yes. Okay. Even with their no, and we can unpack that at a later time, but also they are generous with their boundaries, their visibility, and their vulnerability. And so I want you to ask yourself this daily. What would the courageous version of me choose? Right? Because different decisions lead to a different destiny. You can't stay safe and become great. You can't stay silent and become seen. Now, the third cure is contribution through platform. Your platform isn't a stage, it's a service. Your story is not just yours, but it's someone else's roadmap. Every pain you survived is now a paragraph in someone else's survival guide. And when you stop hiding, you start healing others. And that, my friends, is generosity. But let me be transparent. I spent decades living limited. It's just one of those things that's part of my story. I was born with this birthmark on my face. It's a greenish kind of thing that's over my forehead. And I learned early not to draw attention to myself. I learned early not to speak loudly. I learned early not to stand out. And I learned early not to shine. Then later, some things in life would come. I would get divorced. My parents would die in a horrific car accident. There would be transitions in my life. There were moments where life said, stay small. But one day, I made a decision. And I decided I was done living under limits. And I was done just whispering my destiny. And I was done with giving permission or asking for permission to be who God had already confirmed I would be. And when that happened, I stepped out, and that's when new stages opened. That's when new partnerships were formed. That's when new clients found me. That's when new movements were born. That's when my voice became my platform. And so I stopped living limited and I started living legacy. I want you to write that down. Stop living limited and start living legacy. Now, I'm going to be generous with you. We talked about platforms. And if there's something in this message that kind of stirred you, that made you kind of lean in a little bit, if you felt that internal yes, if you're tired of shrinking and your next step appears clearer, I want to give you an option, a free gift, and it is a 3-day Create Your Stage boot camp. And in that boot camp, I'm going to show you how to turn your pain into a powerful signature story, how to build a platform that amplifies your voice, how to step out of the shadows and into the spotlight, and how to stop waiting for a stage, but create the room yourself. Now, here are the perks. 1 is free, 2 is strategic, and 3 is soul shifting. And it is for women entrepreneurs or aspiring women entrepreneurs. And so I want you to register at drmarcia.com, and that is spelled MARCEA, and that is /create your stage. Because when you create your stage, you stop waiting for a seat at the table and you build the whole entire room. So today, make a decision. No more shrinking, no more withholding, no more delay. The world doesn't need the muted, minimized, limited version of you. We don't need that, okay? The world needs the generous, the authentic, and the bold you. So let's declare this together. I want you to repeat after me. I speak freely. I give fully. I rise boldly. I am the antidote to living limited. Thank you so much. I am Dr. Marcia. It has been a pleasure being with you. Let's please connect. drmarcia.com/create your stage. Take care.
Welcome, everyone, to the Leaders Live Generously Summit. Its mission is to inspire and empower visionary leaders, entrepreneurs, and professionals to break through limiting beliefs and transform past challenges into stepping stones for building businesses. I am so excited to be here, and I am extremely grateful for Pastor Shannon for providing this much-needed platform. I am Dr. Kimberly Nams, the CEO of ATK Innovations, LLC, which stands for Align, Thrive, and Know. Our motto is align your vision, thrive in your purpose, and you will truly know who and whose you are. Our mission is to empower you on your journey, personal growth, healing, and discovering your true purpose. I believe that everyone has a story to tell. Through my podcast, books, and speaking platform, I share stories of resilience and faith. Today, I want to talk to you about resilience redefined and how healing from trauma empowers your voice in life and business. I want to start by breaking down trauma and the components of trauma recovery, which includes coping mechanisms, the effects of trauma, and the importance of resilience. Let's dive in. What is trauma? Trauma refers to an experience that causes significant emotional, mental, and physical harm. Trauma can have a profound impact on individuals, affecting them on multiple levels. I want to first start by normalizing the word trauma. We don't need to think of trauma as a stigma. We have to remember that trauma is not just extreme situations. Trauma can include ongoing stress, rejection, or failure in business or life. Unfortunately, trauma is a widespread experience that many people have endured. And while some people may do some outlandish things to deal with their trauma, like jumping out of airplanes, daredevil stunts, Russian roulette, you name it, I absolutely do not recommend any of that. But let's discuss some safe approaches to managing trauma, also known as self-expression. For example, journaling, creating art, making music, or engaging in physical activities. Engaging in healthy outlets for your emotions can be beneficial in helping to cope with trauma. They offer therapeutic advantages that help in processing experiences and discovering your voice. The second component is what we call the effects of trauma. Unhealed trauma silences your voice and drains your creativity. And due to the trauma I endured, I chose to internalize my emotions, which led to a lack of trust in others and a belief that they didn't truly see me. This resulted in creating emotional defenses that prevented me from forming meaningful connections. I've learned we must deal and process our negative feelings rather than suppressing them. And once I had that realization, everything in my life started to make sense. And you want to know the best part? Recognizing it wasn't too late to make changes. So I started going to therapy. And just because you go to therapy doesn't mean you're crazy. And now that I think about it, that's exactly what a crazy person would say. But stay with me. I'm going somewhere. In addition to therapy, I began reading books and seeking spiritual guidance. This helped me to better understand and express my emotions. I can't emphasize enough how crucial it is to seek professional help when confronting trauma. Remember, seeking help is a true sign of strength, not of weakness. I've learned that clinging to painful memories can cause stress and unhappiness. So if you're facing challenges or have experienced similar trauma, I urge you to embark upon your healing journey today. Remember, as Matthew 19:26 reminds us, with God, not one, not some, but all things are possible. Another major part of trauma recovery is resilience. We've all heard the expression, there's nothing new under the sun, which simply means what has been done will be done again. So while a person's trauma may feel unique to them, I can assure you it's not. And to demonstrate this, here are a few examples of individuals who have turned their trauma into triumph. Oprah Winfrey experienced molestation by family members and friends of the family at the early age of 9. She became pregnant at the age of 14. Unfortunately, the baby did not survive. But today, she holds the title of the wealthiest African-American woman in the United States. Period. Tyrese Gibson grew up with a single alcoholic mother alongside his siblings. He had no real relationship with his father, and he also grew up in a gang-infested neighborhood. He was 38 when his mother told him for the very first time that she was proud of him and that she knew when she gave birth to him that he was special. But despite his challenging upbringing, he managed to forge a successful career as a well-known entertainer. Tyler Perry endured physical abuse from his father and was sexually abused at the hands of several adults. He was homeless and even tried to commit suicide to escape his traumatic experiences. By 2011, he had become the highest earning individual in the entertainment industry and is now recognized as one of the wealthiest people globally, according to Forbes World Billionaires list. That's right, billionaire with a B. So what do all of these individuals have in common? I'm glad you asked. Each of them exemplified the power of resilience by not allowing their past to dictate their future. Resilience isn't toughness alone. It's emotional flexibility. It gives us the courage to rebuild differently and not to return the same. What is resilience really? It's more than bouncing back. It's about growing through what we've experienced. Remember, gentleness is power, but suppression is weakness. Resilience is essential in overcoming trauma. It allows individuals to confront their pain and to find the courage to move forward. We must treat those who have suffered trauma with compassion. We can foster a more empathetic society by actively listening, validating others' experiences, and offering judgment-free support. It's important that we reframe resilience as alignment, because resilience is not just survival, but intentional thriving. It is integration, not avoidance. Healing is strength. By having self-awareness, creating boundaries, and having self-compassion are key. Trauma doesn't manifest subtly. It often shows up in behaviors that look like ambition, but they're actually stem from fear. A famous person once said, "It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us." Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And in spite of that, there are still some hidden impacts that we will experience from going through trauma. We will have a fear of being seen or heard, or possibly suffering from imposter syndrome or perfectionism. WebMD defines imposter syndrome as when you doubt your own skills and successes. You feel as though you're not as talented or worthy as others believe. And you're actually scared that one day they're going to realize it. Even though imposter syndrome is not an actual mental health diagnosis, it can cause significant harm in different areas of your life. Next, I'm going to talk about the healing process. There are 4 stages that I'm going to be discussing. The first stage is awareness. And during this stage is where you recognize your trauma and its impact. The purpose is to begin the healing journey. The second stage is acceptance. This is where you emotionally acknowledge what happened and what you've gone through. The purpose of this stage is to reduce resistance and allows us to be open to be healed. Our third stage is action. This is where the hard part comes in. This is doing the inner and the outer work, no matter what that looks like to you, because it looks different for all of us. But the purpose is to create change and to restore safety. And our last stage is going to be integration. This is where you're healed and you're ready to go on and you're living beyond your trauma with new meaning. This purpose of this stage is to find peace, purpose, and wholeness, which is what we all want, correct? Remember, healing is not linear. Remember to give yourself permission to be human. Healing is a journey, not a destination. Each step towards healness amplifies our capacity to lead and to create in life and business. There are several ways to seek support, i.e. therapy, coaching, and community, just to name a few. Owning your story strengthens your leadership and your message. When people can trust you, it then allows them to become more receptive to what you're saying and to actually create a greater impact. Empowering your voice. Healing restores authenticity. It's when you speak your truth, even when you're afraid or if your voice shakes. Remember to lead from vulnerability because it builds trust and increases influence. Personal healing directly impacts several areas of your business, such as communication, decision-making, and client relationships. Your voice in business. Remember that these few key points will help you along the way. Authenticity builds brands and relationships. People connect with your why, not just your what. And creating boundaries helps to protect your peace and your productivity. I want to encourage you to view your pain as purpose, which is what Resilience Redefined is all about. It's about turning your healing into service. So you go from pain to power. Every healed wound becomes wisdom and knowledge that you've gained. Your story is someone else's survival guide, and your healing amplifies your impact. Your trauma does not define your limits. It redefines your power. When you heal, you don't just find your voice, you amplify it. So let me ask you, what does resilience really mean to you? James Baldwin said, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced." I want to share a personal testimony with you guys at this time. Imagine being a child with a mother who has a mental illness that causes her to forget that she's your mom. She recalls your sister, but you seem to have vanished from her memory. Now, as a child, your grasp of mental illness is minimal, so you don't really understand what it means and what it all entails. The impact of being overlooked can leave you feeling invisible, unloved, and unheard. Now, some people may feel unheard because their significant other or their best friend has ADHD, which we all know is just an excuse for not paying attention to someone. And y'all know I'm right. I mean, let's be real. But that's not what I'm referring to. Not being acknowledged by a parental figure is a different type of pain that can affect one's sense of identity and security. Well, that's my story. And while some of you may empathize with my experience, my purpose in sharing it is not to gain sympathy, but to demonstrate transparency and to relay a crucial message. Our destinies must be fulfilled despite traumatic events. Now, Oprah Winfrey, Tyrese Gibson, and Tyler Perry all overcame their past and went on to do great and marvelous things. So if their past trauma and pain didn't stop them from achieving greatness, why should yours? Maybe you didn't feel overlooked by a parent. Maybe you felt overlooked by a boss or friends or just overlooked in life, period. Let me ask you a question. Are you tired of allowing fear to stop you from getting the healing you deserve? If I'm talking to you, then take the first step today and email me at atkinnovationsllc@gmail.com. Together, we can explore healing and restoration and create a life filled with purpose. Remember, your purpose is waiting. Thank you for your time, and I am Dr. Kimberly Nams, your Purpose Discovery Coach. Until we speak again, be blessed.
Well, hello to my Leaders Live Generously family. I am so honored, humbled, and fired up to be with you here today. Listen, let me tell you why you're here. You are here to activate the leader within you. That's right, the leader within you. The one who has survived all the storms, the one who has carried all those burdens, sometimes in silence, and the one who still dares to show up with faith. Yes, that's right. Now listen, this 3-day virtual summit, the Leaders Live Generously 3-day virtual summit. This isn't just any old event. Oh no, not at all. This is your divine assignment to your next level. Because listen, God didn't bring you here today not only to inspire you, He brought you here to shift you. That's right, shift you. So today, I am going to give you a few strategies that will strengthen your faith, sharpen your focus, and ignite the fearlessness that cannot be contained. My name is Dr. Rhonda M. Wood, and I am excited to speak to you today here on the Leaders Live Generously 3-day virtual summit. And my topic, you guessed it, Divine Flow, Millionaire Glow, leading with faith, focus, and fearlessness. So let's begin. Now, part one, let's talk about that faith now. Faith is your supernatural currency. That's right, currency. Faith is the currency of your destiny. It's not money. It's not your followers. It's not your family, your friends. It's not your connections. We're talking about faith, folks. Faith is believing in what God has whispered, even when you don't yet see the evidence of what is yet to come. So let me take you back in my life. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar, I grew up with an older deaf sister. Before I ever had a stage, before I ever had a platform, before I ever had a microphone, and before I ever spoke to any audience, whether virtual or in person, I spoke for her. I was her interpreter, I was her advocate, and I was her bridge to the hearing world. When her teachers didn't understand her, I had to step in. When the kids in our neighborhood teased her because she couldn't hear, I had to stand up. When we would go out in the community to the store or to restaurants and people would get frustrated because she couldn't talk and couldn't respond, I had to step forward. So before I ever became a speaker, God trained me to be a voice. Here's my point. Many of the challenges that we have gone through, that we have lived through, sometimes we feel like they are a penalty or a punishment, but they're not. They are preparations. God is preparing you, was preparing me, was preparing our faith for the assignments that we carry today. So I remember Sarah Jakes Roberts. She once said that when your purpose calls, you answer even if you have to answer afraid. So we've all heard the saying, faith isn't the absence of fear, but faith is answering anyway. So that's faith. Now, let's talk about the second part, which is your focus. Focus is important because focus is what's going to prepare your millionaire mindset. Now, for those of you who may not know, your distractions are the thief of your destiny. So if the enemy wants to destroy you, if he can't destroy you, he's going to distract you. He's going to put many a distraction in your way. So let me tell you, oh man, another story that's near and dear to my heart. Again, my deaf sister, she went to Gallaudet University, which is the world's premier university and college for the deaf community, and it's in Washington, D.C., not far from where I live. So one day she comes home and she's signing away. I mean, her hands are just going at the interpretation. She is so excited. So she kept signing to me. She kept saying, Prince, Prince. And I kept saying, Prince what? Prince who? She was talking about Prince, the singer, the entertainer. So I'm asking her in sign language, what is it about Prince, the singer, the entertainer? She told me Prince, the singer, the entertainer, had come to her school, Gallaudet University, the deaf school. So I'm thinking, well, that's odd because they're deaf, right? So Prince, the singer, the icon, the legend, came to give an impromptu performance at Gallaudet University for the deaf and hard of hearing community. So there were no cameras, there was no announcement, there was no calling of the media, there was no ego involved. Prince just literally showed up with his entourage, set up on the campus, set up everything quietly, discreetly, and gave an impromptu, very intimate concert for the deaf, for students who otherwise rarely had access to an experience similar to that. Something that we completely take advantage of. So why am I telling you that story? That is so random. Here's my point. When we talk about leaders leading generously, we talk about greatness. True greatness doesn't need an audience. True greatness sometimes serves quietly. True greatness sometimes just shows up generously. True greatness gives from the overflow and is not looking for applause. So when you focus on your purpose and not the publicity, when you focus on purpose and you're not looking for a kickback, when you focus on the impact and not the attention, you begin to glow differently. So your millionaire glow, it's not about the worth, it's not about the wealth, it's about the wisdom. It's about the clarity. It's about the, man, look at what you were able to do for people who received the impact of your actions. It's about leading from a place of abundance. Your focus isn't just saying, I know who I am. It's about saying, I know where I'm going and I know what God has assigned me to do. And I refuse to be moved by anything else, to be distracted by anything else. So that's faith, that's focus. Now let's bring it on home with the fearlessness. Fearlessness. Again, fearlessness is not living without fear. Fearlessness is about walking with God's confidence. It's about refusing to let the fear make the decisions for you. So let me give you one more story, folks. One more story. Listen, I've always known that I was different, gifted, had a divine destiny. But I will admit, I'll be the first to admit, I didn't always share my gifts. As a matter of fact, I hid them. I hid my gifts. I minimized my talents. I minimized my voice. I made myself smaller just so that other people can be more comfortable. I did it at home. I did it at work. I did it in the community. And so one day God was like, listen, I gave you these gifts for you to use to give me glory. I don't want you to shrink. I want you to shift. I don't want you to shrink in rooms. I called you to shift, right? So I'm like, okay. So, when I realized that, something in me just glowed differently. I realized that my fear had been standing between me and the people whom I was called to serve. Why? Because I had fear of what other people thought. I had fear of judgment, fear of rejection, and probably most importantly, fear of failure. But I want you to hear me. The enemy isn't after our fear. The enemy isn't really instilling fear. He's after our faith. He's after our focus. And as a result, he's after our future. So when you choose fearlessness, you choose freedom. When you choose fearlessness, you choose your purpose. And when you choose fearlessness, you choose alignment. So again, fearlessness isn't about the absence of fear. Fear is saying, God, listen, I may not have all the answers, but I trust you and I trust your plan is far greater than my hesitation, right? Or my procrastination. And so let's wrap it on up and bring this on home, baby, because we're on fire right now. Let's bring this full circle, all right? Listen, when Prince showed up at Gallaudet University for my deaf sister, he didn't advertise it. He didn't live stream it. He didn't call the press and the media and say, hey, I'm going over here to do this. What he did was he gave a gift to people who were not expecting it. They weren't expecting him, and they certainly was not expecting a concert. But they desired it and they appreciated it. So here's the thing. It was a gift to them. And today I want to let you know, you are the gift. You are someone's unexpected blessing. You are someone's inspiration. You are someone's breakthrough. And you are someone's answered prayer. So your presence here today for this 3-day summit is not an accident. And it's not a coincidence. It's prophetic. You are here because I needed to let you know you are the gift. So when we talk about the divine flow that you may or may not be searching for, you are already standing in it. When we talk about the millionaire glow that you desire, it's already on you. And when we talk about the faith and the focus and the fearlessness that you think you may not have, they've been with you this whole time, all along. So you're not waiting on God. God is waiting on you. So I want you to repeat after me. I am chosen. I am called. I am equipped. I lead with faith. I walk with focus. I rise with fearlessness. My divine flow is activated. My millionaire glow is undeniable, and my purpose will not be silenced. Leaders, listen, your next level is already here. Your future is calling, your assignment is waiting, and heaven is backing you. Heaven has your back. So, leaders, let's lead generously. Let's lead boldly, and let's lead with faith, focus, and fearlessness. Your time is now. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for your time, something that you cannot get back. My name is Dr. Rhonda M. Wood. I am a global keynote speaker, best-selling author, and an advocate for mental health, helping people around the world lead with faith, focus, and fearlessness. I would love for you to follow me on all social media platforms at Dr. Rhonda M. Wood, or reach out to me on my website at drrhondamwood.com. I'd also like to give you an invitation to be a guest on my show and join me on the school platform, SKOOL, and go to the group, the academy that's called Leadership Legacy Circle. That's Leadership Legacy circle. I look forward to seeing you there. Bye for now.
When I was 6 years old, I wondered what my purpose was in life. I was 6. And when I started first grade, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to lead something one day. You see, I loved the way my first grade teacher led her class. She made everybody feel special. She gave everyone a response opportunity, and she made sure that we all knew how to read and write. 12 years later, I joined the Army. So you see, my dad was in the Army for 27 years. I was a dad girl, and I wanted to be just like him. And my very first day of basic training, I was placed in a leadership role. We had to put together 40 wardrobes, and the drill sergeant said we had 8 hours to do so, and then we would get the rest of our gear. So I said, ladies, we can get this done in less than 3-4 hours. Who's good with reading directions? One lady said, oh, I can just look at the directions and tell you where everything goes. I said, okay, we need 3 more just like her. So the tall girls held up the sides of the wardrobes, and the small girls like me, we did the nuts and the bolts. So the drill sergeant came back around chow time 3.5 hours later and saw that we'd finished the task. And he said, ladies, and we said, yes, drill sergeant. And he says, how did you finish so fast? So one lady stood up and said, Baby Mosley gave us roles and responsibilities based upon our strengths. You see, I was the youngest person in basic training right out of high school. But I knew better. I stood up and said, oh no, Baby Mosley's not going to take credit for something that the team did together. See, even at 18, I knew not to take credit for something like that. I am Her Excellency Dr. Teresa Ann Mosley, a United Nations Peace Ambassador, U.S. Army veteran, retired educator after 28 years of service, owner of TAN Creating Ambassadors of Peace, 24-time best-selling author, 4-time international best-selling author. They call me the Peacemaker, and I am a transformational leader. Over my years working in the military and in education, I learned that there's some essential soft skills for effective leadership, that everyone needs to lead with grace. And I'm here today to share a few of them with you. It's so important to have communication, collaboration, integrity, accountability, organization, emotional intelligence. But I'm just going to focus on a few today. And let's start with communication. See, communication is not just talking back and forth. It's active listening. It's listening with your eyes as well as your ears. And listen for clarity. Sometimes people like to listen to say, okay, how am I going to come back? What am I going to say next? But you need to listen for clarity to make sure that all voices are also heard at the table. You have to have systems and structures in place for collaboration and communication to take place. See, as a high school principal, we already had system and structures. We had collaborative planning where teams would get together, develop lesson plans. We had parent-teacher meetings, parent-student meetings to talk about the progress of the student. We had administrative team meetings. We had faculty meetings. We had data utilization, learning walks, instructional rounds, so many different systems and structures to make sure that collaboration and communication was ongoing in our school system. No matter what your organization is, you do have a vision and mission. And there needs to be a system and structure in place where you can communicate that vision and mission, and also checks and balances, meeting on a regular basis, whether it's monthly or quarterly, to make sure that you're meeting the goals that you set forth in your mission statement and that you're working on your vision. So collaboration and communication actually go hand in hand. Let's talk about integrity for a moment. It's very important that your employees trust you, that they respect you. Having integrity is so important as an essential soft skill in effective leadership. I remember one time that, you can't say that all people are the same. So when you're dealing with individuals, you have to give them individual consideration, which is actually a tenet of transformational leadership. I remember one time I had an employee that was coming to work late quite a bit. And instead of just writing her off, I just wanted to know, how can I help? I didn't know there was something medical, there was something with children. I just said, you're getting to work late. What can I do to help? Do you need your schedule changed? And she goes, oh, no, I can get to work on time. And so the next day she was late again. So I still kind of gave her some grace. I said, okay, you're still coming to work late. I want you to think about 3 things that you can change to get to work on time. Whether it's something in the night or something in the morning, 3 things that you can change to get the work on time. Now write them down and put them to action. And the next day, she was at work on time. And the next week, she was at work on time. And the next month, she was at work on time. And so I was very happy that, she figured it out. So one day I went by her room and she says, can I talk to you for a second? And I said, yeah. And she says, I want to tell you my truth. I said, oh, what's your truth? And she says, I've always could have gotten to work on time, but no one really held me accountable. But you did, and I really appreciate that. And I said, thank you for telling me your truth. But I knew that you could get to work on time too. And I let it go. I didn't write her off. You have to give people grace. Sometimes they need leadership. So when you're leading an organization, make sure that you lead with integrity and grace and give people individual consideration. Adaptability is also important. Sometimes change happens and we have to adjust to that change. And sometimes there are problems that need to be figured out. And in order to get those problems solved, you have to be adaptable and ready for change. I remember one time that my teachers had a problem with the amount of time they had to score benchmarks. And so they only had an hour and a half planning. And they said, Dr. Mosley, we really don't have enough time to score these benchmarks, but we have to score them and then analyze the data. I said, okay, so how much time do you need? And they said, well, we need about 3 days. And I said, okay, we can make that happen. Well, how are you going to make that happen? I said, how many students do you have? I said, about 210 in each content area. And I said, okay, for math, let me take your kids for 3 days in the auditorium. And so I have all of your kids. You can score the benchmarks one day. You can analyze the data and share the data. What? I said, yeah. I said, what about behavior? I said, won't have a behavior problem. Tell them to bring materials, bring pen, paper, bring pencil. I'll take attendance. I think it's about 6 classes per mod. I'll line up the attendance sheets. I'll make sure attendance get to the attendance secretary. I'll have bathroom passes, so if anybody wants to go, they don't have to interrupt me. And I'll teach them how to write 5-paragraph essays and make it something that's interesting to them, right? So that's what I did for 3 days. I taught them how to write a 5-paragraph essay, and we were comparing and contrasting things that happen in the world in terms of violence, which was my platform, by the way, making sure this world is a more peaceful place. And it was a really good experience for the students. I didn't have any behavior problems. They got the benchmark scored. And then the next quarter, they were able to figure it out on their own, using their own creativity to get the benchmark scored without me. So I gave them individual consideration. I gave them my intellectual influence on them, and it worked out. So make sure that if there's a problem that needs to be solved, and problem solving is also a soft skill, that you're creative and that you listen and model for your employees. You see, they took my creativity and made their own creative thing to do to get the benchmark score. So these things are very important. Effective soft skills, the essential soft skills for effective leadership. I wrote this book and I talked about adaptability. I talked about integrity, organization, time management, emotional intelligence. I need to talk about emotional intelligence just for a minute. It's one thing to know who you are and what your biases are and how you feel about specific things. But it's also important that you understand the feelings of the people in your organization, understanding that what you say and how it will make them feel. And also, if they're going through something, be able to relate to what they're going through, be able to give them some compassion and empathy. So keeping your emotions in check are so important in running an organization. The last thing I want to talk about It's just the overall essence of leadership. I believe that the key to world peace lies within leadership. I believe that if everybody understands that they're here with a divine assignment, it's already in them. They have a gift that they can use and they can share it with the world, right? I knew a long time ago that my gift was my voice, my passion was serving others, and my purpose is to make this world a more peaceful place. So I need to use my voice to make a difference in the world, to send messages of love, peace, and hope. And here's what I learned. It's an Ikigai philosophy around purpose. If there's something that the world needs and you're really good at it, then with me, that's leadership. Then that's your mission in life. And if you really love to do something that you could do it every day, then that's your passion. But if you're blessed enough to have something that the world needs, you're really good at it, you love to do it, you're passionate about it, and you get paid to do that from 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 or whatever, then that's your divine assignment, then that's your purpose. That's where you'll find success, fulfillment, prosperity, and inner peace. Now let's think about that in terms of leadership. If a leader is leading an organization and using the essential soft skills for effective leadership, that climate is going to be peaceful. That climate is going to be safe, and that climate is going to thrive. But if you're in an organization where the leadership the leaders do not lead with grace, and they lead with fear, and they lead by, a top down, it's me, it's what I say, it's what I do, and not what you say and what you do, you're going to have problems within the organization. There's going to be some depression. There's going to be some anxiety. Am I going to be fired? What's going to happen to me? This leadership style is not aligned with a leadership style that leads to a peaceful climate. So I really suggest that you get to know everyone in your organization, know their strengths, and I'm not going to say weaknesses, but know how they need to build, what they need to grow on. So when you use something like, okay, what are your strengths and what do you need to grow on? It's different than saying, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses? Try to keep it positive. This may sound touchy-feely, but it actually works. And when someone is struggling with something, build them up. Use your creativity. Be empathetic. Have integrity. People need to work to make a living for their family. So it's important that we give everybody a chance and a grace to thrive. Now, there might be a case where someone really is in the wrong position. And that's where the tough questions come in, and open-ended questions. And maybe that person will discover on their own, well, maybe this is not the place for me. Maybe I need to be somewhere else. But at the end of the day, leaders that lead, it is your responsibility to make sure your organization is safe, is peaceful, and it's conducive. In education, conducive to learning, safe and orderly environment. Kids cannot learn in a chaotic situation. So whatever your organization is, whatever your business is, make sure when you're training your trainers, when you're training the leaders, the supervisors in your organization, that you teach them the essential soft skills for effective leadership. I'm going to read them to you once again. Empathy, integrity, creativity, organization, time management, emotional intelligence, communication, collaboration, adaptability. This will lead to a very peaceful climate and culture. And when people go to work and they feel good about their job, when they come home, they're going to be happy. On the way home, they're going to be happy. In the grocery store, they're going to be happy. When they meet their kids, they're going to be happy. And that's what I want. I want this world to be a peaceful place. So here's the thing. If you're in leadership, you should lead with grace, but also help your employees discover what they're here to do, right? Help them discover self. Help them discover their value and worth. And you can do that by making sure you give them measurable goals, things that they can do that you know that they can achieve. And then give them goals that will reach them beyond what they're doing. Then they really feel good about themselves. You see, I think that if you live in your purpose, you will be successful, fulfilled, prosperous, and have inner peace. And if you're a leader in an organization, it's your responsibility to make sure that there's peace within that organization. That peace will lead within your organization, within the community, within schools if they're in your area. I am Her Excellency, Dr. Teresa Ann Mosley. You can reach me on all social media sites. My website is creatingambassadorsofpeace.com, and it links to all of my social media sites. If you're looking for training on effective leadership, you need to contact me. There's a form you can fill out on my website that has all of the information that you need. I want to leave you with my personal quote. Life is but a short road to our ultimate destiny. Make peace, have compassion, and learn to love before you get there. Live your best life. Be who you are meant to be on this earth. Use your gift, your passion, and purpose to make this world a better place. And if you're a leader in an organization, always lead with grace, peace, and blessings to you all.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic. And it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue. And that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's health care insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to pose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to be poured over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience. I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might as well report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Noah, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7 seven-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you, that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a seven-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera? Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to professional sales conversations. So we talk about how to build a seven-figure sales team. Yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, that not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated. I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out. But jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars. You watched all of the webinars. You've been to all the masterclasses. In fact, you're tuning in. But yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work. And you're tired of that. If that's you, I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a seven-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is a system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? Shay, you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones. Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I shared with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about being a mompreneur. You be a successful CEO. When you signed those papers down there at the courthouse, or you went online and you came a business, a successful CEO is who you are. Put down, I am a successful CEO, because systems beat goals every single time. Jot that down in your notes. Please don't miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. I'm going to say that one more time. And please, if you're out there right now, I want you to jot this down in your notes. I don't want you to miss this. I want you to put this in your notes right now. Systems beat goals every single time. I am a successful CEO. Say it loud. I am a successful CEO. Say it one more time for me. I am a successful CEO. Here's what I'm going to do for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a free gift. It's my gift to you. And I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team right now. But I'm sensing some of you just want the playbook on how to put together the right system so you can not have to take any notes. Because I'm about to go rapid fire, okay? You don't want to worry about taking notes. Text the word team right now. Text the word, get your mobile number. I'm only doing this, get your mobile number out right now. Text the word team. I'm going to give you the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series I did, because I only got so much time on how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the how to build a 7-figure sales team challenge. So I'm going to work with you for 5 days and help you build your team. And then for some of you, I'm going to do a one-on-one customized session with me or one of my certified representatives. So here's what you're doing. Let me give you the instructions, and then we got to go rapid fire. Number 1. Text the word team right now. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Let me give it again. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Now, when you text, do it right now. Do it now. When now? When now? Now is the time. When you do it now. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number. Now, you only texting team because you're ready to have a sales team. And put your best contact number and email. For some of you, we're going to just text it right to you. You can click a link. Some of you love to do it right on your phone. Others of you, you still want an email coming to you. I get it. So we'll send an email as well, because you might not be able to save it to your phone. Been there, done that. But here's my promise to you. It'll create a breakthrough. Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team right now. And I'm going to go rapid fire. I only got so much time, but if you're out there right now, you haven't done it, text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. I know for some of you listening, now is your time. Now is your time. And one of the things my mentor has taught me, he says it over and over again, it's really landed with me. He says, Shay, now is the time to get the team going. When's the best time to plant a tree? When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the best time to plant a tree? Right now. So now is the time. Let's prepare now. So let's do it. So let me go and go over the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Because when I ask the question to folks, what are the components of a 7-figure sales team? How do you even build a 7-figure sales team? Most folks don't even know. They have no clue. They're like, I don't know, Shay, hire a representative. And then I hire more sales reps. And I hire more people. I'm like, no, you'll never get there at that pace. So let me unleash the formula that's taken me 15, almost 20 years to learn. It's not about the 20 years, but you don't have to go through that. You want predictable. You want reliable. You want consistent revenue without your labor. Then let me go ahead and drop it on you right now. Let's go ahead and show it to them. And for those folks that texted in, you'll get all the details. Hope you did that. The components of a 7-figure sales team. There are 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Component number 1 is a sales rep. The first thing I want you to do is make a commitment that you're going to hire a sales rep. Now, here's what a sales rep does. A sales rep works on 100% commission. That means that they go out, they understand all your products and services, they make a sale, and when they bring in the money, you get a percentage of it. So let's imagine for a moment that they go out and sell $20,000 of revenue for you that you didn't spend any time with. And yet, as a result, you paid them a 20% commission. For some of you, it's higher, some of you, it's lower. 20% of $20,000 is $4,000. So you got $20,000 of revenue without your labor. Minus $4,000, just for the example, that means there's $16,000 left in. How many of you out there right now are doing all the sales? And if you just had a sales rep bringing in half the revenue you're bringing in right now, or double the revenue you're bringing in right now, your business would double right now. Your problems would be solved. Put 2 hands up if that's you. Sales rep. Go ahead and make a commitment. Write down in your notes right now. I will have a sales rep. So number 1 is a sales rep. For those that texted in earlier, and I'll give you that number again, we'll help you recruit. We'll help you train. We'll do that for you. Don't worry. But you make a commitment that you're going to have a sales rep. Number 2 is you need a sales affiliate. Now, Shay, can you break down what's the difference between a sales affiliate and a sales rep? A sales affiliate understands 1 or 2 of your products. And they're a mercenary. They're only in it for the money. The sales rep understood all of your products and services. They're in it for the commission, but they like you. The sales affiliate, you got to think of Amazon. You walk into Amazon, they own maybe 30% of the products in there. The other 70%, they're affiliates of. When you get your charger, that's not Amazon. When you get the glass screen, that's not Amazon. When you buy headsets that use the Bose headsets, that's not Amazon. And so I want you to think right now, if you're a coach, what type of affiliates do you have right now to sell your products and services? A sales affiliates are mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They're in spaces you're not in. They're in places you're not at. They bring traffic to your website you can't generate. They bring people to your masterclasses and your webinars when you're not there. They fill your virtual summits and some of your live summits. That's what a sales affiliate is. So it makes sense. For some of you, if you're a life coach, it makes sense that you have an affiliate with someone that maybe does health and wellness. Here's the question. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days from just a sales rep? For many, 0 or not enough. How much revenue did you generate just from your sales affiliates team? For many, not enough. And if that's you and you're saying, Shay, it's not enough, I understand. Let me go over the last 2 if I can. The next one is a sales ambassador. Now, we're going to teach you how to do a sales affiliate. I'm going to give you all of the software you need so it's none of your labor, okay? Some of you texted it earlier. I'm going to give you that number in a minute. You'll get that. The sales ambassador, they understand that they're not in it for the money. They're only in it for rewards and recognition. Rewards and recognition. They're already in your circle. And they believe in your mission. They believe in the company's goals. They believe in the company's objectives. They're not in it for the money. You cannot motivate them with money. You can motivate them with a free iPad. You can motivate them with an Apple Watch. You can give them gifts and recognize them for just believing in the mission, goals, and objectives. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days just in that one area? For many of you, not enough. Just not enough. So I want you to have sales ambassadors. We're going to teach you how to do that. Digital sales solution. You know, this is hot right now and it's popular. A number of folks are talking about it. Yeah, you got to have a digital sales solution. You need a sales funnel. You got to bring them to a sales page. They got to buy. Folks aren't buying on their sales pages. And the number one reason they aren't buying on their sales pages is because the purpose of a sales page is just to get the information. So you need to take the pricing off sometime a sales page, and you need to take them to the checkout page. So they opt in, they give you all their information. Then they go to a checkout page where they can see the value. Now, that's important because price only matters in the absence of value. So if you can get the value to be there and then you take them to checkout. Now you have all their information. If they don't buy, you can follow up. I was working with a client recently. They said, Shay, I don't even know who went to my page. I had 3,000 people that went to my page. No one bought. We couldn't follow up with anybody because none of them opted in. They saw the price, didn't buy right there. For some of you, this is a breakthrough. Look, to build a 7-figure sales team, it's going to take a sales rep. It's going to take a sales and affiliate team. It's going to take a sales ambassador team. It's going to take a digital sales solution team. And I know it's going to take your sales cheerleader, which I don't have time to get into that, but the sales cheerleader, their number one focus at the end of the day is making sure that we tell the story of all your successful clients. Here's what I want to share with you. You can build a 7-figure sales team. Do you have to do all 5 at one time? No. But I want you to make a commitment right now that you're going to take your labor out of it. You will not be the number one salesperson. You will not be the number one marketing person. You will not be the number one project manager. You will not be the number one tech person. You will not be the number one Facebook ad person. You will not be the number one collaborator. You will not be the number one marketer. You will not be the number one recruiter. You're going to take those hats off. You're going to continue to do that. I want you to focus on just being you. Let your sales team do the work. Let the sales team bring in the revenue without your labor. If that's you and that really resonates with you and you're like, Shay, that resonates loud and clear, then I want you to do me a favor. In the time we have left, I want you to text the word team right now. I'm going to help you, give you free access to the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series. I'm going to give you the challenge, and I'm going to work with some of you one-on-one. You've got to take action. The university rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. Text the word team right now to 202-270-1662. Include your first name. Include your last name. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. Now, I'm going to share this with you, and I'm going to help you on this journey. But at the end of the day, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. I love the quote. As many of you are texting in right now, I love the quote. You can build a ship by yourself, but it takes a team to sail that sucker. And that's what's going on right now. We're all out in the same ocean. Now, the question is, who's on your team? Build your sales team. Text the word text the word team to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number and your email. I'm going to send you the playbook. I'm going to send you the masterclass series. I'm going to make sure you join the challenge. And more importantly, we're going to have a one-on-one session. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Remember, time is long. Life is short. You got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless. I'm out of here. Peace.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I don't know what time zone you're in, but here's what I do know. I know that if you're in this room, you came here to get something. I know that if you're in this room, you came expecting to leave here with something. So let me go ahead and meet that expectation right away. Scan the QR code on the screen and download the workbook that I've created especially for you, just for the Leaders Live Generously Summit. Scan that QR code and download the workbook. Now, before we get started, I want to know who's in the room. I need to know who's in the room. If you have ever opened your bank app with one eye closed and the other one slightly squinted, I want you to type in the comments. That's me. That's me. Yes, I see my people. I see you here already. If you ever stood in a line at the counter ready to pay for something and had to pray before you swipe your debit or credit card, I need you to raise your hand or type guilty in the comments. Type guilty in the comments. All right. If money has ever made you feel stressed, confused, overwhelmed, or unqualified, I need you to raise your hand. I need you to say or type hashtag Me Too in the comments. We're going to start a whole other kind of Me Too movement. Type hashtag Me Too in the comments. You are absolutely in the right room today, because today we are going deeper into the real story behind the money story, into the part that nobody wants to talk about, but everybody needs to heal. Today, we're going to start healing the money mindset story the deeper way. All right, you might not feel comfortable telling me your story, so I'll start by telling you mine. My money story didn't start with money. And according to neurosurgeon Jill Bolte Taylor, we are 99.9% biologically the same. Now, if that is true, then I know that if my money story didn't start with money, neither did yours. Mine started with trying to play a role that I was never meant to play. It started with silence. It started with identity. You see, 10 years ago, my life started happening right in the middle of my leadership, in the middle of me leading a staff of more than 125 people. At the height of my career, I found myself going through a major involuntary career shift. Before I could wrap my mind around what was happening in my career, I learned that my marriage was up against some long-term infidelity. Now, don't worry, your girl is good. Because through some intense and intentional work and deep, painfully rewarding sessions with God, I had healed from the work hurt. I had healed from the trauma of divorce. But then I had to heal from me. Now, how many of you know that the only limitations that we have are those that we establish and accept in our own minds? I had to start exploring those things that I had established and began to accept in my own mind. I had to examine my own BS. Now, don't look at me with the side eye. We all have BS. I had to examine what was deeply embedded in my belief system. You see, during my marriage, I thought that letting my husband lead the finances would make him feel more like a man. Come on, ladies, you know we all do it. Let him do it. Let him feel like a man. And that was never my role. So I handed over not just the budget. I handed over the bills, the decisions, the conversations. I handed over all of it. Frankly, I was happy to do it because I didn't want anything to do with it. Now, even though I was the one that primarily was carrying the household financially, I silenced myself. Whether it was to protect his feelings or protect the peace, I made myself small, like we sometimes do. I made myself small to make somebody else feel big. Now, as a church girl, this felt noble in a way. Silence sometimes can feel holy at first. It felt peaceful at first. It felt like I was doing the right thing. But leaders, if you're in the room, what I learned from that situation, from that experience, I learned that silence is expensive. When my marriage ended, I realized something painful. I had found myself stuck financially, and I didn't get it. I just didn't understand. I had everything I needed. I had the credentials. I had the position. I had the influence. And I kept asking, God, you've given me the power to get wealth. Now, where is the money? And God responded only in a way that God can. He said, yes, Barbara, I've given you the power to get wealth. But to whom have you given your power? You see, I had not just given my power away with money. I had given away me. I had given away my voice. I had given away my confidence and ultimately my financial power. And when it came time to rebuild my life, I had to face a hard truth, something that I never really wanted to admit to. Y'all, I didn't even know how to put together a real budget. Not because I wasn't smart. Come on now. I knew I was smart. Not because I wasn't smart, not because I wasn't capable, but because I believed the lie. A lie that whispered, he's the man. Let him handle it. You're not good with money anyway. Any lie that you're telling yourself doesn't just steal your past. Lies also steal your future. Because of that lie, I had become so used to playing small. When I started my business, I didn't know how to dream big. I didn't charge what I was worth because I was accustomed to accepting less. I didn't build offers that truly represented me, truly represented what was inside of me. I built safe dreams. I built small dreams. I built discounted dreams. I built free 99 dreams. Not because I lacked the talent, but because I lacked belief. Your money story creates your financial ceiling. Your ceiling creates your life. My ceiling was low because my mindset was wounded. Everything that happened to me may not have been my fault, but it was certainly my responsibility to change, to start getting the results that were aligned with my true identity. Now, they don't call me doctor for nothing. Success leaves clues. One day when I started looking around my life, I started naming all of my successes, the degrees, the promotions, even the influence that I had with my children, the positive relationships. I looked at those things and said, Barbara, if you don't heal your money story, you're going to keep repeating it. I knew that if I wanted my life to go higher, I was going to have to go deeper. But deeper in a different sense this time. Deeper, not just in leading from the stage, but leading in my finances. All right, if you're taking notes, you don't want to write this down. If you've already downloaded the workbook, you can write it in the workbook. Because now we're going to go deeper. First, you need to discover the lie. You cannot heal what you refuse to uncover. See, my lies were simple. I'm not good enough. I need someone else to lead. I don't deserve abundance. Here I am, a Jesus girl. He died and came to give me life abundant, and I didn't believe I deserved abundance. Those were my lies. Your lie might be something else, but it's just as dangerous. All right, I want you to take a minute, pause for a minute. That was a whole lot. I want you to identify your lie right now, quietly, internally. What did you grow up believing about money that's no longer serving you? What beliefs did you adopt? Discover the lie so you can embrace the truth. Listen, you were sent here to do this. Miles Monroe said that we were all sent here to solve a problem, all sent here to lead, but we must first become leaders. Healing is a part of your becoming. It's your leadership development. You are indeed capable. If nobody's told you, you came here fully packaged. You are worthy. You are an intellectually complex being, and you can learn money. Now, some of you You may be thinking, I'm pretty good with money. Some of you have learned to add. Now it's time to multiply. How do I go from just making it to building wealth? You can lead in your finances. You can build wealth, not just for yourself, but for other people as well. You can handle wealth. Your future is so much greater than your fear. So discover the lie, embrace the truth, and be ready to expect something different. Some of y'all are around here praying and not even expecting an answer. Expect something different. You can't do something different and get the same results. That's just not the nature of things. That's just not how things work. When you change, your expectations will change. Expectation is like a thermostat. If you set it to survival, you will always plateau at survival. You will always just be able to pay your bills. You will always create your own marketing materials, edit your own videos, because your limiting beliefs won't build a team for you. I had to start believing in abundance, not because of money, but because of who created me. I was not my story. I came here fully packaged. So I had to discover the lies, embrace the truth. You got it. Expect something different. But here's the part that y'all are not going to like. You also have to be sure to process the pain and the patterns. We don't want to do that. Some of you are living out your 3-year-old traumas in your 50-year-old lives. This is the part we avoid. Now, before money is mathematical, money is emotional. Overspending, emotional. Under-earning, undercharging, emotional. Financial dependence, emotional. Not checking your bank account and keeping up with things, very emotional. Fear around your business, you got it, emotional. Healing your money story requires facing the patterns that are rooted in the pain. I was not a spectator in my marriage. Nobody kidnapped me anywhere. I was along for the ride. Everything I gave up or gave away, I was a willing participant. You have to take 100% responsibility for wherever you are in your life. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you have to take 100% responsibility. Yes, before it helps, healing hurts. All right, if you're writing this down, let's go back up to the top. First, you have to discover the lies. Embrace the truth. Expect something different. Process the pain and the patterns so you can evolve your identity. I am not the same woman I was before I started this process. You've got to be willing to do something different so you can get something different. I had to evolve. I had to evolve from I'm just trying to make it to I'm a wealthy woman becoming. I had to evolve from I don't understand money to I can learn whatever I need to. I had to evolve from I hope this works to I expect abundance. Everything my hands touch will prosper. Identity changes everything. You are not your old behavior. Take time to discover the lies. Embrace the truth. Expect something different. Process the pain and the patterns. Evolve your identity. And honey, it is time to rewrite your story. Finally, I rewrote my story. I created a budget, I created boundaries. I stopped apologizing for wanting more. I stopped shrinking in my business. I stopped building for survival and started building for legacy. Somebody is depending on your healing. And that's when my entire life shifted. When I realized that other people were depending on me making it, it shifted everything for me. Now, let me be honest with you. Healing the money mindset, it really is kind of like therapy with a calculator. Today, we're talking about the money mindset. But how many of you know that how you show up anywhere is how you show up everywhere? You're showing up in your finances. You're showing up in your business. You're showing up in your relationships. Heal the money thing. Because like leadership, your finances are simply an expression of who you truly are. The behavior is not the issue. The belief is. And beliefs can be healed. Your money struggles don't mean that you're irresponsible. Get that out your head. They don't mean that you're incapable or you're behind. They simply mean that it's time to rewrite your story. And today you got new information. You got new language. You got new healing. You got new identity. Your past is not your prison. You can step into overflow and abundance with confidence and clarity. This today is your moment. Don't go into 2026 without healing the money mindset story the deeper way. It doesn't make sense to get this teaching without pursuing your transformation. Awareness is only the first step. So if you want to continue to go deeper, again, I've created something just for you, just for the Leaders Live Generously Summit. Go ahead and grab your phone and text DEEPER to 770-725-7455. I have a special gift that I'll send you, the Leaders Live Generously Money Healing Pack. This includes your mindset guide, your journal, your checklist, and a 3-minute audio from me. Don't leave here just being inspired. Seek transformation. Take the next step. I'm Dr. Barbara Swinney, life and leadership coach, publisher, author, speaker, and creator of Deeper Brands International, an entire ecosystem established to help leaders like you heal, lead, and leverage their stories for legacy. Get the transformation. Heal the money mindset story the deeper way. Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world when you're watching this video. I am Dr. Patrice McKee Reese. I am the founder of Mama T's Vision. My business is about helping single mothers to start their own business, becoming entrepreneurs. My lesson today is on starting your own business. Starting your own business is one of the most powerful decisions you can make. It's not just about income. It's about independence, impact, and creating something that will outlive you. Yes, outlive you. This is about generational wealth. Those things we want to do to leave for our family. It's not about leaving money in the bank because that's going to be gone very soon. We want to leave generational wealth, something that will live on long past us, and our memories will be here with the generational wealth. Start with your why. Every great business begins with purpose. Your why is the heartbeat of your business. That's what drives you to want to start a business. That's what gives you that fire to get up in the morning and say, let's go, let's get this business going. That is your why. Identify the problem you solve. People buy solutions, not products. You got to know what it is that makes your business stand out from everyone else's business. What it is that you do that you can provide to the consumer that's so different from everyone else that makes them want to buy your business. If you're going to be a coach, what kind of life coach are you? What kind of business coach are you? What are you going to do that stands out from the next coach? You want to know what problem you have and how you're going to solve it to stand out from the next business. And then you're going to know your audience. Define who your business helps and what they value. Just like I just talked about. You got to know what products you're giving them and what the value is. What value do you bring to the audience? So you want to know if you're in a low income area, what it is that they really need in there. You don't want to go there and they can't afford what you're offering and they don't need what you're offering. So you want to make sure you know your audience and that product that you have is what they actually need and that they value that product. Start simple. One ideal, one offer. Start with one clear offer. You don't need perfection. You just need momentum. Build a strong brand. You have to have the right systems in place in order to build a strong brand. You can't build a house will never stand without a strong foundation. And that's the same with your business. Your business will not stand without a strong foundation. Your brand is your reputation. That's your name. You want to make sure it's strong and what you're selling or what your services you're providing is quality. All you have is your reputation. And if your reputation gets tarnished, no one will come to you. It's hard to recover from a tarnished reputation. So it is hard for your brand to recover if it gets tarnished. You got to make sure that you start off with a very strong foundation. And that comes with the next step, which is creating your business plan. You need clarity, what you sell, who you sell it to, how you reach them, and how you make money. You got to have a good, solid business plan, and that's part of having that solid foundation. You got to know what direction you want to go in. Again, you got to have clarity. You must have that in order to start your business. You got to know exactly what you're selling, who you're selling it to, and how you reach your audience. Are you going to use social media to reach them? Are you going to go door to door? Are you going to set up pop-up shops? Exactly how are you going to reach your target audience? And once you reach them, how are you going to sell them your product? Do you know exactly the method that you're going to use to sell them? And then building visibility and marketing. Again, social media is an awesome tool to use to do visibility in social media. Networking. And then, well, your personal story. You know, my personal story is I want to help single mothers because I was a teenage mom. People thought I was going to be a statistic, but because of a praying mother and God's grace, I was not. I broke barriers in the military. I served 31 years in the military. God used me to break barriers for African-American women in my MOS, and he has blessed me after the military. I have a personal story that I can relate to as to why I want to help women, especially single mothers, start their own business. After 31 years in the military, I didn't want to work for anyone. So that's why I started my own business. And I want to help other single mothers because I can relate. I know the challenges that they go through in raising children and working. You have the flexibility when you start your own business and setting your hours and still being able to do those things that you need to do for your children and your family. And then you leave a legacy for them as well. Handle your finances wisely. That is so very important. Separate finances, know your costs, and price with confidence. Know your worth. That's exactly what price with confidence is. But you must make sure that your marketing and your visibility looks like what your pricing is. You can't have a website that don't look like you're worth $500. You can't build a website yourself and don't have the right marketing and visibility, and you're trying to charge $500 for your services or your products. You have to ensure that everything lines up, that your social media content and everything lines up so that your marketing and your visibility looks like what you're trying to charge, so that you're actually, everything is lined up and you're showing your worth. So when people go to research you, you look like what you're asking for, so that they have no problem saying, oh yes, I will definitely pay her this because I can research her and I can see and I can Google her and everything is lining up. Embrace challenges and stay resilient. You know, obstacles are always going to come in the way when you're building your business, always. But the key is staying resilient. You know, I call it faith of a mustard seed. I know you're asking me why faith of a mustard seed, because a mustard seed is a tiny little seed, but it grows into a very strong tree. And a lot of things we do, we have to step out on faith, but we know God has our back. So as long as we stay resilient through the tough times and never give up, every obstacle that comes in our way is going to be a learning tool. It's going to be a challenge, but we're going to overcome that challenge and overcome that obstacle, and we're going to keep pushing. And then that'll be another story we have to tell as to how we overcame that obstacle and look at where we are now. That faith over fear, that purpose-driven faith, because you're on a mission. So you're never going to let an obstacle, which is fear, get in your way. You're going to keep that faith over fear and that purpose-driven mission to continually to push you forward to your goal. Keep growing, learning, and evolving. As you grow, you're going to learn and you're going to evolve. You're going to invest in learning. You're going to in mentorship and new knowledge. How do you do that? You say, I'm glad you're asked. You're going to take classes. You're going to make sure that you get someone to mentor you, whether it's getting in a coaching program, which I also offer life coaching, as well as business coaching. You're going to get in that. You're going to get you a mentor to help you along the way. Someone that's going to open doors for you, not gatekeep. You want someone that's going to help you make sure you get in the right room so that you can gain knowledge, and they're going to share knowledge with you, and they're going to put you in positions to help your business grow, not just grow their business and not ensure your business is growing at the same time. They should be offering you opportunities to help you gain knowledge and grow your business. You know, you don't want to get with anyone that's going to gatekeep from you. You want to make sure that they mentor you as well as give you opportunities to gain more knowledge and get the things that you need to get, as well as the knowledge base you should be gaining and growing and learning at the same time. You know, starting a business is not an overnight decision. Starting a business is a life decision, but one that you shouldn't wait on. What are you waiting for? There's no need to wait. What you need to do is get started now. You've already had that fire in you. You know that's what you want to do. There's no need to wait for tomorrow. Why are you putting off for tomorrow what you can do today? Get started. I have the tools that can assist you in getting started on your journey. So no need to wait any longer. Let's get started now. Again, my name is Dr. Patrice McKee Reese. You can find me on all social media platforms under Dr. Patrice McKee Reese. My website is mamatsvision.org. Look me up and let me help you start your own business and become your own boss and leave a legacy for your family. Yes, I like to help single mothers, but that's not my only clientele. So if you're out there and you're watching this and you hear this and you want to start your own business, look me up as well, and I will be glad to have a conversation with you. I hope you have a good day. Bye.
Hey everybody, this is Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon, a prophet you can trust. Today, I want to welcome you to the Sacred Success Masterclass. That's right, God's original success plan for you and for me. Today, this class is going to talk about being saved and paid. God's original prosperity plan for kingdom builders and influencers. See, somewhere between Genesis and today, someone convinced you, a believer, that prosperity was a problem. Someone convinced leaders that God approved spirituality, but he frowned upon success. Someone taught that being saved meant being broke, busted, and disgusted, limited, and even average. Here's the question. Who told you that lie? I want to know who told you you were naked. Remember when God asked Adam, who told you that you were naked? So today, I must ask you, who told you prosperity was unholy? Who told you success was secular? Who told you God was suspicious of abundance? Well, today, I came to debunk, to break the lie that you must choose between being saved or paid. You were created for both. Yes, indeed. Love it. So here's the objective. I want to make sure that you understand these things today. Number one, I want to help you to understand prosperity. Understand prosperity as God's original kingdom mandate. Number two, I want to help you break limiting beliefs, right? Break limiting beliefs and religious myths about money. Number three, I want to help you learn biblical economics. Learn the biblical economics of seed, stewardship, and multiplication. Are you ready? All right. Activate prosperity mindset. That's the first thing I want to deal with on today. Activate a prosperity mindset that matches your assignment. Then I want to help you discover strategic tools that will help for financial elevation. And then I want to give you an action plan. I want you to walk away with a sacred prosperity action plan that can implement immediately, as well as show you how to get your book, Sacred Success, on Amazon.com. So here's section one. Who told you God had a problem with success? The first thing we need to do is get that and throw it out of the window. We still have people having a challenge and an issue with that today. So I want to expose this religious myth. If I want to be spiritual, I must suffer financially. That's a myth. Throw that out, okay? Number two, money corrupts, so I should avoid it. Throw that out. If leaders prosper, people will question their motives. Throw that out. And number 4, God cares about holiness, not abundance. Holiness is not you wearing long clothes and all of that. Holiness means holistic living. That's all. So, in order to break each one of these myths, here it is. John 10:10 out of the Amplified Classic says this: Jesus came for abundance, not survival. He says, the thief cometh not but to steal, to kill, to destroy. But I've come that you might have life and have it in abundance. That doesn't sound like survival. Number 2, Psalms 35:27. Let the Lord be magnified, who takes pleasure in the prosperity of his servant. See, prosperity is something God enjoys seeing you and I walk in. Why? It represents him. If he's a king, has a kingdom, then his children should represent the kingdom. Haggai 2:8 out of the Amplified Classic says this: gold belongs to God. Silver belongs to God. Resources belong to God. How can God be against what he owns? Can you imagine Prince Charles and Prince Harry looking like they work for food or have a sign when you have the royal palace? You expect them to look like they are royals, all right? The way they stand, the way they talk, the way they posture themselves. The same way with our Father, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, who owns the silver and owns the gold. Want you to have it too. Now, that we know success is in the Bible, success is sacred, then let us now explore God's blueprint of sacred success. First of all, I want you to write this down wherever you are, wherever you're listening to. I want you to take notes, all right, and get involved. First of all, here it is. Success is not secular. Success is sacred. Woo! Did you hear what I said? I got excited myself, all right? There are 7 pillars to kingdom prosperity. And since you and I are in the kingdom, we're in marketplace, we're in leadership, we got businesses, we interact with people, right, doing transactions each and every day, every week, then I want you to know there's 7 pillars that you can stand on, or at least 7 principles. Number 1, God's nature is giving. For God so loved the world, he gave, right? So in the beginning, God created everything we see, trees, flowers, all of the animals, everything in abundance. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave. God is not a taker. God is a giver. His nature becomes your leadership model. He's a giver. So generosity is the currency of kingdom success, right? I'm going to say that again. Generosity is the currency of kingdom success. Here at Leaders Live Generously, we teach people to lead, to love, and to give. You've got to know the way in order to show the way. So a leader must know the way in order to show the way. Then you must love. If you don't love your neighbor, if you don't love the people you're trying to help, you'll take advantage of them. You'll use greed. No, we don't want that. We want you to lead, to love, and then give. You got to give of your time, give of your generosity, give of your wisdom to help them get to the next level. Number 2, God created you for dominion. Genesis 1:26. Dominion just simply means rulership, governance, influence, and authority. That's why you bump heads with people trying to tell you what to do. You're like, nah, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm starting my own thing. Why? Because you have been created to have dominion. You've been created to have rulership. I think everybody is a business person. Everyone has some entrepreneurship in them. No doubt about it. So the first one, God's nature is given. Number 2, God created you for dominion. Number 3, God created you for production. That's right. Not to sit around, not to lay around, God created you for production. The next thing God did is God gave you seed. See, you sow seed every time you speak. You're sowing some type of seed. Your service, some type of seed. Your submission to someone, some type of seed. Genesis 1:29 said, seed is strategy. Seed is your potential. Seed is the economic engine of heaven, because your seed is a natural action, but it triggers a spiritual transformation in the natural. When God wants to prosper you, he hands you a seed. He said, go plant the seed, because all the fruit that you want to come forth or manifestation is in the seed. But the seed must be planted in order to produce. Okay, let's look at it this way. You want a new job, you got to go plant resume seeds. You got to go fill out applications or however it works, send your resume to all of these different people. That's planting seeds. Then the seed is going to produce a harvest. Depending on how many seeds you sow, right? It's going to produce you getting some interviews. It's a numbers game. If you go to the casino, right? If that's what you do, you go to Vegas. You keep pulling the lever. So many people pull the lever, they got to let people win. That's how it works. You're planting seed. God owns all the resources, right? He owns all the resources. Earth is the Lord's, the fullness thereof. The gold is his, the silver is his. Haggai 2:8 tells you silver is mine, gold is mine. The resources belong to God and his kingdom. So therefore, you and I have access to these resources on the face of the earth. All right? Stewardship is one of the things that God gives us. Amen. And stewardship and purpose. I believe that everyone born is born for a purpose. So you must find your purpose so you can start living your life. The parable of the talents. To him who has more will be given. Why? Because God invests in faithful leadership. The better you are at stewarding over what he gives you, the better chance you're going to get of getting more. God prospers leaders so they can build solutions. Leadership, the reason why you're in leadership is to solve a problem. The more problems you solve, the more money you can make, right? Automobiles solve a problem. They get people from to and fro. And so the more problems they solve, the more money they make. Trains, automobiles, same thing, right? They solve a problem. Computers solve a problem. Plumbing solve a problem. Now that we know prosperity is biblical, we must reset the way we think. We've got to start thinking in the manner that we can receive. The United Negro College Fund says whatever the mind can conceive, you can achieve, right? So you've got to shift your mindset from scarcity, and you got to shift your mindset from lack. No. You can be saved and paid. It requires a renewed mind. Don't be conformed to the world's way of thinking or the religious way of thinking, but be transformed. How? By the renewing of your mind. There's 5 mindsets for kingdom prosperity that I want you to develop and I want you to have. The first one is break scarcity thinking. If you have scaredness inside of you, oh my, I'm going to run out. Oh, I'm not going to have enough. Break that. Start working on that right now. Scarcity is inherited. Somebody taught you that. You picked it up from somebody. Maybe you said, Mom, can I go get the Jordans? No. Mom, can we get Frosted Flakes? No. We don't have no Frosted Flakes money. We don't have no Jordan money. So now you begin to believe scarcity. We don't have. So that you interpret that means you can't never get. No, that doesn't mean that. Okay? Scarcity is inherited. Abundance is intentional. Scarcity says there is never ever enough. But the kingdom says my Father owns everything. And if my Father owns everything, then guess what? I have access to it as well. How do I know? My children drove my car before they got them a car, right? And then they got their own car, right? But long as they could drive my car, they call me, pick them up, take them here. Then we bought them their own car. Then they didn't want to get in my car no more. Why? We wasn't thinking scarcity. We wasn't even teaching them scarcity. So, number 2, break guilt around money. I want you to ask yourself, where did you get your information or image around money? Many leaders secretly feel guilty, right, when they prosper. They don't want to share it. They want to hide it. They want to downplay it, right? Guilt kills the momentum. Let me say that again. Guilt kills the momentum. But abundance requires your freedom. You must know that you can accomplish and can achieve. All you got to do is solve a problem. What problem can you solve? Because Zig Ziglar says the more people you help get what they want, the more you get what you want, right? So number 1, break scarcity thinking. Number 2, break guilt around money. Number 3, break false humility. Shrinking does not honor God. Playing small does not glorify God, right? You do not look more spiritual by living beneath your assignment. Amen. You write a book, your book becomes #1 bestseller. It stays on the bestseller list, let's say for half a year. They send you $25 million and you scared to buy a new car. You don't want people to see because you say, I don't want them to think I'm materialistic. No, come on now. You got to live in a house. If you don't, living in a house is materialistic, then don't ever buy no clothes. Don't ever do anything, because that's not true. This is why we come to debunk this, so that you could get the right mindset, so that you can move forward in sacred success. First of all, I want you to break the limiting identity that you may have even on yourself. Well, I don't deserve that. I've heard people say that to themselves. Girl, that costs too much. I'll never buy that for myself. And you never will, because you don't even believe you deserve it. All right? So the first thing we got to do is break limiting identity. First of all, you are not limited by family background. You may not have grew up in a rich family. You may not have grew up in a wealthy family. But guess what? Your children don't have to stay there. Right? Right? You are not limiting to your family background. You're not limiting to your upbringing. You're not limited to your culture. You're not even limited to your past mistakes. I know people that went to prison, got out of prison and doing well, multimillionaires, right? You're not limiting to your fear. You're not limited to your inexperience. Whatever you don't have experience in, you can get it. All right? When God created you, he breathed success into you. You were born to win. They said it was millions of sperm cells trying to get in there to be birthed. Guess what? Only one could do it. So you already beat out 1 million sperm cells trying to get here. You are successful. All right? So let's break the limiting beliefs and limiting identity. Number 2, I want you to adopt the saved and paid mindset. Man, I can be saved and I can be paid. Let's adopt that right now. I want you to adopt these things, all right? Matter of fact, write them down. I can be saved and loved. I can be saved and paid. I can be saved and called. I can be saved and prosperous. I can be saved and delivered. I can be saved and kingdom funded. That's a new way of thinking, right? I can have my business boom and still give glory to God. Amen? All right, so let's move from theory now to action. You ready? Come on, let's do it. The prosperity activation framework is this: revelation must become responsibility. To much is given, much is required. So here it is. Provide a tool for leaders that you can use immediately. You ready? Here it is. The prosperity framework is in 4 steps. The first one is, I'm calling it purpose alignment. I want you to clarify your God-given assignment, because provision follows your vision. What vision do you have? To be a blessing to somebody, to add value to somebody or to help them get what they want. Okay? Provision follows vision. Money follows the mission. So ask, what did God create me to build? Whatever he created you to build, their provision is in there. You know what I like to tell people? The riches is in the niches. Number two, your belief audit. I want you to do an audit on what you believe, right? Identify 3 beliefs about money that came from religion or family or somewhere else, right? I don't know where you got it from, but I want you to replace each one of them with scripture or with the truth of the facts of the matter, that God has no problem with you being saved and paid. All right? Here's an example that I want you to begin to change. Here's belief 1. Money is evil. Somebody believe that. The Bible doesn't say money is evil. It says for the love of money, right? The love of money is evil. So that could be a belief. Another belief, I must struggle. Oh, I'll never make it. The truth is, John 10:10 declares, I come that you might have life in abundance. The abundance is the truth, not the scarcity, not the lack. Matter of fact, I teach this to people, and I want to teach it to you. I want you to say this affirmation. God's surplus is greater than my supply. Say that again. God's surplus is greater than my supply. Then I want you to get to the seed strategy. We love talking about love, lead, love, and give, right? Lead, love, and give. A seed strategy, right? It identifies who you must sow into, what you must sow, and where you must sow, when you must sow. Oh, that's so important if you can get that down pat. Genesis 1:29 proves that seed is heaven's economy. He said, let us make man in our image and let them have dominion over the face of the earth. And then he told them, and I'll give you seed. So he gave them seed in order to plant in the ground in order to produce a harvest. They became farmers immediately, right? Whatever you want, you have to first plant. Wait a little time and the harvest will come. You plant evil, evil coming back to you. But here's the thing about planting. It always comes back in multiplication form. It's amazing how that works. Multiplication action. Track your finances, honor your commitment, and reward productivity. Eliminate excuses. Operate like a kingdom CEO. You got to start thinking like an entrepreneur. You got to start thinking like a businessman or a businesswoman. You cannot think just like a worker. No, God has called you to be a CEO, right? So what one belief about money or success must I break today in order to walk in sacred success? Okay? Very important. And here it is in this sacred success is not worldly ambition. I think that's important that you need to know, because the world system tells you all the time that you can't have it, or you're leaving God, or you're too materialistic, or whatever the case may be. No, sacred success is kingdom obedience. That because of your obedience to the purpose of why you were created determines the success and the provision you'll receive. Kentucky Fried Chicken built the chicken on these 7 seasons that he put on their chicken, right? Nobody else makes the seasoning like them, but yet other people make chicken. Other companies start chicken restaurant business, and they all doing well because people love chicken, obviously, and they love different seasonings on chicken. Well, there's a lot of hamburger companies, not just McDonald's. Burger King sell burger. They do it a little different than McDonald's. You get my point. There's no lack if you can come and produce a vision that will add value to people's lives, right? In other words, sacred success is kingdom obedience. It is the revelation that prosperity is not unholy. I didn't say that again. Prosperity is not unholy. Listen, we feed people in my community, all right? We fed them for years. And even though we didn't charge the people to get the food, it cost us. It cost us to buy food. It cost our gas to go pick it up, right? We bought all the boxes and different things. We put it in and bagged them up for the people, right? Even though they came and got it free, it cost us. Prosperity allows you to now help somebody else. I'll never forget a time we went up to a Kroger and we stood in line and just picked different people, and whatever the bill was, we just paid their bill for them, right? And they were all shocked. Oh, what are y'all doing? We're paying it. Why? Prosperity allows you to do that. Lead, love, and give. And so prosperity is not unholy. Poverty is not pity. Let me say that again. Poverty is not pity. Lack is not spiritual maturity. Believe that. If you are in lack or you in scarcity, hear me clearly, that's warfare. Right? That is not a good feeling. It doesn't make you feel good at all. All right? You can, though, be saved and paid because God designed you, He designed me to fund visions. What vision do you have, right, that God wants to fund? Or He has people willing and ready to fund your vision. Don't ask for more money. Ask for more vision, right? Ask for a vision in order to add value to people's lives so that you can advance not only and influence the culture, but you can also advance the kingdom of God with resources that will impact and cause you to have influence and authority. Here's the call to action that I want to put out to you. Number one, within the next 7 days, please write this down. I want you to break just one wrong belief that you have about money, success. I don't want you to self-sabotage yourself. I want you to give yourself permission, right? I want you to look in the mirror, write it down, whatever you got to do. Say, I give myself permission to be successful, to be prosperous, so that I can add value to somebody else's life. Matter of fact, God has no problem with me being saved and paid. Number two, I want you to sow one intentional seed. Lord, give me a seed to sow towards my vision, toward helping someone else. Maybe it's to help the poor. Maybe it's to help your niece. Maybe it's to sow it into the church. Maybe it's into a person. I don't know. But I want you to sow one intentional seed in the next 7 days. Number three, I want you to know this. If you do that, you will activate one multiplication habit, something that can be duplicated. Let me tell you something. Years ago, we were at home on the 4th of July. It was becoming, and we said, let's do something on the 4th of July. So we started going to Cedar Point here in Michigan. Cedar Point is in Ohio. So we decided to just go. Every 4th of July, we would just go to Cedar Point. Then we started inviting people. My niece, my nephew, Balance friend, whoever's friends would go. And then it became bigger. It started multiplying. And then we took it to the church. And then we one time rented a big old bus to take people to Cedar Point on the 4th of July because the end was always fantastic. The fireworks would, that's how we ended, seeing them fireworks. Man, it multiplied, all right? Sacred success waits for no one. Sacred success responds to faith and alignment and action. So if you really want sacred success, let me show you something out of this book right here. The first chapter is called Commitment, and I want to read this to you out of the book just so you can see exactly what you're getting. It says, wealth the commitment that changes everything. Commitment is an act, not a word. Picture this. You're standing in the middle of a barren wasteland, a place so dry, so hostile, it dares you to try. But beneath the cracked earth lies a treasure so massive, it could change your bloodline forever. But there's one kicker. You got to dig for it. There's no signs, no guarantees, just your grit against the odds. Most folks won't even start. They'd be like, man, forget that, I'm out. However, the sand begins to whisper lies to you. Walk away. You'll never do it. This is too hard. At least nobody's ever done it. Hey, this isn't for you. How dare you fool yourself you're going to do something greater and prosper. All you're going to do is fail. But there's always one person who dares to believe. The reckless soul who picks up the shovel, daring to rewrite their destiny, their family's destiny, and everything else. So they begin to swing. You see, wealth doesn't respect weakness. It doesn't bow to wishful thinking. Wealth is a battle, and only those who are bold enough to fight for it will ever taste it. You can't pray it out. You can't talk it out. You can't complain your way to it. You've got to show up, put in the work, and crush every excuse that tries to stop you. See, wealth starts in your mind, not in your wallet. Let's get one thing straight. Wealth doesn't start in your wallet. Please write that down somewhere. It starts in your mind. And so the Bible doesn't play games when it says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he, right? That's the blueprint. If your mindset is weak, your bank account will follow. Your thoughts got to be strong. Your thoughts got to increase. They're the architect of your reality. You think like a king, you build like a king. You think like a beggar, you'll live like a beggar. Look at Nehemiah. He wasn't out there waiting for someone to save him. Critics, he ignored them. Enemies, he outworked them. He saw ruins and caught a vision to rebuild the wall, a vision to add value, a vision to give people what they really wanted. Nehemiah didn't just wish for a miracle. He built one. Brick by brick, step by step, he transformed rubble into glory. And guess what? The same tenacity applies to you today. In a world obsessed with quick fixes, lotteries, Ponzi schemes, and Instagram flexes, let me tell you the hard truth. You ready? It's sacrifice. It's showing up when nobody's watching. It's grinding when nobody's cheering. You ready for that? If not, listen, don't even dare try to do what I'm telling you to do with sacred success. Because sacred success waits for no one. Sacred success responds to faith alignment and action. Because, listen to me, and listen very carefully. He says, as a man think in his heart, so is he. I want to ask you the question today. Do you think you're ready to be successful? Do you think you're ready to add value to people's life? Do you think you're ready now to move to this sacred space called saved and paid? Then what if everything you've been taught about success is holding you back? You know, too many people hesitate. They're trapped by fear, doubt, and scarcity, despite the wide open gates to God's abundant vineyard. In this sacred success, unlocking God-given prosperity, listen, I deliver a provocative challenge to you. Step into the fullness of your divine inheritance and unlock a life beyond your wildest expectation. This is not just a book that I hold in my hand. It's a wake-up call. It's a spiritual manifesto. It serves as a rallying cry for individuals weary of hollow assurances and eager to seize the bountiful existence that God has already orchestrated just for you. You know what I do? I combine raw prophetic insight, riveting stories of transformation, and practical biblical strategies to ignite a radical shift in your perspective and in your purpose. See, in these pages of this book, you're going to uncover the shocking truths that will redefine your life. Because true prosperity is sacred. It's more than wealth. It's more than riches. It's the alignment of your heart. It's you finding your purpose and moving in the action with God's divine rhythm. See, abundance is already here. It's yours, just for the taking. So, learn how to break through those limiting beliefs, those voices that keep you bound. And I want you to step into the overflow of heaven's resources that's all around you, waiting for you to move out on faith. See, faith meets action, because faith without works is dead being alone. And so discover how your declarations, your affirmations, your timing, your stewardship will unleash the miracles in every area of your life. You are the blessing. You are the one God wants to transform. It's your prosperity. It's your impact. Not mama's, not daddy's, not cousin, not uncle, not grandma, not grandpa. It's yours. Uplifting others that he wants you to do, and so that you can help advance God's kingdom by being a blessing to other people. Now listen very carefully. To move into sacred success, it isn't for the faint-hearted. It isn't for the weak. In other words, this book is not for you. This class is not for you if you're content with mediocrity, if you're content with scarcity, if you're satisfied with simply getting by, or you're unwilling to challenge the beliefs, the habits, and the mindset that keep you trapped in scarcity, being broke, busted, and disgusted. It ain't for you. Amen. If you shy away from faith-bold demand or prefer comfort over calling, if you're looking for shortcuts, quick fixes, or a prosperity gospel void of purpose, you won't find that here. No, sir. No, ma'am. But if you're a dreamer, someone who envisions life of impact, significance, and divine overflow, then this book, this class is for you. If you're a doer, someone ready to take bold steps and breaks God's principles and align your action with his will, this is your roadmap today. And if you are a kingdom builder, an entrepreneur, a speaker, someone who's about getting it done, then guess what? You need to start seeing prosperity not as the end goal, but as a mean to bless others and advance God's kingdom. Then you've found the guide that you've been looking for. And this is your moment to stop waiting, stop doubting, and start walking boldly in the inheritance that God's already provided for you. You know what he says? The blessing of the Lord makes you rich and add no sorrow to it. I want you to know today you can get this book, Sacred Success, at Amazon.com. Put it in there. Get the book. You can also go to the Victory Church, INT.org. Not only that, if you are ready to learn more, you want one-on-one coaching, you need to hit me up, because we have a program for you. 6-month program or a 12-month program to help elevate you to your next level, to help you crush limiting beliefs and crush everything that have hindered you, stopped you up until this point, and affirmations and confirmations that you can speak to help you give yourself permission to go after sacred success. Got it? I want you to go to the Facebook, Anthony D. Shannon. Look me up. On LinkedIn, Anthony D. Shannon. Look me up. And if you are a speaker, if you have a business and you want to help sponsor our event, Leaders Live Generously Academy, Leaders Live Generously Virtual Summit, and Leaders Live Generously Prayer Breakfast of Champions, then you need to hit us up. DM me. Email me. thevictorychurchint@gmail.com. I want to hear from you today. Let's do that one-on-one coaching. Let's get the book. Let's get you to your next level. And by this time, next year, I want you to say, I did it. I have conquered scarcity. Well, God bless you. God keep you. That is my prayer. I'm Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon, signing out, saying, everyone born is born for a purpose. Find your purpose so you can live your life. And then you can leave a legacy. Peace.
My name is Elder Glennis Shannon, and I want to thank Dr. Pastor Anthony Shannon, the host of the Leaders Live Generously Virtual Summit, for this opportunity to share with you today. I'm honored to be able to deliver this word for today. And before I say anything else, I want you to do something with me. Just put your hand right here on your chest. Feel that? That's your first instrument. Before you ever picked up a mic or sat at a piano or sang in a choir, you had this, a beating heart, a rhythm section God Himself installed. Now, just take one slow breath in and out. That sound you hear in your body, that tiny rush of air, is also your voice. See, we tend to think our musical voice is range and riffs and how many things we can do and 8 counts. And your musical voice is bigger than that. It's your sound. It's your story and your spirit all braided together. And today, I want to talk to you about how to build your musical voice. Not just so you can sing higher or louder, but so you can sing truer, your true, authentic voice. Because the world doesn't need another copy. The world needs your sound. See, I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, where you can hear music on the sidewalk, on the streets, anywhere, cars, conversations, church. Everything had a rhythm. It's the city that is known for the birth of Motown Records and that sound that the world still loves today. I sang in church. I led choirs. I've written songs, and people would say, oh, she's such a good singer. She's a musician. She's anointed. But here's the part they didn't see. There were nights I stood in front of a mirror singing the way that I thought I was supposed to sound for everyone else. I would play gospel music and pretend I was directing a choir, and I would imitate Motown artists, other gospel artists, people with huge platforms and big voices. And I remember one particular day, I just finished singing somewhere and someone said to me, you sound just like somebody I know. And everyone meant it as a compliment. But you know what I didn't hear? No one said, you sound like Glennis. You know, I'm telling you, that was a wake-up call for me, because I realized I had spent so long trying to be good that I forgot about me. I didn't need another scale, another run, another trick. I needed to go find my actual voice. That journey of unlearning imitation and building my musical voice from the inside out is what I want to share with you today. Your true, authentic voice. Let's redefine it. Your musical voice is not just your tone or just your technique or just your style. Your musical voice is your authentic self translated into sound. It's your true, authentic self. It's how your history, your healing, your heartbreak, and hope all come out through your throat, through your hands, and your instrument. You build that voice on purpose. It doesn't just show up magically one day in the studio. And over the years as a singer, I've sung with some big names, Aretha Franklin and New Kids on the Block. I've done some singing with some choirs. I've sung, written songs. I've been a choir director. I am a wife. I am a mom. But building your musical voice has 4 pillars I want to tell you about today. I call them rise, because when you build your voice, this is what it requires. Rise, what you're called to. R, remember your roots. Integrate your story. That's the I. And then the S is steward your skill. And E is embrace, risk, and release. So let's walk through these. R, remember your roots. If your voice were a tree, your technique would be the branches. But your roots are where you grew up, what you heard in your house, the first songs that made you cry, or the first songs that made you shout and laugh or feel good. The people who poured into you. You can't build a strong musical voice while being ashamed of your roots. I had to go back and remember the nights as a child, lying in bed, trying to sleep while my mom and dad and their friends were downstairs dancing and singing to the Motown hits of the 60s, and the small church with the B3 Hammond organ. Anybody remember that? And the time I sang my first solo with a choir at the age of 7. The old saints, and my dad, who sang, no conservatory training, just conviction. The way my father would sing hymns and prayer songs during devotional period, and the whole room would shift. Not because it was technically perfect, but because it was true, authentic. Think about your own roots. You might have grown up on hymns or on jazz, on hip hop, or on rock, Afrobeats, or country. Or maybe you grew up in a house where nobody sang at all, but the radio was always in the background. Your roots are not a liability, people. They are your palette. So here's a question for you. What did you love musically before you started worrying about being good? That's a clue to your voice. If you want a practical step, make a playlist called Roots. Fill it with the songs that shaped you, whether they're cool or not, whether anyone else respects them or not. Call it Roots. And then instead of running them or running from those sounds, ask, how can I honor these roots in the way I sing, write, and play right now? And then I, integrate your story. A musical voice that has no story in it, it's forgettable. It might be impressive, but it's not impactful. And most of us spend years learning how to hide in our art. We hide behind our big runs and riffs. We hide behind our volume and pitch. We hide behind big churchy language, big performance energy. But the performances that stay with us are the ones where for one moment, you feel like you're hearing someone's life come through their throat. Let me share this with you. There was a season in my life when I was navigating financial pressure and ministry pressure and family responsibilities and personal doubts all at the same time. I'd show up to church with my hair done and my makeup on and my praise the Lord, everybody voice on, but inside I was tired, y'all. And one Sunday, as I got on the piano and started to lead worship, my usual polished version of a song, it just wouldn't even come out. So between verses, I paused and said something like, some of us are singing today with bills due and kids acting up and a smile that's barely hanging on, but we're here anyway, seeking God. Something shifted at that moment. People's shoulders dropped. The room relaxed in honesty. I didn't change the notes. I changed the level of truth in the sound. See, your story, your real, messy, beautiful, unfinished story is not a distraction. It's the fuel of your musical voice. So here's another question for you. What have you survived that your voice hasn't told the truth about yet? You don't have to tell all your business from the stage, but you can let your healing leak into your tone, into your lyrics, your phrasing. Very practically, do this. Journal about one season of your life, whether it's good or bad. Then write or choose a song that expresses your season. Sing or play it as if you're talking from the inside that memory. You will be amazed. You'll be absolutely amazed how your sound starts to deepen. And then S, I want you to steward your skill. What does that mean, Glennis? Now let's talk about the part everybody wants. Skill. Yes, you do need breath control. You need pitch, good pitch. You need good phrasing and timing. And maybe theory, ear training, all the things. But here's the truth. Technique is not the enemy of authenticity. Technique is the servant of authenticity. See, when I was younger, I thought if I really love God, if I'm really called, it'll just come out. And sometimes it did. But let me tell you, there were other days where my voice got tired. I lost control of my tone, or I couldn't do what I heard in my head. I had to humble myself and say, if this voice is a gift, then practicing is how I say thank you for it. See, stewarding your skill looks like this. Consistent practice, even 20 focused minutes a day. Honest feedback, letting one of your friends or somebody you know in the music business, someone you trust, tell you when you're flat or you rushed here or there. Staying a student, taking lessons, watching tutorials, reading more and listening more than you talk. If you're taking notes, write this down. Practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So be careful what you rehearse. If you rehearse teaching and faking, that's what you'll perform. If you rehearse openness and freedom and truth, that's what will show up. And here's a tiny exercise I want you to try tonight when you're alone. I want you to play something simple, just a scale or a hymn. Then ask yourself, am I holding my breath? Am I clenching my jaw? Am I tense? Am I trying to impress an imaginary audience? Then try it again, but this time, unclench your jaw, drop your shoulders, and sing like you're talking to one person you love, who already loves you back. That's the beginning of a healthier, more powerful, musical, authentic voice. And then E, I want you to embrace risk and release. You can have roots. You can have a story. You can even have skill and still never truly be heard. Why? Because building your musical voice requires risk. The first time you sing your own song instead of copying someone else's. Or the first time you choose a simpler melody because it's more honest. Or say on stage, I'm nervous today, but I'm going to sing this anyway. That's risk. And risk is always feels like standing too close to the edge. I remember the first time I shared a very personal, original song. Up until then, I was comfortable doing covers or safe songs people already knew. That way, if that they clapped, when they clapped, I could say, oh, that's because they liked the song. But this time it was my story. It was my lyrics, my tears in those chords. I stood there thinking, what if they didn't like it? What if they didn't get it? What if I don't even like how I sound? What if I don't sound good to them? But I did it anyway. And when I finished, someone came up to me with tears in their eyes and said, I felt that. I felt like you just told my story. That day, I learned when you risk using your voice, someone else will feel it. Someone else will be free. You are not responsible for controlling how every person responds to your sound. Your job is to show up, to be prepared, to be honest, and to release it. Maybe 10 people will clap. Maybe only one person really gets it. But that one person might leave different. And by the way, sometimes the one person who needs your song is actually you. So risk and release that song. And so I want you to try something. Let's try it together. Just a tiny, safe experience. I'm not going to ask you to sing. You won't have to sing alone. I promise. I want you to try this. Think silently, just in your mind, of the first song you loved as a child. What is that first song you loved? You got it? Now, think about something you've come through. It could be grief, sickness, a hard season, or it could be a victory, a promotion, a moment you felt truly seen. Think about that. Now I want you to take a breath like a musician. In your nose, through your nose, and then out through your mouth. In through your nose, out through your mouth, like you're warming up. Now just hum one note, nothing fancy. Go ahead and hum it again. But this time, imagine that note is carrying a one-word prayer or a one-word intention from your story. It could be healed, free, seen, loved. That sound you just made might not be on a record. It might never trend on TikTok, but that is the seed of your musical voice. Honest, embodied, rooted, intentional. So building your voice beyond the stage, the beautiful and challenging thing is this. Your musical voice is shaped just as much off the stage as it is on it. It's shaped when you choose to forgive instead of hold a grudge. When you serve quietly when nobody's applauding. When you take care of your body so you can sustain your calling. When you sit in silence and listen more than you speak. Because the kind of person you are leaks into the sound you make. You can hear it in the humility of a singer who knows they're gifted but still grateful. In the authority of someone who has suffered but stayed soft. In the joy of someone who remembers why they started. So if you want to build a stronger musical voice, work on your scales, yes, but also work on your soul. The more integrated you become as a person, the more integrated your sound becomes as a musician. And for the ones who feel late or not enough, Some of you might be thinking, I'm too old to start now. I don't sound like the people on my playlist, or my following is too small on social media, or I'm just singing in a small room. It doesn't matter. Let me talk to you for a moment. Every major movement starts in a small room. Most of the songs that changed my life didn't come with smoke machines and LED walls. They came from voices that were convinced, not just confident. It's not too late for you to build and rebuild your musical voice. You can reinvent at 30, 40, 50, 60, and beyond. Start writing after decades of only singing other people's music. Start lessons even if you've been professional for years. Shift genres, merge styles, and show your whole self. If you're breathing, you're not done evolving. And so I want to give you this simple framework to take with you today. As you leave here, I want you to remember just 4 questions. You can take these into your practice room, into your choir rehearsal or your studio session, even your living room. Number 1, roots. What shaped my sound and how can I honor that today? And number 2, story. What truth from my life I want people to hear in this song? And then skill. How can I practice with intention? And then 4, risk and release. What small risk can I take today to share more of my real voice? And then let it go. If you'll keep asking those questions, your voice will not stay the same. It will deepen, it will widen, it will become more you. And so in closing, your voice is needed. I want to close where I started. Go ahead and do it again, one more time. And want to ask you, do you feel that rhythm, that quiet percussion? Nobody else on earth has this combination of your fingerprint, your story, your sound, your assignment. There are people you will reach, rooms you will fill, hearts you will touch. Not because you hit the highest note or did the greatest run, but because you dare to be honestly you. So my invitation to you today is simple. Build your musical voice, not as a performance, but as a promise. A promise that you will honor your roots, a promise that you'll tell your story, a promise that you'll steward your skill and keep taking the risk to be heard. Because when you do, I promise you, you won't just make music, you'll make meaning. And somewhere, someone will say, I don't know what it is about that voice, but I heard me in it. And it gave me courage to use my own. Thank you. If you want to increase your vocal skill or want to go to a new level, want to find your musical voice, you can contact me, Glennis Shannon, at GLYNISDS@gmail.com. Thank you for your time.
Hello and welcome to the Leaders Live Generously Summit. My name is Chantel Miller. I am a transformational guide and breathwork badass. It is my intention today to activate the remembrance of power and truth that lives within you. First of all, I would like to give some big love to Anthony D. Shannon for creating and organizing this transformational event. And also, I would like you just to take a moment to honor yourself and celebrate you for saying yes, to you, to expand your consciousness, to grow, to evolve, and to take in new ideas, because this is what we're here for expansion and for growth. So I see you and I honor you and I celebrate you. I would like to begin by all of us just dropping in to this space together with some deep breaths to create coherence between our mind and our hearts. We often think that wisdom lives in our mind. Wisdom comes from the mind, but the truth is wisdom lives in our body, in our heart. So we will start today with a few intentional breaths, creating coherence and alignment with our heart and our mind. Let's breathe in through our noses and then out through our mouth. As we're breathing in, we are going to picture our breath, our life force energy moving into our heart space. So get comfortable and let's just take a few grounding, heart-centered breaths together. In through the nose. Picture that breath moving into your heart, to the front of your heart. We're going to breathe in again. Oh, picture your breath moving to the back of your heart. Again. Oh, your breath moving into your heart space, opening, expanding. One more breath together. And on this last exhale, as you release, picture your life force, heart energy moving into the collective space. Now that we are grounded and have our hearts and our minds in coherence, in alignment, we create the space, setting an intention to have an open heart and an open mind. So as we know, we live in an energetic universe. Everything is energy. Einstein showed this to us many moons ago when he proved that E equals mc squared. Energy equals matter. So that means everything is energy vibrating on different frequencies. This desk, this microphone, this computer, your cell phone, everything is energy that vibrates on different frequencies, creating the matter of it. So this also means that our thoughts are energy, our feelings are energy. And the way that we think and feel creates our vibration. Our vibration is what we send out into the field, into the universe. And however we are vibrating is what we will get back. It's our magnetic set point. Think of your feelings, your vibration as a magnet. So wherever you're vibrating is what you're putting out into the field and what you are going to bring back to you, what you're aligning to, what you're magnetizing to. So when we are in states of fear and worry and lack and limitation, our vibration is low and slow. And that is what we are sending out into the field, creating our experiences. But the great news is we can shift the way we think and feel whenever we choose. So when we change the way we're thinking and feeling, it's going to change our vibration. So when we start giving ourselves love, feeling compassion, feeling excitement, joy, possibility, these are high frequencies of vibration. And that is the energy, the frequency that we are putting out and what we are aligning and magnetizing to. So this is powerful and empowering. You have choice. You have sovereignty to choose the thoughts that you think that create the way that you feel, which sets up your vibration, and your vibration is what creates your experiences. You know, I am someone who lived the majority of my life in a state of fear, a victim. I believed I wasn't enough. I didn't matter, that I was broken. And these thoughts and feelings came from my upbringing, from my programming, from my conditioning. When I was a child, I never knew my father. I was sexually abused as a child. And all of these things that had happened made me see myself in a way and feel about myself in a way that was victimized and less than. And I knew in my heart I was a good person and couldn't understand why I kept recreating experiences in my life that didn't feel good, that weren't joyful and happy. It was because of the way I was vibrating, the way that I was thinking and feeling about myself. So then as I went on in life, I attracted a partner who also was vibrating in lack, in shame and guilt. He was a narcissistic, abusive man. And once I finally escaped that relationship, because it came to a point where I just didn't think that I could keep living it, like I was at the dark night of the soul. And that's when the intuition, the whispers from within were so loud. And I finally started answering those calls and looking for things that felt better. I started hiring coaches and getting mentorship to understand how this human experience works and the connection between mind and body. So what I now understand and teach others is that whatever is happening inside of us is mirrored and reflected outside of us in our experiences. So every time we have traumatic life experiences or negative life experiences, painful experiences, and we don't fully process the emotions that come along with that, the memory of that energy, that emotion, that story gets stored in our bodies. And time after time when this is happening, we keep suppressing and storing this in our bodies. And we start to feel very disconnected from the joy of life, from the truth of who we are. Life begins to feel very heavy. It feels like life is a drag. So with practices, with awareness comes change, right? With awareness comes change. So when we become aware of this, that we are creating our reality, our experiences through our frequency of vibration, through our feelings, through our consciousness, we can implement practices to create coherence and connection back to our truth. So with breath and movement and sound. These are somatic modalities and practices that allow us to go deep into the body, to start releasing and letting go of this density and heaviness that we carry. And then we have these experiences in life, the human experience, it's stressful, right? And when we're in these states of stress creates cortisol. Cortisol drips into our body. Cortisol is the number one cause of inflammation. Inflammation is the number one cause of dis-ease. And dis-ease isn't just disease, it's dis-ease, a mind and a body that are not vibrating with ease. There's disharmony there. And this is another personal example of that for me, because of all of my dis-ease, not being in ease, not being at peace. I had suppressed so much of my pain, of my shame, of my unworthiness, and it created massive fibroids in my uterus, to a point so badly that every month when I would menstruate, I would lose so much blood that I would have to go to the hospital to get blood infusions and iron infusions, because it was at a point where it was unrepairable. So that's just like another example of how suppressed emotion and suppressed energy gets stored in the body, and the profound connection of mind and body. So it is so important for us to understand this and process our emotion and process our pain. It's a paradox, right? Like we have to feel it to heal it. And I know it's painful. It can be painful to feel your pain, but on the other side is so much freedom and so much liberation. So with these intentional practices, we are able to get into the body, to release, and life begins to feel softer, to feel more connected. We're more connected to our authenticity, our truth, and our joy. So there are systems in place, intentional systems in place to keep us disconnected, to keep us disempowered, to keep us sick, distracted, and numb. And one of the greatest distortions of fear and control traps are the ideas of heaven and hell being places that we go after death. And we've been conditioned to believe that we go to heaven if we follow the rules, if we stay within the lines, and if we live in a way that earns us approval. And hell as a fiery pit of punishment, waiting for anyone who slips or doesn't obey or questions the system or just doesn't measure up. And these distortions become mental frameworks that actually shape how we live our lives and how we think about ourselves and the world that we live in. They teach us to live in fear and to play small and to give our power away to things outside of us, to look for validation for things outside of us. But when we remember that this is not truth and that these are states of consciousness that we create inside of us, then we start to take our power back. We start to take our power back, understanding that these are states of consciousness, that they are all within us. And for myself, I was living in hell for the majority of my life, disconnected from my truth, from who disconnected from the truth of who I truly am, the truth of how the human experience works. And heaven is alignment to source, to our divine remembrance. And I feel now that I am living in the states of heaven within myself. And that is now being reflected outside of me. Not to say that I'm not human and don't fall into the holes and the traps, but I just find that I catch myself quicker and don't stay in these patterns and loops for as long as I used to. And that's progress, right? So it's so important to give ourselves credit and recognition for our growth and for our progress. Also, shame and fear are the two ways to sabotage your life, to be in a low frequency of vibration. Those are the two lowest states of vibration that we can possibly be in. When we're feeling shame for ourselves, our choices, and fear, we are putting that signal out and aligning to more things that bring us that feeling of shame and fear. So it's catching yourself when you get into those states and being, no, I'm choosing something new. I'm choosing something different, because with awareness comes change. Authenticity and love are the highest frequencies of vibration to be in. So when you are here being yourself, being your authentic self, your truth, sharing who you truly are, the bridge of incidents, the path of least resistance starts unfolding for you, because that is your alignment. That is your path. That is your truth. So reminding you to be in your authenticity, and to give yourself love and compassion and celebrate yourself as much as you possibly can. You know, this is a really exciting time to be alive. We are going through the Great Awakening, and all souls who are here on earth right now, who chose to incarnate into this human experience, are master level souls. So congratulations to you. My intention is to master this and not come back into this heavy, dense planet again. Learn the lessons and carry on. So it's an exciting time. There are high frequency energies coming into the planet right now. If you have been feeling tired, exhausted, that's your body integrating and implementing these energies that are coming through the sun to activate codes of truth and remembrance that live within our body, activating that dormant DNA that lives within our body. So some little simple practices in the morning, if you have sunshine, just gazing into the sun for a few minutes. The sun has powerful codes right now that are activating, like I said, that dormant DNA within us to help us remember the truth of who we are, to come back home to our power, remembering that we are the creators of our reality. We are more powerful than we even know. There are 11 million kilowatt hours per pound of potential energy locked up in the atoms and the electrons of your body, just waiting to be released. That's enough power to light up your city or town for a day, for days. That's how much power lives within your being. So once you remember this and activate this and raise your frequency of vibration, getting into your authenticity, to truth, to possibility, to joy, you're going to start activating and remembering more of this. So this is super, super, super exciting. Super exciting. Some other little practices too, just to implement to come back into your remembrance, to your truth and power, are asking for guidance. You know, you're never alone. We are never alone. I know that's another thing for me too. I always felt so alone in my pain, and that there was no one else who was experiencing the pain and the shame and the guilt that I did. I just felt so alone in this. And if you, like me, have ever felt this way, please know that we all have a story. We all have trauma, and you are never, ever, ever alone. And it's through those experiences that help you grow and evolve. We can't have the light without the darkness. And I now understand that all of my trauma, all of the things that were happening, they were happening for me, not to me. So I wasn't a victim. You are not a victim. You are not. And it's through those experiences that help us to get curious, to look for new ways for information to come back home to our power and to our truth. So please know that these experiences are not your endings. They are your awakenings. They are your activations to come back to your truth and your power. We all have guides that are here in the non-physical to support us and to watch over us and to guide us. But because as human beings, we have sovereignty, we have free will. So we have to use our free will and ask for guidance from our angels, from our guides. And by doing this, it gives us so much more support. So a tool for you to call upon your guides, call upon your angels, ask for support when you're in those moments of darkness and just can't see the light. Ask for guidance. Call upon your higher self to share guidance with you, to bring you into peace, to bring you into groundedness. You are not alone. You do not have to muscle through this human experience and do it alone. Learn from me. Like I said, I have lived and walked in the depths of darkness for the majority of my life. And it wasn't until I think 2019 when I had the dark night of my soul where I didn't think I could live any longer. And then the whisper from within, the nudges from my soul, my heart said, get curious, explore what else is available to you. And that's when I got into this work. So if I can do it, so can you. If I can do it, so can you. It's a shift in our consciousness, a shift in what we believe to be true about ourselves and the world that we live in. Coming home, back home to your power and to your truth, to trusting yourself. Trust yourself. You know, there's probably been so many times that you can remember in situations where your mind was telling you to do one thing, but you could feel that intuition in your body contracting, tightening, telling you it was a no, but you disregarded it. You disregarded it and you went with what the mind was telling you. The mind was hijacking what your body knows, because the wisdom lives in the body. Our nervous system knows the way. So just really trusting yourself. A mantra that I start my day with is, I love myself and I trust myself. I love myself and I trust myself. So just really giving yourself permission to trust, to trust, to trust. Your body always knows. So listening to the intuition and the wisdom that lives within you. There was this verse that I seen and I wanted to share it with you. It's Matthew 7:7, and it is, ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open to you. So what does this mean? How do we apply this in our lives? And to me, it's meaning ask, ask for what you want. Speak your needs and your desires into existence. Express yourself fully. Express what is on your heart. Pray, speak it out loud, set intentions, because we have to know what it is that we want. It's a direction. It's a direction to give our energy. If we don't know what we want or where we are going, we just keep recreating more of the same undesirable results. So then the seek piece, this is about taking action, Don't just ask and sit and pray and manifest, right? We need to move. We need to move towards what we want. So taking action steps in the direction of what it is that we want, looking for understanding, looking for guidance and solutions. And this is all available to us. What you seek is also seeking you back. And then knock. This is our persistence to keep going, to keep showing up for yourself, keep trying, and keep trusting. Keep trusting in yourself. Keep trusting in the unseen. Keep trusting in the power that lives within your being. Knocking implies your effort and your readiness. And like I said, what you seek is also seeking you. So it's so important to know what it is that you want, so your energy has a direction to go. If you don't, it's a compass. It's like getting in your vehicle, and if you don't know where you're going, you can just keep driving around and around in circles, right? Like, we need a direction. So that's our intention, that's our vision, where we are going. And then it's taking the actions to that align with where we are going. And then to keep going, there's going to be detours, there's going to be bumps in the road, and it might not turn out the way you thought it would, but every detour, every turn it's not a loss, it's a redirection. So also surrendering to the control, surrender to gripping on so tightly, having it go a way that you think it is supposed to. It's letting go and letting God, trusting that everything is happening divinely, on purpose, and for you. Oh my goodness. My heart feels full. I hope that this conversation sparked something within you. I hope this conversation activated some remembrance of truth that lives within your being. Please do not forget, you are powerful, you are limitless, and you are divinely guided. Keep your thoughts and your feelings in alignment with where you are going. Self-love, authenticity, that is the frequency, that is the vibration that we want to be in to access our most high timeline, who we came here to be. I see you, I value you, and I honor you. The love and light in me sees and honors the love and light within you. Mwah.
Hello, I'm Dr. Renee Bradford, pastor, scholar, and contemplative leadership guide. For more than 3 decades, I've walked alongside leaders within the local church, in movement spaces, and in the academy. And I've just completed my PhD in leadership and change. For the last few years, I've been researching digital support networks for racial justice activists through contemplative practices. I want to tell you something I've learned. I've learned that you can do everything right. Earn the degrees, serve faithfully, build the programs, show up when others don't, and still find yourself exhausted, unclear, and wondering if there's more to life. Wondering if there's a more sustainable way to lead. And if that's you, this teaching is for you. The title of our teaching for today is Unshaken. Unshaken, leading with integrity in a shifting world. And I want to share the text that has helped me through every season of my ministry. That text is Psalm 15.